Ada patch lagi Dotanya. Game aneh yang tiap hari patch tapi nggak tahu apa aja. Path of Exile setengah giga. Updating setengah giga. Apalagi nih yang baru? Di behavior score-nya turun.
Prepare for battle. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant fortified their structures.
Buset, Bang Iqbal datang-datang. Kenapa?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ejector. Hanya gacha lah sampai dapat SR.
Not much good's happening to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Someone better help Dyer's middle tower.
Lah, haze-nya nggak jalan.
They're beating on Dyer's top tower.
Kalau janjian kurang poin. Oh, nggak cukup poinnya Bang Impal, pantesan.
Dominate.
Kapan lagi banyak waktu main Bang Kris? By the way, welcome, selamat siang, selamat bergacha. Sampai jam 10 malam.
Prepare for
Sampai jam 10 malam. Wait, CST udah mulai belum ya?
Radiant's middle tower could use some help.
Ih,
Radiant's bottom tower is no more. Dyer's middle tower isn't going to last long.
Desember 12.
Mega kill.
Bat on the fire.
Oh, bounty!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Work for both of us?
Radiant's middle tower shouldn't have to take this abuse.
Kapan ya? Harusnya hari ini sih, cuman jam berapanya? Oh, jam 1 hari ini. Selamat siang Bang Metal. Jam 1 Sekarang jam 10, 11, 12 cuman bisa main 3 jam. Habis itu nonton final playoff. Kita nonton bareng saja kalau begitu. Tidak jadi main, cuman sampai jam 1 mainnya. Datang-datang dapat air, mantap.
Prepare for battle.
Besok grinding event Pasmo, let's go. Besok kita grinding event Pasmo. Ajak Bang Fuse. Sekalian ajak yang lain yang mau. Necropos jungling. 000 sampai menit 22. Ya, griefing fucker. Nah, ini lah banyak amat Overwatch-nya. Bukti kalau komunitas Dota makin toksik, makin banyak Overwatch. Tapi nggak masuk. Ya udahlah.
Your turn. to
Selalu
play.
band si gendut tukang
5
narik.
seconds remaining.
Karena menjijikan.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's go carry, let's go. Semua carry.
Prepare for battle. "30 seconds to battle." The battle's starting.
Even I fly on the wings of vengeance. I am under attack.
First blood.
My spirit soars. I will take it.
Magnusnya mau main begitu. Lu jual, gua beli. Salah, lu mau beli, gua jual. Soalnya kalau dia yang jual, gua yang beli, dia yang untung. Kalau di Mahjong dapat 7 pasangan tiles yang sama namanya apa? Kalau 7 pasang tiles yang sama itu adalah namanya Citoy. Toy-toy kecil. Atau 7 pairs. Bahasa Inggrisnya. Tapi dengan catatan nggak boleh ada 2 tile yang sama ya Bang Kris ya. Nggak boleh ada 4 tile yang sama. Misalkan Bang Kris dapat 5 bulat 4 biji, itu nggak boleh jadi hand Citoy. Jadi harus semuanya 7 pair yang berbeda.
Kill.
Main dong Bang Metal. Bang Metal juga main. Saya mau ngadain turnamen, hadiahnya lumayan lah. Kecil-kecil tapi ada. Untuk meriahkan suasana Natal dan Tahun Baru Imlek. Nggak bisa cara main mahjong? Tinggal belajar sama saya. Habis ini kita ganti game, kita belajar mahjong bersama kalau mau. Mahjong itu mudah dan menyenangkan. Olin aja ketagihan. All in aja bisa. Santai, skill issue mah urusan belakangan. Skill issue mah urusan belakangan, Bang Kri. Semua juga bisa karena biasa. Pengalaman. Nggak ada orang yang langsung belajar mahjong, langsung tiba-tiba, aku bisa main mahjong, jago. Nggak ada. Semua itu by time. Karena percuma 100% apa namanya? Teori tanpa praktek sama aja bohong. Dan biasanya kalau orang udah praktek gitu ya nyobain main mahjong dengan ada basic pengetahuan dasarnya gitu gimana cara main, biasanya lebih tertarik daripada cuma dijelasin doang.
Killing spree. You really should look at your bottom tower. Dominating.
Bang Kris udah main. Nanti kalau ada turnamen harus ikut, gratis ini entry-nya. Entry gratis, main hahaha bersama teman-teman. Chance menang dapat hadiah, kenapa enggak? Mahjong itu yang versi Cina zaman dulu. Ada jokernya namanya Kim. Dia bisa jadi apapun.
Mega kill.
Let me stretch my wings.
Killing spree.
Yoka, mau ngana, oi, disuruh tidur sama kucing kalau yang itu mah.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Sebenarnya Kim itu Dora. Cuman bedanya kalau di mahjong di Ricci mahjong Doranya kan udah fix ya, dia tetap sebagai misalkan Dora indikatornya yang keluar 5 bambu berarti dia kan Doranya 6 bambu. Nah, sementara kalau di yang Kim tadi yang jadi Joker itu si 6 bambunya itu dia bisa mewakili apapun. Dia bisa jadi satu bulat, dia bisa jadi merah, dia bisa jadi hijau, dia bisa jadi istilahnya dia kayak kartu satu set yang beda gitu. Dia tapi bisa tetap jadi 6 bambu. Makanya saya sih kurang suka ya. Soalnya terlalu OP, kalau kita punya 2 aja tuh set kita tuh udah bisa gila-gilaan. Handnya meledak gede banget itu untuk bonus poin tuh nggak adil kalau menurut saya.
Bottom tower is under attack. Unstoppable.
Surrender to me.
Your bottom tower is under attack. This against Radiant fortified their structures. The enemy's top tower just shattered. Bottom tower is gone forever.
My searing gaze.
Wicked sick! Dominating!
Oh, yang hidup cuman Bang Kris doang. Untung gua supernova ya.
The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing.
Tapi matinya sama racun, percuma bawa cannon bawa segala juga bukan Kraken.
The lesson was.
Iya, harusnya ya bener. Pakai gas mas kayak ush, kayak Thatcher ya kayak Thatcher sama apa? Smoke-nya di R6 gitu.
Spirit soars.
Your middle tower is under attack. It looks like Dire fortified their structures. Don't let your middle tower fall. Radiant structures have been snow fortified. The enemy's bottom tower is down. Holy shit!
Nih, count apa? Count mask.
May the sky surrender to me.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances.
I will slake my thirst for revenge.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Nice. Ya tetap mati cuman ya udahlah.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Si Randy Dota aja gimana Bang Metal? Sangat menyebalkan. Saya rela lah dia kalau digoreng mah. Bubar langsung tuh bubuk.
Holy shit! More! Show me more!
A gift from the sweet as vengeance.
Ah, serem sih kayaknya. Bersenjata. Nih kan kita maunya pistol, dia cuman pakai apa pedang gitu. Menang lah. Bisa lah.
My spirit soars. I can't resist. Like a promise of revenge.
Holy shit! The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Dominating! Holy shit! Double kill! Holy shit! Triple kill! The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Denied that, jerks. Radiant have fortified their structures. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle tower didn't know what hit it. The enemy's middle tower didn't know what hit it. Own it! The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks have fallen. Enemy's top barracks drop like some stupid things. You're looking up. Own it! Dire victory!
Easy. Kali ini snipernya berkarya, dikasih extra damage dan segalanya. Halo Bang PG. Selamat siang, selamat datang, selamat bergacha. Halo, selamat siang, selamat datang, selamat bergacha. Gas. Ya, ada Dumbringer.
I am the midnight of your soul.
Kemarin lo bilang teh gimana? Gigitnya level 1 doang.
Oh, Doom.
Ya.
Kalau satu ambil gigit. Lu pakein buat farming, tapi apa nggak usah mikirin naikin gigit dulu. Pasetnya mah dulu Tony. Nanti lu naikinnya apa? Si Infernal Blade sama itu kan. Hot Earth. Fokus
Oke.
ke Infernal Blade dulu. Jadi lu kalau dia macam-macam lu Infernal Blade udah ini ya. Cuma gitu-gitu doang. Nanti level 15 itu lu baru ngambil yang bisa makan ancient, langsung cari golem. Gitu aja.
I see. Halo,
Kalau
selamat.
kalau 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 23 udah penuh baru naikin gigit. Full aja digigit. Kalian level 10 di skip, nanti
And
level 15 ambil gigit ancient.
5
Gitu doang.
seconds remaining.
Oke, aku coba. Selamat siang Bang Fuseji, selamat datang, selamat bergacha. Facetnya tetap glutoni.
Lu tuh nih terbaik, yang lain fasetnya jelek. Cek deh.
Impending Doom kalau buat main biasa sih lumayan ya, naik 10 kali.
Buat turbo jelek pisan.
Iya, kalau buat turbo sih dongo ah. Sono Ibisa. Kenapa?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Mereka lihatnya ada yang oh iya, Nefarious itu 700 perak.
Kadang teh barang yang putih teh lebih bagus daripada yang kuning, aneh.
The seven hells hunger.
Level 1 tetap gigit. Level 2-nya Infernal Blade.
Udah gitu gedein blade aja.
Tiganya juga berarti blade.
Iya, gua mah. Si Sports Earth-nya level 4.
Oke.
Nanti kalau udah dapet apa golem gede,
30
gigit
seconds
mentok,
to
golem
battle.
gede, ya udah,
Sebelum golem apa?
apa aja.
Tidak ada yang OP di atas kata-kata.
Magic Resist sih apa ya? Magic Resist teh itu kalau nggak salah mah troll yang bareng sama yang manggil-manggil skeleton deh. Yang satu
Oh.
coklat dua hijau. Rasanya itu Magic Resist rasanya.
Yang gedenya, yang kecilnya.
Yang kecilnya. Kan nggak bisa digigit yang
Let's
gede.
get moving.
Betul juga.
The fire starts now.
Aku menyesal dulu Dual Ranger nggak ambil yang ini arkananya. Fotonya ganti, terlihat
Yang
keren.
Yang crossbow.
Iya. Tapi muka lu ganti harus pakai crossbow ya, nggak jadi jelek.
Crossbow-nya capek mainnya.
Kenapa?
Kebanyakan reload.
Oh, itu PoE. Gua kira. Gua bingung, hah?
Aku nge-patch tuh.
Ya, nge-patch 500 skill apa lagi nggak jelas. Nggak jelas, Senin lah. Weekend kan pasti orang gila-gila itu kan pasti banyak yang main tuh. Build-build mulai balance ada whatever lah.
Minimum balance. Pada di end game minimum.
Oh, itu centaur kecil Magic Resist mah.
First blood.
Root of all evil.
Almighty money.
Lu Doom-nya main gebuk atau main Magic pakai kaya dulu buat Doom-nya doang?
Nggak pakai full tank. Hadian udah gitu full tank. Ambil blackmail, ambil ini. Emang gimana?
The furnace delivers me to life.
Waduh.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Kenapa bosku?
Tanya.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Nice.
Killing spree. Let's talk about your favorite. Your top tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Rek kok jadi kurang ajar pisan sih?
Ya memang gitu kan main. Dia ngambil yang baik,
Dire structures are fortified.
terus knife. Jadi begitu lo count dia langsung lempar itu trigger buat main geng. Kalau yang main biasa lebih ke tebal.
Satu Arcana ganti semua ininya, semua lambang jurusnya.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Dominating.
Gua nggak suka pisan dia bisa ngehound siapapun tanpa ngelihat gitu mana gitu. Jadi kayak lu cuma kayak lu teh berarti ada kayak barnya lagi bisa milih gua mau ngehound siapa dimanapun ketahuan gitu kan. Gua nggak suka pisan gitu. Harusnya lu kalau mau ngehound yang pribadi harus kelihatan dong di target di mana.
Bukannya
Gitu.
iya, bukannya iya.
Enggak di kayak kemarin gua lagi di hutan bisa kelihatan.
Rasanya nggak bisa, gua harus target hero kalau gua.
Your middle tower is under attack. Double kill. The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances.
Tadi lu bilang teh talent level 10 lu skip.
Gua skip, gua udah 2-3 mentok tuh gedein Gluttony, ya apa? Devour. Nanti level 15 ngambil yang bisa makan ancient, itu berbulu golem.
Sebenarnya Devo lu level 1 juga kalau udah punya yang ancient mah bisa gigit ancient kan?
Kan ada scalingnya.
Oh iya iya.
Plutoni itu scalingnya plus 1. Jadi beda 1% HP. Lumayan.
Pengecut pisan sumpah anjing.
Let's
Yang
talk
twist
about
knife
your
itu.
top tower.
Jadi begitu dia kan ngehound kan ada durasinya kan.
Iya,
Jadi
datang terus bisa balik lagi anjing kocak
iya,
pisan.
Tower has
makanya
fallen.
cooldown
Is this
si
going to be a
swapnya cuma
pattern?
1. Jadi dia bisa sampai detik terakhir nge-swap balik.
Slot pasif dari monster kan ada 2. Satu golem, satu lagi apa?
Satu aja. Walaupun
Oh, golem dapat 2 langsung.
enggak, satu aja. Emang bukan jadi 2 itu teh.
Oh, lu ngedevo kalau yang si monsternya punya
Ya,
2 skill, berarti lu dapat 2 gitu.
full.
I'm burning up. Mega kill. The middle tower is under attack. Unstoppable. Double kill. Dominating.
Bunyi nembaknya jadi tek 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 anjing juga mi tek tek butut anjing.
Double kill.
Dan crossbow.
Anjing bunyi nembaknya jadi pletek pletek anjing.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Segoblok ini 294 movement speednya anjir. Lama pisan.
Your entrails festoon my horns.
Terus banyak itu.
My flame burns brighter.
Wah, dikit.
Assault class.
Golem yang gede kan, yang kecil.
Yang gede.
For its own sake.
Goblok ini orang movement speednya kecil amat sih.
Kalau nge-hex kayak
Nggak in range.
enggak, dia ke-hex tapi tetap ngebut.
Oh,
Gitu.
Killing spree. Killing spree.
Nggak butuh
Double
damage
kill.
dia mah. Radian. Radian dulu eta. Biar apa? Biar makin enak bakar-bakarnya.
radiasi. Radiance-nya lebih dari berkilau nggak sih? Bukan radiasi. Movement speed aing slow pisan. Saya udah pakai sepatu terbang, kehet.
LNJ kan di situ.
Bright as hottest hell.
Siapa yang bakal ngematiin toggle-nya Radiance?
My sword flare.
Biar nggak ketahuan klik-kliknya.
Double kill.
My soul hunger blood.
Harus menyelamatkan misi.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Ini persentase gua cuma 18%, cara jadi naik ke 19 gimana?
Jadi kalau lu udah level berapa gitu.
Dire have fortified their structures. The enemy's top tower just shattered into little pieces.
Taste the flame. Another head, another dead.
The enemy's bottom tower is down.
Klik ini
Don't let your middle tower fall. Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Anjing lah, apa sih? Ah, ini combo aja terus semua mainnya teh, timingnya teh ngepas semua. Goblok. Anjing, stun, anjing, combo-combo. Anjing lagi, tarik lagi abis ini. Bisa nge-silent, bisa disarm, semua ada. Anjing.
Tuh, ditanya.
Ya nggak mati sih. Habis ini tapi datang si itu mati. Tuh udah nggak ada mana mah, cuman diem doang ngeliatin si kontol mah.
Bisa.
Si Nix-nya pukul kayak kalau emang beneran tim mah. Sudah datang Ricky-nya. Anjing, timing.
Itu kan TM kena apa Nix teh paling busuk memang.
Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill.
Emang obat semua masalah, cek itu ini apa? Dual Ranger ini. Udah jadi obat semua masalah. Lo mau apa juga peduli setan.
Dire's snow
Bergandingnya
fortified
seperti
their
pisan.
structures. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Defilement. And your soldier.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Ah,
Terus Allah batur masih amat cara rupu anjing.
Spectre yang hilang-hilang gitu teh jago memang nggak salah. Jadi assassin. Tapi kalau suruh gelut sama Spectre yang kayak gitu yang main Reactive, kalah.
I like where this is
Buat
headed.
tim battle dia
Enemy's middle
cuma
barracks
ngasasinin
fall.
support, baru.
Ya nggak gitu juga, bro. Modal lah lawan 5 mah mau gimana juga. Nggak bisa.
This cruel life.
Ini aku sendiri.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures have been snow fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks have fallen. Who's gonna clean that up?
Of all evil.
Tahun
Your bottom tower is under attack. Why is this happening? You destroyed your bottom tower. I don't think you want that to happen.
I stoke the furnace with your corpse. My soul.
lu ngapain di tengah?
Mau bunuh Shadow Shaman.
Nggak bisa lah, sendiri lu nggak ada Doom lu baru dipakai.
The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing. The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen. Dire structures are fortified. Stun speed.
Silent berapa ratus detik sih? Gua di silent apa aja sih anjing, nggak jelas pisan.
Ricky itu Bloton 5 detik kan?
Iya tuh sudah gitu timing mereka teh kayak anjing kayak pakai AI tau nggak?
Ya,
Bisa.
baru bagas Bloton keluar smoke.
Iya anjing timing nggak pernah ada yang double gitu. Ayo ke stun selama ke silent selama tadi fight. Goblok anjing.
her middle tower fall? Middle tower is down. You Your ancient is under attack! Victory!
Pantesan tuh yang nge-Q 3G itu anjing. Spectrenix, Ricky, anjing kayak nggak bisa lebih gay lagi aja combo anjing. Lagi nggak?
Iya. Palanya aneh, anjir bagusan yang baru. Belumnya. Itu yang dari yang sekarang kan, yang batu.
Kayaknya nggak tahu mungkin. Tadi untung nggak main PoE yang di restart lagi realmnya.
Ya, baru patch kan mending jangan main.
Ya.
Sampai 3-4 jam lah. Ya namanya juga EA.
It's your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining.
Ih, mantap. Bagus.
Kalau gua pakai Ayo nambahin regen lu. Nambahin regen si Warlock. Hitungan tambah regen nggak ya?
Nggak sebagus itu. Lebih bagus apa? Something sesuatu.
10
Carry.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ada carry. Malas harus pakai draw terus.
Malas ada lead.
Oh, arkananya tuh justru, oh iya arkananya weapon. Malas ada Beats King.
Di panah draw lu kalau nggak salah mahal ya? Yang jadi ada warnanya itu.
Nggak tahu.
Beware the bite of frost.
Prepare for battle.
Oh iya, gue belum reroll Candy Caravan. Bisa dapat draw arkananya si Draw Ranger-nya sih?
Nggak ada. Sampai tecis gitu kalau nggak salah.
30 seconds to battle.
Draw, void, terus itu nggak ada. Siapa?
Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger, Red King nggak ada.
Kata lu Arkana bakal rerun nggak?
Iran, event-event
Doesn't
Arcana
smell the light.
nggak tahu.
I'm not
Yang
yet
WR
taught.
bagus.
I'm ready to
Ya,
fight.
kayak misalkan nextnya nanti si Draw ini bakal ada lagi si Arkana yang sama persis, tapi itu jadi Kalau lu udah punya ya eventnya bisa lu skip atau jadi bahan-bahan kayak di GBF jadi bahan-bahan random lah misalkan itu.
Eventnya berbayar nggak gitu aja.
Terakhir rasanya nggak tahu sih. Arkananya beli tetep kok nggak salah.
Ya kalau beli mah sebenarnya si Valve cuan-cuan.
My time has come.
Wanian Fenge.
Nih, sepatu.
I seal you all in silence.
Itu teh asa perintilan tembakan lu itu teh asa sakit pisan tuh.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm under attack.
Gue baru tahu Wave of Terror ngurangin attack juga.
Iya,
Not yet. It's not time yet. Silence.
gagah dan berani.
I'll take that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Your money really did.
Ya teh magi yang ngegedein api buat gua mah dicicilin begini aja teh udah sakit setengah mati.
Iya, gua ngegedein
Thought
api
you'd
full,
never ask
Nyicilin musuh utang gua. Yes.
At last.
Kalau multicast burn teh burn lu ke double nggak sih? Enggak ya?
Nggak, cuma lempar ke sana sini doang.
Anjing lah.
Killing spree.
Mati lo setengah nyawa anjir, udah pakai. Itu teh gua udah tanggos ya.
Pisan.
Double kill.
400. Beli atas 10 ngambil talent. Plus lagi 65 kali 8. Dapat.
130 aja kali 4 nanti. 160 kali 2 apa sih? Ya si goblok ini juga mukul sakit amat sih.
Terus mati di Wave of Terror.
Aneh anjing, semua we sakit mukul.
Even a dragon must respect the sky wrath.
Attack speed udah kayak pakai
Dire have fortified.
Hyperstone lihat mukulnya. Gue pakai Fangnya aja level 8 nggak segitu attack speed anjing.
Invisibility.
Killing spree. Don't let your middle tower fall. Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's not time yet. Pride of the drow.
Gather darkness.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you shouldn't look.
Tuh nice, Bang Chris, Bang Metal, sukses.
Dominating.
I'm not ready. Bow is struck.
Mega kill.
Mega kill.
Let's talk about your top tower. Unstoppable! Your double kill. Tower is under attack.
Datang nge-Q doang. Asu, asu.
Apa? Nge-Q doang. Warlock.
Lah lo. Gua pikir mau ngapain nge-Q doang, kurang ajar.
Slow itu. Dia sudah membantu dengan caranya sendiri. Dan aku apa-apa. Nggak punya ulti.
Asli asa jika teu boga batur sia. Semua skill ke urang anjing satun, nekropos ulti, lead tarik. Anjing.
Asa batur nanti nggak ngapa-ngapain sih.
Iya anjing.
Aing tika beak mana? Baturna asa jika nu nganuntang lantung hungkul.
Don't let your middle tower fall. Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn you. You really should look at your bottom tower.
Waduh,
Holy shit! Your bottom tower is under attack. Tracks. Your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you shouldn't look.
Ya, ngehalangin jalan temen ya, bodoh pisan checkernya.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Kalau gua dua ranger digigit sama si siapa? Likan. Gua tetap range atau jadi melee? Oh, anjing dari ujung gunung juga kena. Kalau musuh mah. Ya? Ogrinya di ping sana. Gua di ping situ bisa kena bakar anjing.
ajaib sekali.
Ternyata kalau musuh pakai yang nambah range jauh bisa jadi ke global anjing.
Kita ditulin lah.
Pengen naga masih semua di ya udahlah. Udah kalah. Dah ngapain berusaha anjing. Fucking press fuck semua.
Gua nggak ngerti temennya apa. Gua masih nggak ngerti temennya apa.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
That was just a warm-up.
Your top tower is under attack. There's really no reason to stand Your top tower is falling. Triple kill. Your middle tower was just denied. I guess it's better than nothing.
Kena. Uyung, udah angkat tangan. Uish.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Mega kill. Don't let your middle tower fall. We could turn away from this battle. Dominating. Middle tower is down. You just let them. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Main Warlock bikinnya Fairy Fire Magic One. Anjing for staff. Tuh gimana mau bener.
Mega kill. The enemy is attacking your middle barracks. Your middle barracks have fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Have I understated the importance of barracks? Your bottom barracks have fallen. Oh no! Your bottom barracks are under attack. Unstoppable!
As deep as forest shade.
Your middle tower is under attack. Top tower has fallen. Is this going to be a pattern?
It's not time yet.
Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks unstoppable.
Itu teh Doom sama Warlock dua-duanya ada sebelah gua. Infernal Blade-nya aja teh nggak dipakai.
They're attacking top barracks. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now has negative. I don't like the looks of that.
Dia cuman hovering di sebelah gua berapa detik, nggak jelas ngapain. Nungguin last hit kayaknya, begitu last hit baru pakai pedang.
Double kill.
Menit 20, baru 2 golemnya. Ya. Mungkin masih bisa menang.
Tower is gone. I tried to warn you.
Jangan bilang dia mengambil Black Grimoire.
An arrow's flight.
Nah,
Your middle tower has fallen. That's the opposite of what you want.
Ambil Grimo ya.
ternyata Mega Creep ya?
misalnya di brute force musuhnya itu nggak bisa,
Iya.
nggak ada yang nge-damage gede gitu.
Ya gua swap stun silent segala ke gua. Nggak bisa mukul dari belakang juga.
Di apa nih, checkernya nyari-nyari KS doang, masalahnya susah.
Ya memang.
Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Are you even watching your ancient? Double kill. Dyer's no fortified their structures. Dominating. Ultra kill. Are you even watching your ancient? Dire victory.
We've been crushed.
Lagi nggak?
Ayolah, asal main barusan.
Ya, GG dari mana Bang PG? Adanya juga stres itu Bang, game kolo semua. Udah tenang lagi. Asli kayak kok bot mainnya aneh pisan. Kayak bot easy tuh namanya. Itu di sebelah orang lagi fight cuman bulak-balik. Nggak jelas ngapain. Ya ada yang namanya auto attack teh ya damage-nya 80 ya udah 80 lumayan gitu daripada cuma diem doang dan siapa tahu di stun. Nggak kayak tadi kan semua stun semua cece ke saya gitu. Siapa tahu kalau si Doomnya deketin kayak atau si Warlock-nya deketin ya mereka nge-stun si Warlock-nya saya masih bisa mukulin siapa tahu jadi menang.
Your ban. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining.
Cast-nya udah jadi jelek ya atau gimana sih? Udah nggak
5
pernah di-pick
seconds
orang?
remaining.
Ya orang udah kemarin kan pada nyobain, makanya susah. Penjelek. Nggak segampang yang kemarin orang nggak tahu ngelawannya gimana. Begitu udah tahu ya
Delta
Just another
Force.
champion. Just another champion.
Oh, Delta Force ya Bang Tir ya. Steam kan? Ntar lah install lah.
I'm the Ogre Magi!
No, you are!
Prepare for battle.
Jir keluaran Garena.
We've
30
got
seconds
you,
to battle.
What comes after two?
This ain't no snowball fight.
What, it ain't started already?
I thought it started.
Belum.
Ya, musuh teh kita teh udah bakar sampai kayak abis-abisan gitu teh kurang setengah aja enggak?
And the battle favors me.
Ya baru level 3 lah, baru mulai bakar gitu. Gede amat damage-nya.
Harus tuh. Salah gua teh. Bodoh, bodoh, bodoh.
Missing.
Masa sih Magic One bisa nutupin kita nge-cash sekali-sekali gitu sih? Aneh pisan sih ya.
Bisa.
Ya maksudnya, masa kita nyicil-nyicil cuman sekali dua kali? Masa Magic One ngehilnya menang Magic One?
We've got the goods!
Yang bener aja anjing kalah cuman sama Magic Stick.
Ya, jadi kita what the fuck? Beneran kalah sama Magic Stick.
Asa nggak sejago itu sih ya Magic Stick. Gue bisa udah stack 5 juga ngehealnya. Tuh ya stack 5 teh. Ya udahlah. Ya udah ya.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Tuh semut jelas nge-cash semut sebelah gua nggak nambah cash nggak nambah barnya Magic Stick gua nggak nambah charge Magic Stick bagus. Di musuh dibakar dari ujung kampung aja lihat stacknya 8 nggak tahu dari mana. Lagi banyak nge-patch, Lin. Males. Nanti aja tunggu dulu udah beres. Nggak, lagi banyak patch. Bener-benerin jadi sering DC juga. Males.
Double kill.
Lie fallow in your grave.
Nggak akan beli apa-apa deh.
Your bottom tower is under attack. It looks like dire fortified their structure. Okay, less dying this time.
I just had an idea.
Get on.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Give it back.
The enemy's top tower just shattered into little pieces.
Hey, wait for us.
Nice.
Back out there.
Kasih paham. Gua teh punya magic wand, lupa tadi nggak dipakai, kalau dipakai hidup. Goblok.
There we go again.
Where? Mine. When we go, like.
Nah, sakit ah. Oh, anjing Dagon 3 goblok. Dan dia bisa tahu gua di sana, hebat sekali ya. Dia dari tadi teh jalan berarti di sini terus camping he daerah sini.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Orang
Middle
kan mau
tower is
ngegeng,
down.
harus
You just let
ditakut-takutin.
them.
If I do. Not yet.
Their top tower is under attack.
We have slaughtered them.
So that's what happened.
Halo Bang Patrick, selamat siang, selamat datang, selamat bergacha.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Enak tuh digaclok. Awas, awas, rame, 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 rame.
Ya.
Double kill.
Waduh, MOK-nya nyala terus.
Killing spree. Dominating ball. Ultra kill.
A second chance.
But I never got a first one.
You really should look at your bottom tower. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Nih NP-nya punya masalah apa dah?
Always thinking. Not ready.
Mega kill.
Ya udahlah, kita perang terus. Smoothnya biarin split sampai jadi.
We got your number.
What comes after two?
Ya, yang tim kita luntang lantung, farming enggak, apa enggak, nge-push enggak. Dikibulin musuhnya terus, keluar dikit semua ngumpul pengen gelut. Terus sudah sekarang diem semua. Nggak ngapa-ngapain, nyari orang katanya.
How many levels is that? Axe fades from sight.
Nyari orang teh, Dagon teh multicast. Gue dari tadi nggak cast Dagon, nggak multicast sama sekali. Nah akhirnya baru diomongin. Harus komplain dulu memang.
Nggak mul.
Killing spree. Double kill. Dire structures are fortified.
There we go again.
Where?
Yang ketariknya yang palsu lah.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Double kill. Your top tower is under attack.
Hei, hei, hei.
Let's talk about your top tower. Your top tower is fallen. You do know what you're doing, right?
Ya, Vipernya melarikan diri.
Kayak gua kayak
Harus wajib kudu mesti DC dulu.
dari gua.
enemy's bottom
What's
tower
for
has fallen.
flying rocks?
Mega kill! Double kill! Killing spree! Triple kill! Dominating! Ultra kill! Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. You really should look at your bottom tower. Bottom tower is gone forever. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is gone. God warn you, your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you shouldn't listen. Your bottom barracks have fallen.
Tapi jangan gacha dulu Bang PG.
How's the magic? You?
Let's talk about your top tower.
I think I just got smarter.
Nope.
Dire snow
Apa sih anjing, emang natur popet anjing.
Your bottom barracks have fallen.
Kenapa dia sangat menyebalkan? Iya, ini warnanya. Ini sini. Tuh, tuh.
Just had an idea.
The enemy's middle tower won't be making any noise. Radiant structures are snow fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
What's for flying rocks?
Your middle tower is under attack. Has fallen to the dire. tower has fallen. Oh boy. Your top tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. You really need to do something about your middle barracks. Your middle barracks have fallen. Defend your ancient. Double kill. It's kind of the name of the game. Your top barracks have fallen. That's some cold truth. Dire victory.
Ngatur propet anjing.
Ada yang bisa split ya, ya udahlah. Punya tecis nggak bisa nahan split push, ya udah.
Saya lompat mati. Udah pusing, makan dulu. Mamam dulu.
Ya.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Five seconds remaining.
I'm the Ogre Magi!
No, you are!
Prepare for battle. Seconds to battle. Let's get moving.
We're looking at you! We got a knife. comes after two.
Killing spree. Double kill. Your middle tower is under attack. This is not cool. Your middle tower is under attack.
Not for you.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
We're looking at you.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. I guess Radiant fortified their structures. You really should look at your bottom tower. Your bottom tower is under attack. I don't think you want that to happen. Bottom tower double kill. Forever.
Datang sekampung. Semua ke top boy.
Have fortified their structures. Let's talk about your top tower. Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures have been snow fortified. Double kill. enemy's bottom tower is down. Enemy
My path.
double kill. Killing spree. It looks like Dire fortified their structures. Don't let your middle tower fall. Bottom tower is under killing spree.
I push the future ever further towards me. Top is missing. That
Own it. The enemy's top tower is shattered into little pieces. Dominating. Own it. Mega kill. You really should look at your bottom tower. Unstoppable. Double kill.
Yo, selamat makan Bang Chris. Saya masih bingung mau makan apa. Tapi habis ini kayaknya habis beres pas nunggu CS sih. Habis ini makan deh.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Mega kill. Mega kill.
you are dead.
Ya jam 1 mulai. Nah, tapi kayaknya sih bacot-bacot dulu ya. Jadi mulai game jam 2 lah meren. Slow apa sih?
Top tower is under attack.
Ah, slow ya. Aku tahu itu nge-slow.
Your middle tower is under attack. I guess Radiant fortified their structures. middle tower fall? Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn you. Dominating.
There we go again.
Where?
Double kill. Dominating. Triple kill. Double kill.
Your kind is lost.
Asik. Jackpotnya berhasil kucuri. Itu jackpotnya Bang Fuse itu udah ada feeling-feeling itu. Ah, entar lagi abis ini jackpot aku ambil dulu.
No side has fallen to the radiant. The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing. Monster kill! Double kill! Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Mega kill! Holy shit! The enemy's top tower. There go the enemy's top barracks. tower didn't know what hit.
How many levels is that?
Middle tower has fallen. Own it. Killing spree. Double kill. No more. Triple kill. Ancient in no time. The enemy's middle barracks are no more. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks are full. Unstoppable! Own it! Mega creeps. Mega kill!
Masalah Bang Fuse. Belum SR.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Weh deh, mantap. Oh enggak deh, yang satu banding satu, weh.
Making any more
Menang ngetrol. Enggak sih, jadi gacha gratis. Apa? Slot gratis. Emang ada, saya bikin yang winningnya satu.
Radiant fortified their strength. Radiant victory!
Daripada hilang Bang Fuse, lumayan balik 100 jadi nge-slot gratis kan. Tuh, kalau Bang Kris kan kehilangan 10 Egypt. Kalau Bang Fuse nggak hilang apa-apa tadi, 0 plus minus. Ya daripada hilang 100. Bang Kris 10 kali nge-slot 10 sama hilang 100. Bang Fuse tadi dapat balik 100 jadi gratis. Modal ngetik tanda seru tanda seru slot. Maksimumnya teh 100.000 kalau nggak salah. Ya namanya juga PVP, ada yang menang ada yang kalah, Bang. Udah aku rehat dulu ambil makan siang. Kembali dan let's go kita menonton Shanghai 2024.
Major 历史上首支晋级8强的亚洲战队，平均年龄仅20.2岁的他们，赢下了全部的对局，以比分全胜之姿晋级了决胜赛。在布利兹的带领下，步步为营的蒙古铁骑能否步步为营呢？
Making history here in Shanghai, these Mongolian brothers want to go all the way, inspire the players in their region and show the world what they can do. The question stands, will they continue their win streak today? It's the Mongols! 接下来，让我们欢迎他们的对手 Mouse。 组成的战队，在今年夺得2座 S 级赛事冠军。他们拥有新一代顶级指挥 Shuhei， 超强的火力 Jimmy， 越发稳健的狙击手 Horsey。只要他们能够克服心魔，帽子的未来不可限量。 Fighting with all their might and their backs against the wall to make it here. The mighty Mouse have shown us that they once again belong on the major playoff stage. Now we will find out if they can level up on the grandest stage of them all. It's Mouse!
接下来，让我们有请两边的队长到舞台中央。
There they are, our first two quarterfinalists. We've spoken a lot about the Mongols, and Banks mentioned there what their story is, but we have to talk about the boys on your screen right now, Mouse. A team that over the last year, no longer the young guns. I think that they are in serious contention to go all the way.
All the way, sure, but they haven't shaken all the allegations of just not being able to not choke on a playoff stage of any tournament. They've had a couple of finals. They've had some great runs so far, but eventually it always feels like when it comes down to it, when it comes down to taking that final step, they have failed. And I haven't seen anything yet so far to prove that this time it's going to be any different.
There have been some lightly better performances on stages at Rio, for example, which have tried to shed it, and well, looks like we're getting both these guys here. Are we, guess we're gonna hear them.
没有准备好 ，Thanks。
Blitz, I have one question for you. Does this feel like your home arena?
Yeah, I don't think so. I heard Mouth is more like home ground.
刚刚伴奏他说：“你有没有觉得这个场馆是你们的主场？”他说：“啊，我不这样觉得，因为我刚刚听到 Mouse 观众给他们的呼喊声非常的高，我没有觉得这个是我们的主场。来，让我们把欢呼声送给 The Mongols。” Do you feel you can take them down in this arena in Shanghai?
I'm not losing to them twice. 我刚刚问他说：“旭慧，你有没有觉得在我们这个场馆，在上海，你可以击败他们？”他说：“我是不会输给 The Mongols 2次的。” Thank you.
Well, some fighting words from Shuhei. He doesn't want to lose. But Shanghai, let me ask you this question. Are you ready?
看起来2支战队和所有的观众
Bentar. Oh, nggak ada.
舞台交给2支战队 The Mongols 和 Mouse.
Ini stream 3 nggak ada yang nonton, bahas apa anjir?
感谢2位主持，刚才看到大家登场时刻状态都非常的饱满。
是的。
我觉得回到我们赛前刚才没聊完的话题，因为 Mongols 现在状态确实太火热了，好像没有人能够限制他们。
没错，他在整个就是淘汰赛阶段表现出来的实力，真的是已经超。
In studio environments, when But even when you're playing against top teams, that's where it feels like Maus are just at their peak. But we see the capitulation in some of these deeper moments, Blah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just go back all the way to the Copenhagen Major as well, where it was an unfortunate game they had losing off of that. But even post that, you're looking at these deep runs they've had and then falling. We saw the Chengdu loss to FaZe. Looking Cologne, you're like, are they finally going to make it happen? Didn't work out there either. And Blastwood's final was an absolute disaster. And even over here, by the way, Maui, even in the group stage right here, they lost to Mongols, as Shui pointed out right there. They lost to FaZe, someone who I thought they finally had the number of. So I don't know where to really place this team at the moment.
Well, you can look at this right here. Thanks to Nero at HLTV, we have the rating drop-off of the individuals once they are in arena moments. And you can know, you just can't say anything but their studio merchants. Like minus 0.17 for exertion. For people that really aren't aware of like what those numbers mean, maybe you're just tuning in as a casual fan, that is a steep drop-off from being maybe a top fragger to sometimes even just a bottom fragger. And for someone like Exertion, he is going to be needed as this veto rolls on.
And also, by the way, Exertion is the highest rated player for them so far, right, in the group stages and whatnot. So all eyes on him. Mouse with the Anubis ban. All right.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
That's their perma. That's their perma.
Sorry, my bad. Now I'm brain fart right here. But yeah, the ancient pick coming in from Mongols.
Expected.
They have to go for it. Where did Mouse go with this one?
I think they got to go nuke. I think they've got to go nuke on this one. They usually go for the Mirage or the nuke pick. And given that Mirage is more of a handshake between them, I would expect that it becomes the decider between the both of them. Inferno, a secondary option. And actually the Mongols, despite the fact that they beat Maus on Mirage the last time they played against each other, they decided to take it out in the second phase.
I'm actually a little surprised Maus banned out Dust too. I thought Maus would probably be like, all right, let's take on... I thought they would dictate whether it's going to be Mirage or Inferno, and then Mongols would obviously ban out Dust 2, but Dust 2 being taken out of the equation right there. Mongols probably being like, yeah, sure, we got a very narrow win overtime over there, but now we're going to go to Inferno. It's a map where these two teams enjoy quite a bit. Ancient is an obvious pick for me for Mongols, so they look phenomenal on it so far. They look very, very solid. Maus have only played it twice. The last time I played, I do believe, was a very close loss to Na'Vi. And of course, Nuke. I don't know about you, Maui, but I think that is actually the weakest map for the Mongols, which they play, which no one really punishes them on. And I think Maus are the first one to do it in quite a while.
Yeah, I feel like the thing right now for me as we head into this game is just that I just need to see the right kind of Maus. Even though actually the odds show that the Mongols are the slight favorites, to me, if Maus is playing at their 100%, they will be the favorites in this one. And I think of Maus in this way that's kind of like, you know, when you're streaming on Spotify with like a free account, it's just the worst audio quality possible. And then you move up to like 320 kilobytes a second. It's pretty good right there. And then you got like, for the real audio files, FLAC lossless, okay? When Maus are in studios, it's looking like lossless audio file audio. But when I see them on stages, I feel like I'm listening to like Spotify freemium or something like that. It's awful. It's terrible. I want to see the right kind of Maus today.
The thing is, I mean, I do want to interject here and say the thing about Maus is, granted, yes, we know that they have this sort of stage problem, but also they haven't had a very good run through the major in the sense that I don't think that they've played to the level they need. On the other side, we have Mongols, who seems to have every single team's number. Their strats, their prep, and how they play is just far superior.
Yeah, sure, but I just feel I hope Mongols haven't peaked too early, because obviously this is going to be the real test here. But if you come to the side of Mouse, sure, they had a couple of losses, but it was against FaZe, who they historically had problems against. It was the best of one as well. I think that was a big shocker for me, particularly. But if you got the wins, they got the job done. MIBR got absolutely bodied by Mouse. And even though the 3D Max game looked kind of a little close, if you look at the scoreline, 13-11, 13-11, there was never a point where I'm like, oh, Mouse are really struggling here. I think 3D Max are actually playing pretty solid CS, and Mouse still got it done pretty convincingly overall. For me, the question is, can they deliver here in the crowd?
That is the question. Can they deliver? And we get to find out. It is time to kickstart the playoffs.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much, guys, for your contributions, and welcome to Shanghai. We are talking about Maus versus Mongols Mohan, two of the youngest teams at the major, head-to-head in the opening game in a packed house here in the arena.
Yeah, and we don't even get that rematch on Mirage, which is really interesting. I think there was a lot that happened in this veto based on what happened in the elimination stage, and I think we've got a great veto out of this. I mean, being able to see Nuke and the full series versus with two teams that we know they understand each other but don't actually clash that often. We get to kick it off here on Ancient, and in this veto, we always knew that this would be the easiest map for the Mongols. Let's see if they can translate that to success.
Mongols kicking it off, immediately sat outside of that A site. A little bit of presence up in main, and Maus, there's a curious note about the fall off of all the stars. Those stats brought on screen by our analysts before the game goes live. The statistical anomaly that is the playoffs drop-off. It is the guillotine that sits above their heads every time we talk about them.
Oh, eta headshotnya ke
To the face here in middle. Two kills out for Xertian. Easy first blood. It is still, though, that entry into the A-bomb site, so a little bit of space, and the bomb's been freed up.
crispy semua gitu dari tadi.
Although, you lose your donut push, and suddenly Mongols probably feeling a little bit corralled here on site.
Yeah, this round's a little bit harder. Shuhei getting tapped down means he's got 3 teammates in Donut that just are really desperate to try to help out, but don't really need to get into this mix. Senzu pushes for space, and you know what? It becomes awkward for Shuhei with the amount of health left over, and now it does come down to those 3 players left. Have Maus sat too pretty?
Finish off that deep play.
Man, this mid-round's actually really strong for the
Hey!
Kill is what matters the most. And now we've got an escape route out the back door.
Look at him go, trying to run.
Bengong semua CT-nya.
Collect the kill from the departure. It's going to put Brolin into a clutch.
Brolin, he desperately wants to get here as soon as possible. This won't be spotted for the moment, and with the bomb plant going down where it is, it's possible Brolin can sneak. Oh,
fires off. Now they know about it. Crossfire soon to be set. He pushes in instead. Oh, and the Berettas fall. 2v4.
2v4.
Mouse-nya bengong semua. Langsung sakit hati itu mah pasti dah. Awal-awal udah menang.
From Maus, like things were going too well. They exit out through spawn.
And the fact that Mongols could identify that weakness with where all the CTs were in that moment is really impressive. The fact that they put pressure on Shuhei, but then also hit the shots to create that backdoor exit through CT spawn, that's what really gave this legs. And honestly, it felt like Maus for a bit were doing the right thing. But as we can see again, Mongols identified this one gap and picked on it.
And a nice slow pace to it all.
Nice.
Water from Stone.
Nice. GG mid-nya.
Going to dismantle this mid setup, and this is something that comes in with the buy. Maus trying to make the most of.
I mean, the audio quality analogy from Maui was perfect in terms of describing what kind of CS we get out of Maus in situations like this. Now, I'll say that
GG itu.
They've had an excuse or two
Udah nggak bisa kemana-mana, Bang.
their big games in playoffs, and sometimes they have played in
Rip.
and even won. They just haven't been huge. I wouldn't be surprised if Maus could play well today, but when you start off with a 2v4 on a map that you're already weak on, you knew was coming, you're not giving yourself the right talk.
Gut-wrenching. You know, the conversation about Maus on playoff, if I were to just tell you that there is a team out there, right, with no label of it being Maus, that made top 4 in Katowice, that made top 4 in Cologne, that came 2nd place at IEM Rio, you'd think to yourself, well, that's definitely going to be a tournament contender. And yet, once you slap that big red sticker on top of those standings, there is this just bad omen that comes with it, and you put it all in question.
Well,
but you know,
it becomes dishonest to not compare playoff games to playoff games and stadiums to stadiums, especially when the stats are starting to become more and more of a conversation. That is just a true fact for Maus. And as for the Mongols, a team who are also very young, and they seem to get younger with every new iteration of the lineup. They also haven't played in front of that many big crowds, but they have also taken some small chips. They have played a fantastic elimination stage, which honestly, that was the size of a major grand final in the early years of CSGO. There were a lot of people in the crowd, Yep. I think Mongols have had moments where they look stressed out. I think in their game versus Maus in the elimination stage on Mirage, there was about a 4-round period near the end of the game where Blitz had to make every good play, and then when his team went to overtime, that's when everyone else started chipping in again. But they did look nervous a little bit.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, people can't forget that map, that best of one, they were 2 rounds away from just straight up losing their chance at going 3-0. They were 2 rounds away versus Heroic from also losing that best of 3, if not to extend it from Anubis into the 3rd map of the series.
Which obviously says 2 things. They played hard teams, played well, but still almost lost.
Sure. And so now we talk about them coming into playoffs like they really are untouchable and going on this godlike run. And with a 3-0 start now, cleaning up versus these unarmored USPs, yeah, it's exactly where the Mongols would have hoped to be.
It's interesting that Maus aren't playing Ancient often. It's a map that they were the best at with this core of players at one point in time. They loved to play on Ancient, but recently, in their very small sample size, they have an absolutely abysmal T side, and we haven't even got there yet. Maus are looking for an excellent start to the day. That means here on the rifle round with Torzy on the op.
The defining moment of Maus at major playoffs was this core beating Cloud9 on this very map in Rio. They will have to tap back into that now with the first gun round. Pistol slipped through your fingers, time to reclaim what was supposed to be yours.
Maui brought up Exertion specifically, and he's the one who has the frag.
Beautiful kill, Mac 10.
You can't lose to a Mac 10 from that distance.
That's why Jimmy's gonna pick up the slack. Able to hang on to the Heaven Peaks. Instant call from Shuhei to come and join him, but that doesn't deter Mzinho at all.
Look at the gap. Shuhei tried to check the right side, and Donut is left wide open. So the CTs are going to peel back. No way that Mzinho walks through this.
Insane. And he gets the kill despite having Galil over AK.
Did he know that they were actually nervous about Donut, and that's why he pushed through the smoke? They came to check on him. He wasn't there.
A second jackknife opening. A prospect of it if Mongols can reclaim this one as well. 2v4 in the pistol, 3v4 here in the 4th round of play. If they can sink their teeth deep into this A site. It's a flashbang for the lane that opens the door for Bomb to cross, but as it hesitates, there's a duel here for the Oppers, and 9-10 versus Torzy will be a conversation as this game goes on. It was key back on Mirage when they last met. Mzinho finding himself the last man standing. He is off to a fantastic start this game, 5-1.
Be careful. Where's that bomb at? Right in front of him.
Just scooped it up. And as he comes back with now an AK, that's 2 kills in this clutch.
Don't make another mistake, Maus.
Oh, God, this shot's so close. Back into the smoke. Mzinho tries to chase him. He's created a chance for him to put bomb down uncontested. He scared him off this bomb site.
And the molly's up. Going to put pressure on Torzy to make a move. You know he gets antsy. Has Mzinho set the mousetrap?
Tries to keep himself down behind box. At some point, he's going to take that.
Ngapain sih? Astagfirullah. Ngapain nge-pix ya? Anjing itu bodoh pisan sumpah.
3v1 in front of this.
Dah sekarang miskin dah karena beban mental, Mos.
Looking at each other, looking around. A 4v2 and a 3v1 in this match already, 4 rounds deep.
Eko langsung.
Mzinho sets the mousetrap. You know, we could have watched that from Torzy's POV, and it could have been even more damning. That was either a shot he was supposed to hit easily or a hard flick that he missed if he was holding the left side of default. But talking about players that Maus are going to have to rely on, Torzy has been their most impressive player in terms of improvement this year. That is a brutal sign. I mean, that's...
Miss smoke as well. CT's miss smoke.
Gak jelas kan, bener kan kena mental dibilang juga kan?
Early errors.
I think Mongols and Heroic were the 2 most impressive teams to come out of elimination. You know, Heroic had a little bit of a longer route. They had to eliminate Na'Vi eventually to get there. As Mongols clean up here. And I think part of the reason that Mongols won is because although they got nervous, they beat their nerves in the game. Heroic too. Every time a clutch happened versus Heroic, they bounce back the next round. Mouse have to be looking at rosters like this and thinking, why can't we do that?
Shuhei in the middle though. Ooh, it's a good chance with the deagle kill from
Ya, lo itu
simultaneous.
AWP-nya.
Just too many options, however, for the Mongols. Evacuation plan put in place with red control. And we get this wide swing to just keep Roland's hands busy. He will indeed collect another. That's blitz down. And the bomb had used that chance to sprint into the A site, which actually divides the remaining Mongols members.
Yeah, Zinho really has to take his time here because he doesn't know how Brolin's going to play it. Now,
you know, we can get excited about the Brolin clutch prospect, but the odds are that flank behind him eventually arrives. A smoke inside.
Wes, GG Brolan.
Perfectly piecing this together puts pressure back on 910. And as he taps that bomb once.
Oh, 910 carefully walking through, just hoping that it's a fake.
And as he holds that Glock in hand, Brolin's going to get back on it. 910's
Nice. GG, cuk.
It's a denial of Brolin despite his clean read.
Yeah, man, that was a solid read on the flank. The timing was honestly perfect from Mzinho with the amount of pressure coming down, the smoke coming out. He gave that a quick look in the right second, but 910 plays it to perfection. Could have got nervous himself and have flown through that smoke. But as we can see from that last round, Mouths were working with the bare minimum. They had a couple of guns. And Brolin's D was not enough. Now we see Blitz sometimes sneak through the elbow smoke. And this time he won't get away with it.
Regardless of the round loss, though, it's a good early sign for Mouths that they've got a little fight in the X Factor. And they go right back down to the bottom of mid, opening kill in the gun rounds.
You got to be very careful here if you're Brolin, because in a 4v5, yeah, it looks like
here's the exec.
The exec is coming.
Full blown, 3 pieces in position. Mongols open up the smoke on the top of ramp. They'll disrespect that util. CTs do the same. Zertian, clean headshot onto Techno. Peels from the gunfight. Mongols not finding footing in sight just yet, but in a moment these fights are going to face them. And if we've seen anything so far from Mongols, it's once that bomb's down, that's when they pack their punch.
Did a good job scaling, but there should be a very viable retake here for Mouse. They've got good positions to do it.
Now wallbang.
Wallbangnya GG sekali tuh. Gay.
Cleaned up, and it is Mouse with their first round win.
Wow, it's good to see them win a round that they're supposed to. There's a few situations in this game already that could have gone their way, and I don't want to have to recount them now, but we're talking about a match that has already had multiple man advantages. This could have easily been a scoreline that's 5-1 in favor of Mouse, straight up. But that's not to say, though, that when we had low material for Mongols, they weren't finding cool ways of winning. That pistol round was excellent in terms of the communication and how they hit their shots and everything else.
GG itu refleks. Wallbangnya anjir. Sedap semua ini ronde.
Some have to play here.
Of course, it's just 2 signs of life from Mouse off the Brolin attempt in this gun round. Adamant's about keeping the pressure up on elbow. And Shuhei yet again gonna come through that cave smoke, playing on the opposite side.
Yeah, this is Mongol style, is to use tactics that are spawn-based to get any early advantages that they can that are very low risk. Well,
terbaik.
Okay, no flash eaten there. That's another 5v4.
This could continue to end up being a position for Shuhei to exploit, but it's one thing to find an opening, it's another to get away alive, and Senzu makes sure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and he's responsible for the bomb. Won't be any lurks on his part. Obviously, we can see from the Mongols, they're gearing up for what looks like a full A play, but
donut smoke comes down, and that donut rotation is what actually freed up Torsion to take the AWP off the line.
Can Jimpack get anything out of this? He's usually very good on these timing spams.
Thing is, Mzinho's already deep sight. Anchors in behind that sight box. Brolin looking to be flashed up through CT lane. He gets contact and takes one with him. They don't know about Mzinho. And if they come out through that donut smoke unprepared, we'll see if they can keep the pressure
Astaga.
up.
Zinho. Oh, oke lah.
That's a sneaky
lah.
Zinho. Behind default, they had no idea.
They let him slide in. and he sends him soaring.
Bruh, what a play. I mean, the fact that they tried to put the bomb down that late after the donut smoke went out, as you can see, when it went cascading over the site, that's before they had even exited main. That smoke takes a long time to land. But then they even gave it so much extra time after that. Molly came down on default, and it was almost as if they just wanted them to come out of donut to fight that plant.
Xertion's gonna have to start taking this game into his own hands. One kill towards elbow will not remain enough.
Astaga. GG. Terutil dengan sempurna.
Oh, okay.
And it's Mouse to get bomb possession. Now they found it.
Whoa, so much came down to that one kill. Now the round resets in a big way. You've got 9-10 working from the back lines. Torzy for a moment was cognizant of this big flank, and honestly, 9-10's moving with quite a tempo here. But I think by the time he gets down the ramp, they'll start being worried about his position. Let's see how tricky he can get.
Bisa sih 1 lawan 2.
X-Factor Mongols have brought to this map so far. It's going to be a drop in the bucket for 9-10 as far as he's concerned. Counter-terrorists give him a ton of space. And as that clock hits 40 seconds, he's so uncertain as to all these corners, but as he steps through the door,
oh, nice.
He reads
oh my God.
And he's going to know that that second defender's got to be elsewhere. Takes a glance before going to scoop up bomb, just ensuring that a smoke can guarantee if they doubled up in CT, that won't be problematic.
And the way they played it, they were really worried, but at the moment, there's no chance for a plant on the other side of the map. If no nades come out, they might be worried about this. He's
nice.
They're playing it together. Okay, Torzy will grab this. It's the individual 1v1s. That makes it a little bit scary for Mouse, but as we can see from the Mongols, they assumed they wouldn't try that. And so last round that follows this, we've got a similar situation. Last round we had an MP9 in the hands of Mouse as they picked up their first round. The 2K spray down from Exertion was picture perfect on elbow. But they're still broke. The Mongols, however, have nothing to try to damage their economy with. This should be a chance for Miles to stabilize. Okay.
Should be. We're only going to keep that pressure up, off on the line towards ramp. They sense the opening off of the kill, and they will double down on it. Mzinho scaring the Opper further back. Certainly he can't continue this tear. He is 12-4, hits the ground, but does prime Senzu to try and get in there with the Glock. Brolin going to pick up the pieces of that initial Shuhei death on the FAMAS. And so Maus will make the most of the moment and collect versus Pistols.
Yeah. It's 2 great shots, and that's actually a pretty successful round for the Mongols with the digs they had in play. Dubai coming in here, again, Maus's economy is still teetering, and they need to desperately recover this half. They're already going to be below par going into their T side, which we know they're not confident in. You have to assume in a matchup this close that no map can be free. But as it stands, we have to find out why Maus will be able to win Ancient, because it doesn't seem like they should be able to. Mongols have shown a great Ancient.
Feels like so far, if there is any answer, if there is an open road for Maus, this consistent pressure coming out from Exertion in middle, whether it's on elbow or as we've seen him climb up into heaven. There's no world where Maus can afford the statistical drop-off that Xertion brings to the table. Of all the players that struggle on the stage, his statistics show the worst. And yet he plays that key role. No contest in mid. Stark contrast to that forward positioning we've seen out of Maus in recent rounds. And so no surprise to me that the Mongols come barreling at mid, 4 players deep once the smokes fade, but they find nothing in terms of contest.
They just got so much information. Now what? Oh my gosh. Torzy just close to getting shouldered. Without seeing anything inside of middle, that you know that it's a lean one side or the other. So some of that utility comes out to clear out the close positions. But what actually happens now is a rotation back to mid. This is a cute idea from the Mongols. They know that the CTs weren't playing here a second ago. And look at the CT scrambling around the perimeter of the map.
Yeah, last time they came in late, and we saw what Mzinho's able to do from inside the site pocket. Mongols decide to smoke off red rooms themselves,
If they want to pierce through middle, they're going to have to do this fast. And Brolin doesn't go down with this. It's 3 players through A. Let's see if he gets spotted. We've seen some shaky sprays from him, but this map has been good.
So he sits tight in this corner. Down to the 20 seconds will go. There's more util, and he peeks in as the nade is being primed. Is it enough? Xerxion's gonna know there's pressure on both sides of sight. That mag's already down to 14, so keeping it clean while blind, that's huge. He's got the support of Jimmy right behind him, and it's looking like Xerxion, despite not starting the round in mid, will be good to go.
Round's not over.
Plants bomb, Techno holds
careful.
flank, and as he falls to the last member left, he is going to instantly try to transition this back around through Temple.
The bomb is planted for CT. He could play it from either direction.
And they're not any wiser. They're not looking this way yet. The timing's a T, and it's Techno.
Nice.
It is another
GG.
And if you're not into Techno, it's time to join the club because he had some low performances in the elimination stage, but here he is in front of the biggest crowd ever, putting together a round like that.
The ideas here from Mongols are flowing. The answers are easy. But Xerxion trying to dive bomb onto the site like that just to try and stop the planter, open the door for Techno.
That was silly. That was not thinking about the Mongols preparing other options in response. That was sort of tunnel visioned on one idea of, let's just make sure we stop this bomb, guys. We don't want to have to deal with a post plant.
We could talk about Mao's trying to find it.
Dibantai cu. Echo roundnya udah gak jelas gini, udah kayak main-main.
Regardless of where we're doing combat, and you added in now, that's not just an anomaly. These are rounds are happening. They are crumbling Mao's hopes of stealing away map 1. And the sting that they will leave on Mao's in this series cannot be understated.
No, because the thing is they come in and they get man advantages, they get 3v1s. They have favorable positions in every round, which means they're actually prepared for the map. It's an even bigger mark on the record when it comes to their performances in stage environments. It is still ancient, so it's not their perfect comfort zone, even though I kind of don't understand that, why there aren't more ancient performances in their veto. But there's still the rest of the series. But as it stands right now, I think a lot of people's questions are being answered, and that's something that Mouse can't think about. It really is a lot about staying focused on the goal of winning and not what it means if you lose, right? If you keep trying to relitigate that inside of your own head, that's when you start to crumble. The definition of choking is teaching yourself something that you already know how to do live.
Gonna try to remain adamant about the mid play as 910 takes a glimpse into B.
Nice banget itu.
Roland buried under the pressure, and it's an instant flood off of the back of that from Mongols. So the solution was so quickly put in place, and Mao's hanging on for dear life. Tear through these bomb sites round after round. They are in it with conviction. Shuhei desperate to find something to pull on.
And look how much
attempts to reopen sight.
How much extra utility they have because they came in off that one pick from 910.
Just the nature of the pressure into Cave, just dogpiling Shuhei behind that box as they're already planting bombs and sit 3 players ahead of the CTs. There is nothing for Mouse to grab as this CT side falls off a cliff.
Nice, 39.
Towards the broken hopes of furthering playoffs in Shanghai.
18-7 is Mzinho, and Techno with a great game to start as well. Again, Techno can be comfortably at the bottom of the board as he was when they played against Malzahn Mirage, and the team can still win because he'll play B. He'll have a quieter position. But if he can get a big clutch like he did and hit some of the shots, that Mac 10 kill on Exertion in the first rifle round, this is when Mongols are at their absolute scariest. So it definitely looks like they've risen to the challenge of the stage, but they're here to do even more. I think
17 years old,
Enzinho's Steam name is No Girlfriend Till 2028.
Oh yeah, full focus. Mongols played this, honestly, with swagger, right? You could see that they felt or smelt blood in the water in all these instances. Some of the hardest rounds versus them end up just being an opportunity to paint a masterpiece here on the stage.
I think they played that like a practice game. You know, I think I didn't see any pressure at all.
Sure.
And so much clutch. So this is the tough part for Mouse. This is actually supposed to be their worst side by a huge margin. Again, this wasn't always the case. The stats are very small, and a low instance of Ancient Games is a weird thing to see for a team like Mouse, with players like Shuhei, Exertion, Torji, like. So we'll see if those were just aberrations or not as we get into this half. But don't tell me they don't need this pistol.
Give it a chance to just charge down through.
Oh.
Oh. Beretta's finding its first. Enzinho showing no sign of slowing down. Traded out by 910 as CT footing insight.
GG boy.
But it does end up getting swept away. We have a response
Roto.
at the very least. Second pistol's theirs for the taking.
Lean. Don't have to get that into a prolonged late round situation. So with the T-pistol picked up, at least now they have a chance. Without that, you would think how could they do this? Nothing upgraded here for the Mongols at all. No, there aren't like 4 MAC-10s on this round, so 2 or more players is going to sting here for Mouse. But with guns like this, you can hit shots like that.
After the context of this first half, Mongols are excited about a round like this because it's just another instance to show us they can win one at a disadvantage. You can't put your finger on a moment there where Mouse, despite an edge, had Mongols out of a round. Oh, they're lucky that one of the 3 rounds back in that first half they're able to play versus pistols. As you'd assume, this one goes down smooth. Mongols just forfeiting that B site. Gives Mouse a small chance to gather themselves. There was a lot of talk about confidence and mindset coming out of Xertion.
Stacking 3.
And when pressed specifically into that interview about not just this idea of, being in a good psychological state, but genuinely what will change that will disprove this trend of falling off in playoffs. He didn't have a solid answer.
Yeah, I usually think that this has to do with the leader, but when I think of Shuhei, I don't think about that at all, in terms of his performances. Like, we saw him as runner-up at Paris, with at the time, a very random team.
Think about Cyclone being able to obviously bring Mouse from what was just a ragtag group of teenagers to at least their ability to win in the Academy Leagues.
4 times.
At main events. And then the addition recently this year of Zipex. If you can surround them with players who know how to win, that is the formula Mauser obviously trying to put into place.
The guy who has shown the least pressure in the most high-pressure situations, probably consistently throughout all of CS history. Zipex, the ultimate clutch player.
Tap his brain and inject it into the members of Mouse. That's the game plan.
Nice smoke, bro.
Here we go. First gun round at hand for Mouse to try to contend with, and it's a missed smoke from the defense to start.
That one's Shanghai high, Connor.
Okay. Burning that on a quarters. Oh, nice grenade coming out of Mouse. That one's perfectly timed. It'll deal with Senzu. Highest rated member of Mongols coming into the playoffs at the major. Leaps and bounds above the rest. Luckily, leaning on young Enzinho to kick it off today.
Love to see moments like this from Techno.
Mid-kill through the red room. That's a red room smoke spam out of nowhere for 910.
Hey.
Luckily for the T's, traded out by Brolin, and they can try to transition.
Nice. 910.
Everywhere.
they're getting mauled.
He is on top of them from red into the B play. 3
Oh
kills
ya,
from
GG.
easy as the Mongols gun round turns this T half upside down.
Damn, was that supposed to be a scary round for Mouse? That single molly tried to push Techno back, and they were meant to catch him from the player at the top of Banana, but he actually stood on what looked like a very scary angle, ended up being an off angle to fight Cave, and did not fall back enough to be seen from Banana. It was a perfect play from Techno. Obviously, he's trusting his aim right now, again, because he's had a very good day. And with that, Mongols easily get 10 rounds. They're really not doing anything interesting there. They're playing rotator spots and waiting. Mouse bring this back, forget everything that we said in the first half. It's really going to come down to, you know, what happens over the course of an entire map, not what happened within it. If it was about what happened within it, we'd bring up the fact that Mongols nearly choked to Mouse when they played on Mirage in the elimination stage, but we don't because they ended up winning the game.
Nade could have been much worse here for Xertion. Continuous flashbangs coming up from his teammates so that he can try to take this duel. But he dodges out on 47 health. Not what he would have wanted out of the round. Luckily, Shuhei picks up slack to guarantee no climb up. And Mouse have put themselves in an establishing position. Brolin dancing on death's doorstep with that wallbang.
GG, itu wallbang hampir mati.
75 damage comes back out the other way. Blitz slides down under box to be covered here from top mid.
The late crawl is crazy from Blitz, and he puts himself in very aggressive spots. But minute 10, he falls back. Techno looking for this duel one more time. Shuhei desperately wants to draw out his utility.
Another bit of contact made here. There's definitely chances for Mouse to be hitting headshots, but they're simply not.
Oh my god. Techno gets into a much cozier position.
Damn
Three
right.
players inside B now.
It's a strong Mongols commitment, and they're about to be tested.
Oi.
Shuhei at the helm of the charge, and Senzu peels away while he can. We're going to get the util coming out from Mouse to try and guarantee them positioning on site. But again, the pressures has been kept up. Spam all across the map, through walls, through smoke, so be it. Mouse fighting their way into a post plant, but at what cost with this HP?
The plant is huge because we're looking at low utility on the retake. 9-10, one flashbang, that's it. If Mouse are going to lose this round, they're going to fail some gun duels.
I like the spot from Brolin, but he does it on 24 health. And Blitz is going to do the slow burn. When he comes around that corner, though, if he finds timing, you could get Torzi just blasted off of the top box. And, oh, it's from the site that it goes down even better.
Perfectly timed.
Brolin gets his one in
Oh, ay, ayo. Nice. Dapat masih GG sekali, boys.
One flashbang, and that's all it took to distract two Mouse players at the bottom of Banana. They went to look for the fight the top of it, and Blitz used that one flashbang to peek. That play wins the round. B is very retakeable. It's not as if this is a massive failure out of Mouse, but with the time remaining, they were very much in the realm of being able to delay long enough to win. And as we can see, Mongols even have two players at the end. And if it was a close game, you know, maybe they could give that up, no problem. But Mouse need every little bit.
Already in, though, fast back to the action. It's a swing out mid.
Wala, lege.
Down to the 4v3 CTs.
Wow, look how
taking
willing.
an edge.
Man, these defaults from Mouse, they want to
Ini Mouse mulai menyerah ini gimana? Mainnya udah aneh.
And Mongols are saying, no, we'll fight. As long as you just want to raw duel us, we're going to go for it. Scary prospect when you're on T side. It's usually very easy to get the CTs to give up some space.
Mongo's going to be happy with keeping the pressure up. Deep ramp peak, going to find more than just the one. And it's doubled up here by Senzu. Of course, Mzinho still backside, incredibly low HP, but we'll see if Shuhei lets his guard down, gets more concerned about the ramp.
Wala.
And all of a sudden, that door's reopened.
GG.
2 kills out of Torzi, wallbang just enough for Torzi to then peel back. And then a chance here for Shuhei. The Tech 9's nearly pulling this round off. Mouse finally trying to piece together a
GG
round
sekali, cuk.
This started with some sort of Tech 9 rush.
They have time to work with, and Senzu is waiting. They're in a spammable spot. Oh my god. what's going to happen here?
Save.
Oh, they actually will end up saving. No HP, 3 and 4 here between Senzu and 910. And Maus finally grind one out.
Yeah, run the replays. Let's see Maus just surely storming out top middle first and foremost.
Selekur.
Can't deny the Mongols weren't close to still peeling this back.
Yeah.
That ramp push made absolute total sense.
Yeah, I think that they had the perfect bait setup, but Mzinho shot against the first guy jumping across the default. If he had waited or if he had hit the shot, that guy was low, then the bait works out perfectly with Banana. But as we said with Maus, they need every little bit and then some. Good to see them win a round. Now they come into this, no op to work with, but they know that they have Mongols' money against the ropes. They can see an eco coming up on the horizon shortly.
Problem for Maus is that same horizon, something they kept their eyes on throughout the first half. Mongols have earned the respect in the X Factor. Stage alone will not shake this young, promising roster. So they bolster the mid-play out of the spawn. Less of an emphasis coming out from Exertion. But a threat, of course, from a potential cave push, and that's exactly what we're going to get from Mongols. Cave and Heaven climb up. Lane players not made.
Oh, alah. Ay, 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 ay.
Torzy's going to step up to the plate. Give him one to think about. SMG upgraded into the rifle. Techno trying to connect.
Gila, dari tadi blind shot semua, coy.
Come out from elbow late. It's Mzinho to throw him
GG.
bringing a player with him, but the tethering coming out from Maus at the moment looks good. Able to establish a 4 versus 2, but why would you believe that the Mongols are out just yet?
Yeah, the question is, how do they read this? They know Techno is on this side of the map, and Maus are slowly going to come into this. I think they understood exactly what was happening and expected them to leave. 910 still here.
Of two minds, as he takes a glance towards Cave.
Prolin's got the last smoke. This is key.
Techno couldn't be further from the truth at the moment.
If they smoke off short and they have a flash on Yimpat, then they've got a chance, I think, to breach this site safely.
He's going to hang on to that Shuhei ramp push. Here's the players on site. Gets a little fixated on that one. And
Sayang sekali.
for 910. Could he have? Absolutely. You'd be a fool not to believe him. But Maus slow burn around into the site.
I can't say I love the way that Maus are approaching some of these rounds, but if we look at how this played out, you saw that Techno was fighting the left side of Cave, had it smoked, and knew the exact timing they were going to come out of elbow. But because Maus' utility and execution was so perfect, they knew they would be safe, and there would be no time for Techno to fight that as soon as his Cave smoke came up. So they've got it down to the finest margins, and you can see Mongols understand their game plan fully. I'm wondering if this is going to cost them eventually. Obviously, Torzy gets a great shot through the smoke, but this is a fight that Senzu knows that he's signing up for, spamming that smoke himself. And if you contrast game plans right now, Mongols used a lot of their opening tactics with utility to try to get an early peek on something, would fall back and then default. Maus kind of just have slowly crept into the default, start wandering a little bit, pressing for their 1v1s, and eventually get them. Looks a little bit less consistent to me in terms of how often they'll come up. But again, we look at the first half, and they had plenty of man advantages.
We'll see if the complexity starts to creep in for Maus. So we're looking at this all-in A-rush, looking to bully the less buy of Mongols.
All the CTs are here.
Oh, nice trade itu.
USP kill plus the damage. If they think this site is clear, they are wrong. And
Gelo ah.
Don't make a mistake.
Gelo. Oh my god, diratakan saja.
Through them with ease.
Techno second to the top of the board. How do you like that beat?
How foolish do Maus feel?
Oh man, just a full-on A-rush. Every single CT was already here at this moment. The first USP kill slowed them down, so their flashes weren't even effective. And then you could see that Techno could push out farther, wider, and push them back. Crazy pop-off from Mzinho.
Fired up, understandably. His second-hand man in Techno. What a moment to step up. Maus had a chance to turn it around, as if that Mzinho USP kill to start wasn't a bad omen.
Crazy. They wanted an easy call just to get the round over with, collect some money, get a fast plant. None of that happened. You know, Brolin is playing a lot better already than he did in elimination. But should he be at the top of the board in a game like this? Maybe not.
Gonna try to flash up the ramp as the Mongols sit on the brink of a win here. It is still the double entry.
Okay.
Of all the things that have suddenly gone wrong for Maus, it makes sense that an all-in rush last round falls flat. Absolutely tested.
Oh, dapat bokong.
He's gonna be pressured from the other
Kena
side.
pingpong, GG sekali timing.
Deep into spawn, guaranteeing this game keeps giving.
Okay, yeah, they fought hard for that one, right up into B, and as I mentioned, Brolin, maybe that is the key factor if he's going to be having openers like that.
He was hands down the least performing player on Maus versus Mongols, back in that best sort of one on Mirage.
Yeah, he was struggling.
For a game that went to overtime and was so incredibly tight, for him to finish an OT match with 9 frags at the time, I remember saying to you as we cast that matchup, all it would have taken was a Brolin moment.
Yeah.
Never came through. And versus MIBR, that game to get them into the playoffs was praised by Xerxin as Brolin's best performance in a Maus jersey. He said, yes, we have never struggled at a major like this. Call back to the 3-0 run at the elimination stage of Copenhagen. Xerxin was grateful to be pushed because he says it's that push that's going to kick us into gear. And if Brolin is the one to step forth first, the door is still open here for Maus. Again, it is a single rifle out of the Mongols. It is pistols to surround it. The utility is a good way to make things uncomfortable.
Why?
Lineup again.
And every chance is so important. We already see the click-clack of a 5-7. Just don't let it be one more.
Mereka mengulangi kesalahan yang sama.
There's no way Techno is messing them up like this. Blitz will spot. And this swing is somehow almost good enough.
And Mzinho, deep lane peek. He's got that angle into the donut. Molly in front of him, and he still sits inside of it, offering up a little bit more health to try and keep them cut off from the exit.
Waduh.
Great cover coming out here from Jimpat. And they take back the man advantage.
Yeah, this is to save the whole map, really. This could end right now if they're not careful, and it looks like they might take a risk.
9-10 thinks about it.
Oh.
It's not quite there. Open invitation to go for the smoke spam, and it pushes this down to the 19 health of Techno. As much HP as he has frags in this map, he will cut their losses and walk away. And finally, one of these moments, these X-Factor instances that have all been picked up by the Mongols. This one, too much of an ask.
You know, for the team that's brand new to top 10 level gameplay and more consistent results and best Asian team in history, you know, we talk about Mzinho as such a young player coming onto this team, but if we're going him versus Jimmy, dude, Jimmy should be clearing him in a match like this, right? And we get a great round in that moment from Jimpat, but this map overall is, you know, it's not the player that we saw at the beginning of each season, you know, put it that way.
Jimpat such a breakout that, you know, the conversation about him departing this roster for greener pastures.
At the beginning of this year, we're talking about him as the #1 anchor, #1 lurker.
Holes in a game that can cost you. But at least in this last round, he bails out enough water to keep Maus afloat on Ancient. And you think back to all those coulda, shoulda, wouldas of the first half, hell, including Pistol. Maus are still in this. Trying to cool off a red-hot Mongols. Back to the cave push. Techno finds a blind.
Nice. Nice.
absolutely taking over,
go.
nearly catching up to Mzinho, but the saving grace of Maus, they at least find this bomb site vacant.
Oh, and now they're slowing down their own plant because they missed their smoke. They're trying to be so careful.
Is the CTs are still so far away that this is their chance to just get your hands back on guns. Torzi will fall back towards main, and the Mongols will be tasked with a 5v3 retake for map 1 win. Zerjin goes deep and connects, and he shaves off the one player that was on his own. Because of this movement, because of Mongols going 3 deep over towards main, Torzi
Waduh. Wah. Wah.
now have that chance to swing back. Great cover offered up from Zerjin, and a 3v5 post plant for Maus.
Oh, that's such a great position where Zerjin is holding the right side. Torzi can freely opt either one, and he takes some easy duels. That's beautiful. I appreciate this round. They don't get tunnel vision. Yes, they miss a smoke as they're exiting A, but it's a 3v5 win for Maus. The most promising sign so far that they can put this together.
GG anjir, 5-3.
Where Blitz did a slow burn heaven flank, and all it took was one flashbang for the 2 ramp players to look away, to expose them to a type of flank that would have cost them here. Zerjin turns, gets away, and Maus go up to double digits. An uphill battle this entire map. And the money has to be collected here for Mongols, but we've seen them pull it off. A single AK pistol purchase, it's what put them on 12.
They have to be careful because their utility is not as tricky as they think. Like, as we talked about earlier, Mongols are finding ways to breach their mollies, to come in front of their flashes, and to take early peeks. They're getting disrespected a lot. And it's another round on a low buy. Luckily for them, it's not Techno with the AK, but it is Senzu. And we have yet to see Senzu activate. 6 and 13.
Instant gush. He's lucky to be alive. He doesn't even have a helmet.
Anjir, lagi tadi midnya. Oh my god.
How is he still alive?
Comes out from the cave, down to 11 health. He is
Okay. Let's go.
Situation put forth by the pistol. The X factor.
What?
Is undeniable.
And now he's looking for a full
Oh, tuan tu.
this rotation.
Tuan tu, minimal bikin mati.
Techno is having a round into
As.
Oi. Zinho's 5-7 also hits the dirt. And Maus's hearts pounding in their chests to the tempo of Techno's attempt.
Makanya GG bisa nih.
And Techno again. Now tied with Mzinho somehow in this game, and is one of the few players having a great CT side now, no matter what gun he's using. But this has officially become a
Dari tadi tengahnya jebol terus, aneh loh. Dapat 2 kill di mid. Aduh.
Little excited there from Mzinho, maybe trying to come out in the 1v2.
Heat-seeking ammo. Shuhei, this is where you could do so much for your team if you've got the right call.
Unfortunately, clean call last time they attempt to come out was that A rush that gets clipped. There is no road that feels simple.
Edan orang emang kalau yang udah pro teh emang udah game sense-nya udah gila banget. Nembak dari balik smoke. Tolong ya, midnya udah ya, tolong udah jangan aneh-aneh, midnya tahan dulu. Dari tadi kalian teh bolong di mid.
This time there's no spawn for him to try to duel. But he still makes his way out.
Ngapain sih? Aduh, anjing.
Hell of a time for Shuhei to get one over in the cave play. We saw the value of the Zerjin red room push 1 round ago, and he's trying to put it in position yet again. Utility comes out.
Astagfirullah.
On the brink of OT, will chase him all the way. Brolin deep.
Oh my God, they've done it. They actually managed to bring it to overtime in a game like this that looked like tragedy after tragedy.
So much X factor sprinkled into that first half, but Maus hang on.
I actually can't believe my eyes. Maus
gelo
2v4. They came back, they won the second pistol. They grinded through, losing opening frags in the second half, and ended up nearly losing.
Gelo Anjing ngecok di 12 anjing, gimana mau overtime-nya ini mentalitas meledak pasti.
And all conversations about their stage performances can go out the window as long as they win the maps. Now, the last time on Mirage they went to overtime, it was 4-1 for Mongols.
Yes.
They cleared as soon as they got there. But this time, it's Maus who have earned their spot in overtime.
Exactly.
It was Mongols who couldn't close.
Blitz's performance in round 23 and 24 of that Mirage game instantly relit the fire that sits beneath Mongols. It's a stark contrast to losing your grip of a lead and knowing that that lead existed because of those gnarly rounds you pulled out of nowhere. Xertion's mid-play, I think, on T-side cannot be understated.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do. That's what he absolutely needs to do. It's like, when we talk about him playing T-side,
Anjing, suka bliat
we
ya.
talk about him getting space inside of middle on Ancient. These are the core positions that have made us talk about Exertion more and more. Oh, look at the difference in play right now.
Dude,
It's
trying to dogpile this avenue of attack that Xertion has utilized so often. 9-10 versus
Nah kan kayak gitu kan dari tadi teh bisa mereka teh yang ngapain tengah-tengah ay.
Xertion hits that headshot in a moment. Deep peek into the donut. He'll find it. It's a late play from Shuhei. Again, being a nuisance for Techno in back-to-back rounds, but maintained by Senzu. And we get Xertion soaked into the donut. And Zeno's attempt to push out finds nothing. Even flanks upon flanks as Brolin keeps options open with the mid-help.
oh, they've really opened up. Suddenly, the aim's getting a whole hell of a lot better.
And poor Senzu sitting on a horrible half in total contrast to the rest of the elimination stage. It's a clutch attempt queued up. 3 Ts lie ahead of him, and as he peeks out forward, down he goes. Xertion continues to stamp his name on Ancient.
And is this the first lead for
Nggak
Maus? in the game
jelas,
so
nggak jelas,
far?
nggak
As
jelas,
we
nggak
get
jelas, nggak
into
jelas.
overtime, here's a chance. And that was just seeing so many better shots being hit, and well-timed lurks out of Maus as well.
Banyak pisan nggak jelas banget anjir.
Not one, but two. This late play out of Brolin takes a dink to the head
On the dome.
and completely removes any opportunity for that retake attempt. Mongols will dig into the double op. We see them pull this out more commonly in overtimes than anywhere else, and it is a good time to get 9-10
Nah, kan kayak gini ya dari tadi ya.
with a
Bisa.
maintaining of the mid play from Mzinho.
Yeah, that's Torji out again. Another 5v3 here in favor of the Mongols. But these low numbers plays.
Good pressure.
Oh, good flashes, but they don't catch Exertion. They don't even know how far he got out.
I think
Flank
9-10
is
saw
coming
him.
in.
I think 9-10 got a glimpse of that before he exited.
Oh, okay.
He's very wary of that close.
Anjing ini blitz dari tadi.
Gets caught.
Swung the smoke. Bomb is not out yet.
But this late play from Brolin.
They have to have the smoke come down for CT, but it's really poofy. It allows for a default cross. They're walking it back.
Nice.
Good pressure from Donut. Mzino comes and clears him. CT's not wanting to give up this site at all.
They made a mistake.
Deep angle maintained by Jimfat. You got 50 seconds to piece this one together, and they're going to put Brolin over top. And as 9-10 floats around in this bomb site, there is a chance that Brolin can step forward, clear Donut, but the shadow spotted.
Nice, itu sabar, karena belum di plan. Sabar. 30 detik sabar. Nice.
Still, no chance out.
1 lawan 3 udah ketahuan di mana, jangan di-push, biarin aja.
Cold as ice. He waits and he waits and he will
Okay,
lock this
good.
in. 9-10 immovable in bomb site this round.
Oh, man. Okay, Mongols tie it right back up with a good round themselves. 3 players breached in 20.
Man,
2
good
players
round.
yet to hit
Ayo.
10 here for the Mongols. Unlikely suspects as well in Blitz and Senzu, who normally top the charts.
When Mongols get into their toughest situations, when Mongols need somebody to re-inspire, it is Blitz. We always say it's unbelievable that at 23 years of age, he kind of has this aura of experience. Now we get this quick fight down middle yet again. Xertion has signed up for this fight so many times, and he's able to get further back, exiting without losing too much health.
Yeah, half the job is just getting him out of mid. They would have loved to pick him up with that frag.
Zeno's gonna come climb up. He's blinded, spotted out. That cues Shuhei to
Threat.
Techno. Can they pull their
Ini midnya seru cuy.
This is so scrappy, the way they're playing against each other. They know exactly how they're approaching these situations. The flashes have been excellent for the Maus, but now they're starting to get caught off themselves.
Brolin trying to be the saving grace.
Nice.
Right into the
Atau kayak gitu udah kita di nice.
On that play. you know, 3v5, I think he thought, let's give it a
Oke,
shot.
nice pick banget.
Find a floating player bottom mid. Is that the saving grace for Mouse to take the edge in OT? Another fight queued up for Jimmy.
GG dari tadi Blitz memang. Si Jimplat, ayo.
Another player off. That bomb is in an open rotation to just move over to the A site, which is currently unoccupied.
Yeah, wouldn't be hurt either. You can see Techno swinging the wrong way.
Dari tadi si Jimplat ngeratain si Blitz terus di tengah anjir. GG.
Torzy, Mouse need this.
There's nobody in sight to hold him back. There's no CT to make a mistake.
Wah, Mongol salah reading, cuy.
A little more control.
He thinks there's somebody here.
Could he catch him in rotation? Techno, he's stampeding in. This is a full picture for
Oh, nice. Hoki banget itu dia.
He thinks he's still tucked up towards red, scopes and gives it up.
That was a round one, I think. If he got that, or at least
tangan pada dingin semua tuh.
It'll be 2 rounds.
Tangan dingin ya, bos ya.
And they let Mouse see the lead for just a second, but they take it right back. Again, it's a rare scoreboard from them. You see Senzu and Blitz, who were heroes throughout elimination, and Techno, who had really struggled some games throughout elimination, swapping seats. Mouse, on the other hand, are, I think, consistently across their team, just showing better form, exertion showing better form. And I think the one parallel to be drawn is Brolin stepping it up for the stage.
Certainly a sight for sore eyes. Hands down, least performing player for Mouse up until that qualification game versus MIBR. But if we talk about Mongols, who in the bigger picture are peaking at the perfect moment for Shanghai, then Brolin tried to do the same thing individually. Missed chance for Torzy there, so evident that Techno was about to have the wool pulled over his eyes.
Techno's not slowing down has been pretty amazing to watch. That round, of course, careful when he walks and barely gets away with his life.
And luckily for Mongols, any slack Mzinho left in the second half.
Oh, itu nice bomb itu. 40 damage lebih itu.
He is not getting bested by Torzy in the head-to-head op as they met in the last map.
So they know exactly what's
Jangan ngintip kayak tadi bodoh Zenzu belakang lu. Nah, kayak oh.
Beautiful support.
What's happening.
Missed utility here for Zershin trying to give himself a chance.
GG itu tadi midnya malaweng blunder banget.
And we get this instant allocation of Torzy towards mid. He will see nothing but smoke. His own teammates smoke.
They're worried about the walkout. Let's see how fast Mongols move, because they have an opportunity they can't see right now.
Brolin thinking about the chance to double back as the Mongols pump the brakes.
They have sort of the wrong read on the situation. It's possible that Mouse walk all the way down mid in this spot and turn this into a B flank. And it really now depends on how long Mongols want to be patient, but there is time on the clock. We've moved into a classical time control here.
Torzy hunting for this kill is just perfect.
They just get away.
Oh, but as he climbs up, now Brolin's going to be breathing down their necks.
The bomb is coming.
Neither T turns. It's perfection.
Oh, GG Roto.
Go hunting.
Oh man, they were hoping for that same play, but sooner. Wow. It's crazy how much these two have shown they understand each other in all these default moments.
Timing
even watching for the smoke pushes, they're both culprits when it comes to those.
The fact that, of course, Mongols throw a second player through that smoke so that Techno can get that 2K.
Yeah.
We'd seen Shuhei come out cave, slip into the corner, and punish when the one player pushes back in regulation. Mongols an adaptation and an opening taken away. Covertly covered by Torzy as Brolin steps forth into the spotlight here for Mouse. The last member of Mouse in terms of this roster, an individual who all too many had thought was lost to the sands of time, despite being as young as he is, finds 4 other players with the same mentality and life arc so that he fits right in. And fit in does he ever. 24 kills deep here to tie the game again.
Another similar starting move. Identical opening theory here for the Mongols, and a mirrored response from Mouse. They're a little bit lighter on mid this time, actually.
Shuhei, maybe
Ngintip mana atuh, gelo 3 orang masuk kalah semua.
and he doesn't even blink.
What the fuck, man? Satu magazin dapat 3 orang, anjir. GG bet itu.
Why did Mongols think that cave was wide open? How did Shuhei know that they were simply going to walk into it? Because he didn't put any pressure down.
I think it's the number of times that we had seen that forward push from Mouse. How many times has Shuhei walked through that smoke and tucked inside the corner?
It's wild. No mid-pressure at all from Mouse as well. And now they have a chance to close this map out. That's the best round so far.
How convincing. Hands clean in the 29th. Mouse to be given 1 moment to shut this down, and we had written off their hopes of winning Ancient. The series inevitably to be contested.
Especially to come back on their weak side all the way to overtime. That shows you that Mouse should be playing more Ancient.
Mongols will have limitations here. Mac-10's on the field. Not 1, but 2. And that 3rd kill for Shuhei.
Unreal.
That's the blessing that sets up Mouse to do this one flawless. 5 members standing at the end of the 29th.
Here's your great opportunity, Mouse. Mongols take attack for themselves to go over things.
And a proving moment here for Blitz to have to come up with an idea despite an underperformance with a low economy. Mac-10's out through smoke already. That nade, oh, it chunks down Senzu and Mzinho.
Granatnya.
For Mouse as they start to jump up heaven.
And there is nobody to attack this from elbow. It is an all-in B hit. It is going to be Brolin to have his hands full, and he continues
Wala.
before he sees a thing. And so
Wala, antrinya.
will swarm. It is the team play. It is the pack of players that step forth. Red player down at the hands of Mouse. Your
Anjing ngetok nggak jelas kayak gini.
Mouse find map 1.
I can smile through an interview. All guys that lift the trophy. ובנימוס, ארשום GG.
Or shout out the effort in celebration?
Someone asked me. Why not there?
Why not now?
This is the major.
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 The a major.
This is the major.
C'est le major.
This is a major.
Ancient goes the way of Mouse, and if I were to go back to myself in the first half and say that, I would be laughing hysterically, because it legitimately looked like Mouse was going to live up to all of those allegations, and it did look like they were choking on the big stage. Maybe they were, maybe nerves got to them, and then they were able to just bring it back. It was like they calmed down, they figured it out, and all of a sudden the Mouse we know and love was playing on that big stage.
Is this what depression feels like, Sam? Because I feel so depressed. Because Mongols, they had it, man. They were playing like, I was watching, I'm like, is this face? Is this face against Mouse? Because there was just steamrolling them. Mouse looked lost. They looked scared. It was a tale of mice and men, and Mongols were the men. And then the nerves crept in. Masterclass calling from Shuei to bring this one back, because I honestly thought this one was done. But man alive, if you're Mongols, how can you mentally come back from this one?
This has got to be heartbreaking for the Mongols. Their star players, unfortunately, didn't show up. It was, in fact, the role players who were the ones that were able to punch themselves to the top of the scoreboard. And for Maus, honestly, at the beginning of this game, it really felt like that whole idea that I brought to the table of low fidelity, the fact that they sound terrible, they're not communicating well, that was all apparent. And the fraud allegations, the jury was out, but they came back with a verdict in this one, and they are not frauds. They actually brought it all the way back from 12 to 7, and somehow the Mongols, usually led by example in Blitz, man, he was nowhere to be found. The calls at the end of this game played right into Shuhei's hands.
Yes.
Everything worked out beautifully, and the game plan that I'm sure Mao's devised, it all took place in the final 7 rounds of the game.
And we've always seen this from the Mongols. Every time they've lost an Ancient, especially, it feels like the calling just disappears. It feels like it becomes just desperation plays coming in. And what is so shocking for me is, man, you stole like daylight robberies of rounds in that first half from Mazinho, from Techno 4K. You've gifted, you've gifted the team such a massive advantage, a 9-3 scoreline coming in. And I really hope that they maybe slowed it down a little bit, perhaps. I felt like in the second half on the CD side, it felt a little too hyper-aggressive. Some of the positioning coming out from the individuals were a little lacking. And again, credit to Mouse for wresting it back, but Mongols could have really handled that much better. And I have to ask, Senzu, where are you? You have been a top 6, top 7 player throughout the entire major, the star player for this team in the group stage, and in the game where you were needed the most, you disappear. That is just unacceptable.
Okay, so hear me out. Men are very pragmatic. I know that you're all very logical, but I'm going to bring the cute and fluffy into the mix here and get a little bit, airy-fairy, if you like. We talk a lot about nerves. We saw it on both sides for this teams. We cannot forget the fact that this is the youngest group of players across this entire major on the stage. You've got to give them a little bit of space to get in their heads. Can you imagine if you were 17 and you were standing there playing Counter-Strike in front of all those people? No freaking way half of the people watching at home would be able to perform.
Of course. I mean, to give them a little bit of leeway, this is their first true S-tier LAN playoff. This is really...
No longer CCT.
Yeah, this ain't CCT, this ain't Thunderpick. This ain't Yala Compass. This is the damn major, Mongols. And unfortunately, Brolin, who has played with Swedish legends, showing his mettle, what JW taught him back in the labs of Fnatic, all of that is on display here. The late round coup de grace at the end of this game, just to simply put them away, the flank onto Cave, to come up heaven behind them. Those kind of moves are why they got this guy. Sure, Maus, they lost Frozen at the end of last year, desperate for a replacement, and Brolin, my God, he has filled those shoes and he's done so quite well.
And that's why you need someone like him on the arena. Brolin is the lowest rated player from Mouse coming in from the group stage. You're looking at Exertion, you're looking at Toriji, you're looking at Jimmy, and of course Shuei as well. And like, Brolin's not really having a great tournament so far, especially considering they did have to play the 2-2 matchup again, to make it all the way here. And then you come to the arena, you come to a must-win game, bringing it all the way from behind. And as a Swedish veteran, I find it weird to say, it's so young.
He's still
but he's been around for
young
so
20s.
long, and he shows why he belongs in his team, why he is, for me, the star.
What do you think the difference was for Maz between the beginning, where it was a hot mess, let's just say it, and they just didn't seem to be able to adapt on the fly, to suddenly becoming a far more cohesive unit?
I think we're going to just talk about like maybe some of the clutches from Azenia, for example. We can take a look at it. We can see how the nerves were there. The nerves are very, very present for the side of Mouse. They were looking a little shaky. Mazzino just getting away with Murdoch, and probably take a look at some of these rounds. By the way, this is such a great play from Mazzino, walking into the smoke, catching the timing, getting a kill. But if you look at the positioning from the Mouse players in that 1v3, it looks so awkward, right? Just like giving fights. Great job from Mazzino to isolate these duels, but where the peaks coming in from, just work together. So the comms weren't really there. They weren't really working together as a whole. But in the second half, the thing is, Sam, I think the difference came down to IGLs. I think Shuei and Cyclone were able to just kind of muster a team together. But for Blitz, I have to say, man, you had to lead from the front. You didn't do it in the second half.
Oh, I mean, the thing at the very beginning of this game, the Mongols were playing like they're downloading songs from LimeWire. Like you have no idea what the hell's going on.
These kids don't know what LimeWire is, you know.
Yeah, no, they're just doing YouTube rips. Okay, it was that low quality. Okay, but by the second half, once they started enacting the game plan, once they're the team that gets to dictate the pace, they were lossless at that point. That was crisp.
It was a live show.
Exactly. Yeah, it was a live show. Exactly.
Yeah. And I mean, I think we can take a look at one round which made me fall to my knees, you know, clutching my heart in pain and almost dying. And that is round number 29. This is an overtime. Score's tied up. Blitz, what are you doing? What is this? Please explain to me what you were thinking. Great spray by Shuei, by the way, but bro, what?
Yeah, I know. This is one of those moments where when you're the Mongols in this situation, when you're Techno, Mizzino, and Senzu, and you walk through that smoke, you lose faith. You unfortunately begin to lose a little bit of faith, and that. I mean, it was already over at that point. That was the nail in the coffin of Ancient.
Yeah, and it's also like I feel the call was I think it was Connor who pointed out that they maybe had an assumption that Shuei
like a read,
the read.
Yeah.
But bro, there are so many other ways to handle it, right? They had, initially in the first half, for example, I think it was Techno who had such a great nade to clear out the corner. The nade would hit the player playing in the corner. They would be able to find information. So you have these tools, you know, Kitty, to deal with that position, and you decide to walk out through a smoke with no flashes, no wall banks, now not even running out, just walking out, giving a 3K to Shuei. I pin the blame on Blitz. That has to be a Blitz call, because all three players walked in right there, and that is something you can't afford to have if you have major aspirations.
A little bit of nerves coming in. I mean, but am I the only one? I obviously, the Mongol story is incredible. I love that story, but there was a part of me when I started to see the Mouse comeback where I went, finally, like this is, I don't want them to be the chokers on the stage. Look, this is the Mouse we've wanted for so long. Your backs were against the wall, the pressure was on, and you rose to the occasion. You have gone from mice to men.
And I think the game's done right here. I'll just be very blunt. I think Nuke would have been a really hard map for Mongols to win, but if they managed to win this map, win Ancient in the fashion they did, I really feel like Nuke started CD side, put up a huge defense, you could run away with it. But now I feel like Maus, I wouldn't say they're necessarily completely shaken the tag. They still have some pretty solid teams down the line to potentially meet. But the fact that they're able to show a lot of grit and tenacity to bring it back, exertion especially, I feel like they have the ball rolling in the direction and they're going to run away with it.
It's definitely in their court.
Yeah.
For Mouse at this point, I mean, the one sign to many pundits that this team was growing was what happened and transpired at Rio. To beat Vitality in the quarterfinals there, but more importantly, to demolish a Furia in front of an aggressive and hostile crowd there who are all backing that team. The Mongols were the home favorites here for this Chinese audience. They were rooting for them, and now the Mongols, their backs are against the wall. Maus are looking like a team that is not worried about the stage. Those first 8-round jitters are completely gone, and it's up to the Mongols to actually just flat out play better CS, and I don't know if they have it in them.
And the crazy thing is, like, this is going to be the most high-pressure map that this 5-man roster or any player in that team has ever played right there. And the crazy thing to me is, and I want to give flowers where it's due, your youngest player, Mizzino, you know, someone everyone was asking for, you know, for his head to be on a chopping block, but like, this guy needs to be cut off. He delivered. 9-10 delivered. Blitz, you can't, I don't want to see Mizzino cry after this, considering how much he's done so far, but I have to say, it's going to require a mental tenacity that we haven't yet seen from the Mongols for them to get to map number 3.
Over and above mental tenacity, knowing what Maus brings to the table when they play on Nuke, what does Mongols have to do in the server if you want to counter them?
They got to shut down Brolin, and I think that's one of the hardest asks because Maus use Brolin so frequently as the tip of the spear on different attacks. Outside attacks, he's on top of the silo. They go for a lot of different ramp control hits. Brolin's actually the entry fragger for those kinds of hits. It's not even really as much about dealing with exertion. It's really just Brolin, who is on a heater right now, is going to continue that. Over the last 3 months, Brolin has been a top 5 rated player on Nuke in the world against top 20 opposition. Like, he is the reason that Maus go for this map pick. And if the Mongols can't handle that guy right there, well, The Swedish prodigy is going to live on.
And then one thing is, Mouse picking this map, they have a read as to how Mongols like to play this map. And despite the fact that Mongols, it's a map they like to float around, it's a map they want to play on it. And yes, they've had a couple of solid wins against lesser opposition. They have some very obvious tells for me. They like to re-aggress a lot in the CD side. And the thing is, the number of times I've seen them lose maps, 3D Max himself in an interview, Mac has said, I just wait for them to aggress and we just take them down. And that I hopefully is something they've been able to fix, or else this one's a dunzo.
Mouse has a previous major winner sitting as their assistant coach. They've shown that they can go toe-to-toe with the best in the world. Does the Mongols have the necessary backroom staff to anti-strata Mouse here?
Mouse's backroom staff is one guy, that guy right there on the screen, the coach of Mongols, a Mongolian Counter-Strike godfather. He was a coach behind the Mongol team in 2016 when the Mongols first qualified, the Mongolian team for the very first time qualified to the major. And once again, he has to be everything, Maui. He is everything for this team.
If Mara isn't able to instill any more confidence into this young gun roster, I will not blame him. I will say that the burden is shouldered by the people who are speaking round to round. And for Blitz and Senzu, you guys have had incredible years for yourselves. It's time to pay it back to your team, because the role players, Techno, Mazinho, 910, they are all holding up their end of the bargain at this point, and it comes down to the leadership to not only play better, but to call much better.
It's time to play chess and pop some heads at the same time for Blitz.
Do you know, my thing is normally when we watch some of these games, and I get very frustrated with analysts where they kind of play this thing of, oh, there's a chance, and you know there's no chance. You know that the one team is going down. But I do think in this instance, Mongols does have the potential. We've seen them play Counter-Strike to a level where they could very well get this to go to Inferno.
I mean, they've proven time and time again that even if they lose the first map, they can always come back. They can always come back seemingly, but it's the circumstances. Now, you look at the size of the crowd, it's a major quarterfinals. You knew you had map one, your map pick. You knew you had that in the pocket and let it slip by. Like I said, it's going to require insane mental resilience. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that yet from them.
This is finally the time that they're pushed. And the Mongols, you don't want to look at this major and in your rearview mirror and say this was a learning experience. It's the only major you're going to get in your lifetime that's in Asia. You got to show a little bit more right now. They knew, as we did, that this map was coming.
For sure.
And so for Mara and Blitz, sure, the calling got a little bit stringy there on Ancient. You need to come together, make things a bit more cohesive here on Nuke.
One moment, one opportunity, as Eminem would say, and this is it for Mongols. Can they get it to a third map?
There is no denying that the Mongols came out swinging. There is no denying that Maus grabbed back all momentum. And there is no denying as well that this series was to lead to Nuke. Thank you for your expertise, panel. It is time to get into map 2 between Maus and Mongols. With major semis on the line, who cracks under the spotlight?
Yeah, we'd love to talk about how much pressure plays a factor and whatever on this map, but in terms of who's supposed to win this map, like who is supposed to win Ancient, this time it's supposed to be Maus, and they have already done the unlikely. So, Techno, are we going to get back-to-back outstanding performances? Are they going to stand the test of Brolin like we saw? These are the questions we've got to ask ourselves. And it's, well, starting off not too bad.
Yeah, so it was. Brolin has some sort of a response.
Awal-awalnya openingnya selalu bagus, ya.
He's trying to throw that smoke out, and that was the bomb to boot. Everything comes crumbling around the Maus entry because it is yet again killer execution from the pistols of the Mongols. Shuhei will try his damnedest to reclaim footing here, but why stick around and vent when you can run towards your teammates and bomb?
Yeah, maybe he wanted that early fight, but 34 HP. You think it's a little too little here for Shuhei. Let's see what he can come up with.
Questions around whether Blitz can bring it in map 2. Questions around whether Mzinho can overperform again as he did out of the gate back on Ancients.
What was so awkward about that scoreboard was seeing, Techno with the great map, but then Senzu without one, any floor at all in that game. And so what happens now?
Don't give it to him. Don't you dare.
Jumping for the headshot. Peek comes out, 910 trying to dissuade him from peeking out. And will he find Techno? Shuhei, he knows he's over here.
Oh, he waits. Love the flash, just trying to boil more time off that clock. Clock's getting empty. Don't you dare.
I want to dissect that situation. Nice try. It won't be the sort of clutch late round decision making and shots that were hit from the Mongols in their first round on Ancient, but a lost pistol for Maus on this map is not the end of the world.
Maui Snake elegantly highlighting Brolin's individual level on Nuke. As he said, top 5 player in the world on this map specifically. It is beautiful to see him obviously start the series with impact.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see. It's poetry how it comes down to someone like him after his great start to the day, after a rough last week. But nothing about last week matters now that both of these teams are here in playoffs.
We shed the elimination stage. Oh, and 9-10 sheds heads like it's nothing. Little money to be made. And the Maus Glocks fall. Knowing that Maus were going to bring it to Nuke, knowing that this map would be part of the most important series of their lives, our eyes fall on Mongols to define how to stop Maus.
Now, I didn't really look at that comeback as a choke from the Mongols. I looked at some of the early rounds from Maus as choking when they got 2v4'd.
Yeah, for sure.
In the second half, you know, Maus did win a 3v5. Most of the rounds, though, they were sort of steady defaults that ended up getting them into good positions, and their man advantages, I think, eventually just overcame the Mongols. I think maybe if there was any choking, it was, you know, the individual play from Senzu and Blitz overall. But I just feel like that was a very legit comeback in that sense.
100%. Maus kept it clean. If anything, at the start felt a little uninspiring. But then it was the consistency in what they brought to each round that pulled it all off. And Xerxin was undeniable back on Ancient. Mid-presence, both halves. Even when things weren't going well on his CT side. Even when Mongols were able to take him down out of the gate.
So how well can they call a timing? If you double up ramp and Exertion's out for this lurk, it's totally fine. And they will get some
clean one.
Yeah, yield out of this.
Instant headshot. We've got MP9 top box. And it just frees up your M4 to take that extra flagrant duel. Go ahead, give up a kill. Let them come forward to the SMG.
Exertion doesn't have a door or window broken open here. So he can take all the space, but he can't really join up with them super quickly. Let's see if he can time this with another bit of noise.
Zeno still chomping at the bits to get into the action. 9-10 not giving them anything to really pull on, so that does allow for them to focus top box, and that's what's going to allow for the trade to come through. Then 9-10 clears both.
And suddenly
Xerxin comes up from downstairs with the trade frag back. He's got 30 seconds to recover what seems and is indeed an unwinnable round.
Okay, I mean, it's amazing hold from that boosted position for the Mongols, and they'll go up 3-0. It's impossible to tell how they feel because obviously they don't display a lot of emotion. I think the best part about this veto is they could probably both have guessed which maps were going to be picked.
Say we don't see a lot of emotion, but we certainly saw a momentary fired up Mzinho back on Ancient. When he was able to set them up with the USP kill and Techno's AK-47 shredded what was left of Maus, that A-rush that got denied. That's what put them on 12 for the record. And when you get to 12, that's when Mzinho felt the win was in the bag.
Now it's all about lurkers with Maus.
Creeping around with Tech 9s. Lobby's there for their taking. And first blood established by Blitz. Frees up Techno to get a little more squirrely. But now you've just gone ahead and offered over an MP9. Shuhei will take a glance towards ramp. No shot fired yet from 9-10. Patience pays off as he strikes down the second player and then finds contact after the fact with Shuhei. 4-0 start here for Mongols. A slow T-side's not the end of the world, but you are giving Mongols more chance to just kind of catch their breath after what had to be a gut-wrenching loss on map 1.
That's such a good play from 9-10 because, you know, he's playing tier 1 in that moment, right? Like, you know the first player is going to be running and jumping just to bait your shot. He's not biting on that. We saw him do a similar thing on Ancient. So 4-0 kicks off We get into another gun round here for Mouse. Ancient started off 5-0 as well. We saw that Mouse still were able to recover.
Oh, fight
push
from
gets
Senzu.
shut down.
Damn, right into it, and a recovery out of Techno. So where there's one, there's more. That's how the Mongols work.
Exertion is getting erased so far.
Ooh, Blitz.
Oh my God. He has found the Goldilocks zone. That's unreal. He's able to hold on to secret control because of it.
910's deep grenade, gonna feign a little bit of presence for the trophy room, then he peels back and just plays hell instead.
They can sense the upper pop coming. Getting into better spots, top hut. And I don't know if this comes to a walkout squeaky. We've got Brolin on the only Molotov, so Mzinho's position is quite strong right now.
But he's got to look at the right side of this at the right time, because Techno's about to be busy with the main fight as well. Doesn't look like Blitz is going to peek from secret. Shuhei comes in. Ooh, it's great timing, but it gets away. Mzinho's got cover up from heaven, moves from 910.
Great trades.
And that peel back from that forward position of ramp, maybe they're thinking there's not a player to be added just yet. Shuhei could have alleviated a lot of pressure in that situation.
It's a key moment for Shuhei. He, timing those lurks are everything for Mouse. Again, they're going to use those positions a lot, and Mongols were aware of it, but they were patrolling between two spots as Techno looked back upper, and I think Shuhei knows with that one frag, they could have tipped the scales and got into a late round post-plant situation, or even found a vent drop, I think was very possible right there. So, there we have it. Another crushing start for the Mongols, showing that they can fight on Nuke. They must be teeming with confidence right now, and it's anti-eco protocols.
Yeah, quite a bit of a purchase, though, still for Mouse, just rounding out the money. Can't sleep on a round like this if you're the Mongols. Great chance for Mzinho and Blitz to build on the $7,000 bank accounts they already have. Mzinho of two minds here with the utility usage that the T's are starting to show outside. Nerve-wracking first map for Blitz, who didn't ever, not once, give us a moment of individual play that left us to be proud, but he finds perfect timing to deal with Brolin from top silo.
They have a catch every lurk set up, and Blitz needs a flash impact, gets a kill.
Pistol still coming through, though, nonetheless. Blitz is going to fall back away from Garage. Good call to get away from those pistols. This top Raptors player in Techno just wants out of the gunfight, and so he'll bail into sight itself. Covered here by 910. Back into the action go Mongols, and all seems good. Shuhei dodging that op shot from the Heaven Peak. It is a very fast-footed 910 at the moment, peeling away from ramp, and back-to-back rounds to just stop Mouse in their tracks. They push forward into main, and 910 wants blood. 3 kills deep for the 6-0 start.
They smell blood on the water. They come for it. They get closer to the fight. They don't let those 3v1s go on too long. 6-0, and Mouse are good enough that they can win a round like that, especially when your squeaky player gets 2 frags. That's when you can throw things into disarray, but Blitz got away relatively safely to hell. He got 1 pick outside. They were honestly really prepared for upper, and that's why Jimmy got those 2 frags. They were watching for the mini lurk as well as playing 2 upper with a fast rotation. Game plans look sound here for the Mongols. Now the question is, you ask yourself, well, if Mongols started 6-0, would they lose Nuke? And I don't think anybody would say yes. But last map they started 5-0, and it still ended up in an overtime defeat. Let's see if that seed of doubt creeps in.
Love this reposition from Blitz, and the fact that it's a double up, it's a pretty heavy commitment from Mongols. Really opens ramp, which for now Mouse have continued to ignore. Fast route from Brolin denied. And Xertion's not able to pounce immediately. Oh, scroll jump.
Oh, man.
Gets away from him still. There is a moment here for Torzi. It's not dead yet. We got a live wire outside, and we've got 9-10 down
Oh,
beneath
mulai nih.
by Xertion. CT's coming at them, waiting from Yimi. Pays off, and it falls onto the shoulders of Senzu, who does have a chance to at least fight Jimpat first in a moment once this smoke fades. It's not the ideal fight for him, and he will still falter.
Okay.
9-10 getting away from what felt like Exertion, losing his grasp on the moment.
Yeah, I wonder when he pushed out of hell what the info was on Exertion in that spot. It just got so chaotic right there. But Mouse, at least, they grab one.
I think the chaos as well we see in this last round is a bit of a testament to what started to happen over on Ancient, right? Mouse at a moment there were just absolutely smashing into the lane, into middle at times, both halves. And even if it's not a sustainable idea, it's there that Mouse, in my mind, got Mongols off kilter. And once you had that wobble, it opened the door for the Mouse comeback.
And that's what T-side.
Ini udah kayak gini, kalah lagi kayak tadi. Rusuh
Rotations as much as
terus.
possible, create lurk opportunities because one player can get 2 kills if you get into a good spot in the lower and you have players like Brolin and Exertion who can be 2 tips of the spear. Exertion still been getting caught off guard, but finding close opportunities.
Yeah, and it's starting. First one's on the board. Torji, immediate op angle on main.
Oh my goodness.
Presented 2 chances to take that shot, but doesn't end up landing. And we see Mongols scramble in response, trying to move that AWP towards secret stairs.
9-10 maybe senses an opportunity where top silo will not be posted on him. See how quickly he moves. He's had a great start, 12-4.
You know, there have been a few rounds with 9-10 occupying a ramp where Mouse have just kind of left it to its own devices. And we see the impact that had with 9-10 coming out from heaven, or last round nearly peeking outer to hold the line. I wouldn't blame Mouse if they start to play into a later ramp.
No, but they've got no secret player right now. Not looking to join up downstairs. Upper pop coming their way, and they've committed into ramp slightly, but they have the pieces up here.
Senzu hangs on from the rafters, loses the player in sight. They will both fall empty-handed. But
Nah kan, mulai kan? Nggak jelas.
caught by Brolin as he bounds through sight. And you saw that utility coming out from Squeaky. 9-10 not able to deny any kind of a split because it's all in from lobby off Mouse.
Really nice out of Brolin. I mean, that second shot is frame perfect. Do not let your prey escape. This will be a quiet save for the Mongols, and with the money left over, they'll be happy to keep this to an op if they can, but oh, never mind. Good night.
Op hits the door. See you next time. Mouse establishing a T-side now. Oops.
It's a key last pickoff there from Exertion. Not having an op in this round is really tough, and Mongols will have one good gun. I don't know if they spend a whole lot here, but this is Mouse's chance to try to stabilize.
Udah nih, overtime kalah lagi Mongol.
Oh, he buys a Zeus.
No way. Loaded up. And of course that one floating M4. Oh, back into it.
Nah kan, nggak jelas kan? Nah kan?
Obliterate the A play. A stack that blows up in their faces. Mongols knew they were always going to be outgunned. And Mouse take that information, don't shy away from the rush. It's a call that cost them back on Ancient. Same thing, 1 rifle saved.
Yes, the A-pop that it was.
But Shuhei will not be shaken. And he calls it here on Nuke with conviction.
I don't appreciate that. He doesn't like to overcomplicate the anti-force-ups.
Does that remind you of Kerrigan a little bit, Launders?
A lot of things about Shuhei, for sure, are a reminder of Kerrigan. I think, like, in the first half of this year, I think the interesting thing was Mouse and, Mouse having so much success and FaZe having so much success, but Mouse never being able to take out.
Nggak ada duitnya. Ini kan kelihatan tuh. Mati juga Senzuna. Goblok. Ngapain sih? Ini kan ada kelihatan duitnya. Full buy tuh kata-kata di 5.000. Jadi ini sebenarnya mereka belum bisa full buy juga tuh. Tuh, begitu dia beli M4, duit sisa 400, baru beli smoke. Belum beli shield, belum beli segala. Tuh kan kalau yang taruhnya ini ada shieldnya nih. Emang tadi mereka harus kepaksa eco buy.
Maybe they will have a chance.
They always do. Xerxen to be the tip of the spear outer. We've seen moments where Mongols throw bodies at main and also try to peek up from secret stairs. So I wouldn't blame Xerxen for being wary of this, as we've even seen the Opper kick off rounds downstairs. But they make contact with that player outside heaven. Xerxen decides to peel back towards red for a moment, and those smokes fade now outer for Maus. There's still a chance for them to claim some territory. Blitz is going to be calling that he's getting split. It's a half-ass clear from Brolin, and it's going to cost them one of the two opening riflemen for Maus. Jimpat buying time, missed timing, but he's going to go in hard clear Techno, and he'll sweep him off of that A site. It's man advantage now in the hands of Maus. It's an MP9 trying to move forward and claim this.
Always a question of how far has Xerxen gotten, and Zinho is just as careful as Jimmy.
At the same time as the op picks up one, 910 gets that man advantage back in the hands of Mongols. But Maus, shoulder to shoulder.
Two more layers here, and Mzinho is going to walk back into this. This is his opportunity to get traded. Lots of timing involved in this, and he finds a perfect timing.
Oh, still, Tech9 sweeps him out of this round with 30 seconds to the clock.
Torzi in the 1-on-2, no rotations. Oh, one rotation lower in Senzu.
Already down on windows, but still allowing him to cross over. Molly at the feet could get Senzu out of position. Torzi's going to be exposed to the single door. 910 wastes no time, swings it open, guns him down, and posts Mongols 7th.
It's been a relatively fruitful CT side. Now they've had some parity here, lost a couple of rounds, but Mongols right back to winning. It's, again, a game where Maus they can win a few T rounds and still be comfortable, so it's not as scary of a lead, I'd say, this time around, but you have to give Mongols credit. They're keeping up here on Nuke.
Where they're supposed to be kind of out of pace in the face of Maus. 910 certainly making a difference. This op is coming alive on the CT half.
Mereka choking tadi Lin, game 1. Mereka udah leading 8-3, terus kalah. Sampai 14-16. Padahal awalnya bagus pisan. Sekarang di ronde 2 juga di map 2 juga kayak gitu. Tadi 8-0. Sekarang kesusul jadi 7-0 jadi 7-3. Apa itu armor ya? Betul, apa itu armor? Kena headshot sama aja mati lah. Kena WP sama aja mati. Kena AK sama aja mati.
But with this round, you know, comes a broke Mongols. Massive opportunity for Maus here versus these two MP9s. 910 might have to do a lot of the work.
Blinded out of spawn.
It's all about these lurker support here for Maus.
Ooh, that's going to open it, but Xerxen slips through in the perfect timing. He's managed to get by two, slides into Senzu.
And he's going back out.
Slips back outdoors, trying to zone what he knows to be contact.
Oh my
it's
goodness.
A wonderful SMG spray. Mzinho, on the other half of the map, his teammates getting peeled apart by a single player, and he draws that line in the sand. Going back in for thirds, that's what's going to cost him. And so man advantage established here for Maus. Xerxen faking maybe that he would slip away downstairs. 910 not concerned about the corners. That is what comes back to haunt him. And they just immediately bounce in on the A site where Techno has to find timing but won't.
Rest in peace dah.
And a beautiful mid-round here from Maus. Mzinho almost throws all of that up.
Dah, rest in peace lah ini mah. Ya, udah milih Mongol sampai final. Terus sekarang Mongolnya kalah belum apa-apa. Berarti ini udah kedepannya udah full salah semua.
Senzu could have put him to sleep right there when he spotted him inside of mini. This hard fought is won, but when he slips back out of the smoke, is totally lost to the CTs. They're chasing ghosts. Yes, Mzinho nearly wins off of raw duels, but I like what we're seeing out of Xerxen. Out of Maus to win that, and look what the reward is. Xerxen's 3K into a force down for Mongols and a chance to make this 7-5.
M4 SMG.
Back to his regular antics.
And numbers heavier for Mongols inside. Range, an advantage here for Maus. They know it, both teams, as the defense kernels inside. Exertion has been just constant on pressuring the base of heaven. Oh, spotted.
Always spotted, but that's only half the job with him.
And he knows, of course, that there's a player in here. Won't be able to do a damn thing about it. And so young Mzinho keeps the pressure up on Mouse. That's the rifle found. That's one gun. The one gun.
Masalahnya kalahnya berturut-turut.
As Brolin returns the favor, replacing Exertion, trying to keep that tempo and pressure and pace up through heaven. Bodies confirmed downstairs. Torzi hits a wall bang of all things. And now suddenly you have an issue if you're Mongols, because in a moment's notice, Brolin could barrel upper.
Surely this comes back to Mini, right? If they're rotating below and he doesn't see anyone going back upstairs, they can walk out on Techno. And they're starting to head in this direction. 2 rotations lower means this is a great call for Mouse.
I do like the Techno tucks into Hut, though.
But they probably just, well, just thinking about it.
Smoking off the vent, the squeaky door. It's going to put more pressure on Techno to bring somebody down with him. He will. Instant headshot. He keeps it as clean as he can, but it was a massive ask. And then that insurance policy of Brolin upstairs. He will sit above the bomb. Give cover when needed. Jimpat to make contact. That's a huge deep.
Oke, masih mending. Enggak, City Side dari dulu. Denuk mah Bang Sinka. Nih. Ini. Nah.
Needs to deliver, and now he's going to have to finish this on his own 40 health and sidelined by Torji. Mouse will recover momentum in this half.
Penentuan halftime harus Eko kan bodoh banget anjing.
That's definitely fine for Mouse. Mongols can be proud of the fact that they kept a lead here, had a great start, but again, Mouse are not afraid of a lead. That's what we've already seen. Nuke is a premium map here for Mouse, and they are much stronger on CT.
Oh lihat, ini Mongol udah pada lesu gini mukanya.
It might have to be a game that requires 2 pistols. We don't have any talking here from the players. Might be Mara in the back, sharing his thoughts as we're in halftime. But this is where the entire major is on the line.
Iyalah. Mereka ngecok game sebelumnya di ronde ke-12, tinggal sekali menang lagi sampai kalah overtime. Gimana nggak stres coba? Nah, emang muka udah nggak ada yang fun lagi mainnya di Mongol. Udah ini mah GG kayaknya.
After an incredible run here for the Mongols, an overtime loss on Ancient, this could be the very last map that we see from him here at the Shanghai Major.
Instant attack, though, right into this A site. They're trying to set tempo. They'll lose a player over towards Vent, and then all in on ramp. Berettas with backs turned to it. Hell Peak comes in a moment. It is good cover. Techno is able to punish Exertion, who tried to come through, but Jim Hat maintains downstairs. He goes into this final fight. Techno, 1v3, that's what's asked of you. And he will open with the frag on Jimmy with so much time to clutch.
And there have been some amazing moments from Techno, but how many can we get?
Turns back behind him and will find no contact. CT's creeping outwards. Torzi, did he see that?
Emang gun round, emang makanya kata-kata nggak se-full-fullnya itu. Jadi kalaupun kalah, round 2-nya bisa force buy. Cuman, ya beginilah Mongol.
And as he confirms one player ramp, he'll take his chance. He will charge down this A site, going for the backside plant, hoping that there's no one heaven. Not the case. Brolin, with execution, puts Mouse one away.
Yeah, so it's the ramp hold. They have 2 there waiting for it. They catch Mzinho trying to get down the vents, bullet to the back of the dome, assassinated right there in broad daylight, and now it's a 1-round game. Mouse are 100% going to be comfortable here about making this comeback happen. It is a big gulp moment here for the Mongols.
Mouse felt very ready for that pistol. 3 layers of a defense inside ramp. Berettas even along the wall, ready to just chew through flesh.
Nggak, wujudnya aja begitu. Mereka habis 2 ronde 1 pistol kalah, oke. Ronde 2 sekarang Eko. Itu udah, kalau mereka kalah lagi itu udah buang-buang 2 ronde belum apa-apa.
The 2v4 pistol set a tone in this series on map 1. The very first round made you doubt Mouse again. And yet Nuke features not those moments yet. Mongols can take their sweet time. It's been a long road to this best of 3. A long road to a major playoff. Breaking new ground for their region, but not breaking through Jimmy immediately. Costs them 2. And the counter-terrorists won't scramble. They've already got defenders downstairs in Brolin. But things start to get a little weird. It's all right. Support's in position.
See?
Brolin
Mongol.
the board, and we go tied game 7-all.
Yes. This will have to be a masterclass for the Mongols now as they purchase up everything that they can. Up goes into the hands of Torzi, and Maus failed to get a lead on map 1 until overtime, and then eventually ended up winning. Here, they
Nah,
have a chance to do it.
mentalnya udah lemah, biasanya ngecok nggak jelas nih. Kayak tadi mereka harusnya ngeras masuknya 1-1. Iya matilah pistol lawan SMG.
Torzi in a dangerous place. Up close on that smoke. The Mongols opt not to barrel through it. T's still hanging on to 3 smokes. But as that utility comes out of them early on, we'll see how many bodies they throw behind this. Xertion always good for a lineup, and there he goes, connecting onto Blitz. Now calling from the sideline as garage control is taken over here by Mongols. Mzinho had so many fights from hell, and he gets one. Blindside.
Iya, kalau mereka masuknya bagus, harusnya gitu, 1-1.
For Torzi's trade, and the main player looking to take a bit of a fight if needed outside.
Great support here from Torzi, and he's looking for blood now. There's no more smokes outside. They're starting to peel back out of this, and they actually do evacuate safely, but it's a 3-on-4.
Such little to work with here for Mongols. To have to be turned away from all of that commitment outer. To do it without a hook in the side of an A split. Back down to 2 squeaky, 1 hut. And problematically, you've got Brolin ready to go when needed. Shuhei cuts down the first. Does Senzu dive? No, won't get that chance. Shuhei's got himself a second, and Techno exposed to the main play. Mouse's positioning is too good, and they don't get unrooted. Yep. Mongols have lost their lead.
They have lost the lead, and Exertion, look at the game he's recovered into after this 5-round loss. He started something like 1-5. Now he's 13-10, and his kills have been critical. He got that 3K at the end of the first half. He's starting to make really good moves here. Even just that small frag in credit card through the smoke on the timing. You've got to have someone that can do that. You know, Donk inside of Mini can kill you 3 times over crossing outside. The Mongols in that first half didn't get too much out of punishing the smoke crosses. And he will not lose his curiosity. In fact, Exertion looks to disrespect everything now.
Torzi very much on his own here, playing behind box, on ramp. It's a failable position. He's down into the sight, but as he rattles off a second bullet, he has to take one with him. That was bare minimum from Torzi going in for his 3rd shot, but now you have given an op over to your opponent.
Be careful with 9-10 here. Oh, when they close out, no problem. Kills across 2 different choke points. Perfect rotations in time here for Mouse.
Dah, nggak jelas, anjir.
All the purchases come down again. 9-10. Well, instead of picking up the
Nih ya udah nggak akan naik ini. Apa namanya? Koinnya silver, bahkan ke gold aja enggak. Padahal yang bagus tuh gold ke atas. Cuman pengen nambah aja 1 lagi.
Oh, you give Torzi a chance. He won't always miss. Senzu could be sitting on a silver platter.
Clean.
Sure enough, he is.
Oh, Senzu had a nightmare of a series so far. He's not the player that I thought would have the most trouble, you know, in this game for some reason. And they definitely needed his help on Ancient. They won't win this one without him on Nuke. Can Mongols have figured this out? Mows are so pervasive on this map. Play with tons of information. Small chances to win. There's a duel one.
Torsi on this gap.
Kelamaan lah 12.
And as he does, oh, the timing gets away. The pressure's into A, and they clear the Hut player. Brolin, it's your time. It's his chance. And it gets taken away.
Woi, serius lah. Ya sisa satu tetep aja uangnya nggak, aduh ya nggak bisa apa-apa lah sekarang, nggak bisa bui. Yes.
But even being able to do that is pretty impressive, especially with the start to the round that we had. Torsi finding a clean kill over top of Silo right here. And again, playing active with so much information. Samzinho, man, he's the one who keeps impressing me.
Blitz breaking through that, the commitment to the spray down, just knowing Brolin's pinned against the wall. Golden opportunity here for the Mongols to tie, and they will, while blind, find the opening kill.
One more time.
And he won't fade away. No, he keeps that pressure up. Down the vent he'll go, unnoticed, if I had to bet.
Yeah, if they don't call this timing as possible, they just walk down after him. But now, after some time has passed, you think, no. This is two joining hands and lower, but this is the bomb that has yet to cross. And joining up is the difficult part. Let's see if they time this glass break.
Is that deep enough for Brolin to get around?
It's actually good because Exertion cannot peek from this position. So as long as they've cleared out Mini, they can go for the walk on lower. And Exertion,
he will peek.
Oh, he will.
How about that? Opper found to be out in the open. That's bomb dropped at 50 seconds.
Tidak jelas.
But what this does is it starts to unravel your lower control. Senzu try to come up from secret. Or have a teammate join him.
They desperately want to get that bomb back. Mzinho might be able to find a way into this, but
Senzu's been cleared out, but like you said, did they cover the timing? The sound downstairs, this position from Jimmy is huge. And yeah, they're very wary, holding for the ramp flank. Timing, he spots
Okay,
it.
okay. Come on, go.
He knows.
Ambil bom ke B, go.
Still needs to be scooped back up. Shuhei, who has been a nuisance from top hut, owns this A site. The peak is there, but the MP9 prevails, and it is Maus to double digits.
Ya lu assault rifle jarak segitu kalah sama SMG, ya udahlah.
He did everything he possibly could to try to win that round. There needed to be a couple of more duels, one outside. And Exertion, I don't know how he was able to jump to the call of action right there, playing from Elige in the back of Big Garage, watching that angle on the lurk through Mini. He realized they were trying to counter him, and he swung out wide. There was a chance that he died doing that, but he understood the map. He understood what Mongols were trying to get out of it, and it's his play that saves the day. That kicks off every swing afterwards.
Man, Jimmy committing to that corner as well on half roof. He gets way more than he should exposed to the cross like that.
Definitely could have died. That was both players missing some ammo, for sure.
Yes. When push comes to shove, when the pressure starts to sink in, a pressure that Maus know all too well in the most negative sense.
Senzu's just not been a killer today.
No. A non-factor, in fact. 5 kills deep here. 18 rounds into map 2. They're going to go for the fast rush. Into the A site, they'll dive. Down the vent, a problem already served up. Can Jimmy do it again? He will put the smoke up. The MP9 sprays great in terms of damage, but there's no follow-up. There's no move here from Torsi that should be able to hold them back, and with vent already controlled, this is tough.
They can go ahead and try to clear out vent if they want to. They know 910 has gotten control of this, but he's not like a massive threat at the moment. He just slows him down. So.
Sertion signing up for the fight. Pistol inside of the
Itu udah criss-cross yang satu mundur, apaan sih anjing?
The vent player also falters. This was the Mongols fighting fire with a fast round downstairs. Huge gamble, huge risk, and a massive payoff for Blitz that just can't be maintained. It's taken away and from the win.
Yeah. Another great chance here for the Mongols. It's a retake that's impressive here for Mouse, but one that they could still, reasonably expect to be able to pull off. They know they're coming in versus a low buy. A QB sneak down the vent. But they have the protocols. They have the comfortability on this map. They never lose focus or get tunnel visioned here on CT side. So there's been a lot of impressive plays from everyone on Mouse. I think Exertion has made the most critical moves. And so much rests on this round.
Senzu again put into a position for action. Exertion spots both, and in that moment, the Mongols combine for an opening kill. It's something to work with in round 20. Senzu takes point. CT's layer up. And that vacant A-bomb site to just bolster both outer and ramp. Mao's trying to play the perimeter here. Keep that trade potential high. The lineup's fantastic, but it's just not there. Brolin, 1 kill.
Okay, okay, nice. Plan, go, 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 go B. Go B.
We called for him to step it up.
Why?
At a critical juncture. A 2v4 left to
Tadi mereka tuh udah dapat info ada AWP yang masih main di A coba.
They're teaming with
Gol Bang Metal, gol. Bomnya bagus.
not overpowering with utility, but have a little bit. Jimmy is looking for a route up into heaven, but I don't think there's any way in which they can try to go for this. Seeing what damage they can get. This is Mongols picking up another round.
Better late than never, Senzu.
Yeah, that's like the best we've seen from him so far, and it was 2 great frags. And you know, sometimes it's a symptom of seeing the
Okay.
and realizing, well, now I have no choice. Nothing's been working. I might as well play free. And we see that aim that, unfortunately, you know, for the fans that are just watching playoffs, don't get to appreciate. Senzu has had an excellent major up until this point.
I think Brolin also gave him a moment to shine there. That credit card peak could have been the double kill.
Menantang AWP itu lebih asik daripada main aman. Ya, enggak kalau lagi gitu dong. Kalau lagi ahead, oke lah mau ngetos sekali 2 kali. Ini udah lagi behind, terus masih begituan cara mainnya.
It's crazy how it's a 2-round game, and yet it feels like there's very little hope here for the Mongols, even though they won that last round. Again, you can never read their faces and see how they feel about the chances for a comeback, but they have been beasts versus many good teams, including Mao's. Somehow their game versus Heroic was maybe the most impressive of all. They need to tap into that clutch right now to even see a third map.
Blitz better be careful. There's an op hunting him. 1 misstep outside. And you're 4v5 again.
Again, these timing spams.
Yep, they've been good. Jimpat doesn't fancy his chances sticking around inside of ramp, understandably, as a 4-player pack from Mongols pushing through. And the blitz flank through Garage.
Yeah.
Xerxin seems wary and Torzi remains tucked. But there is still a
Okay. Killer play. Go.
Frag blitz, will he clear this? Whoa.
Satu udah kepin. Ya, terus kalau
they peek one at a time, and still 9-10 and Senzu come out with the double kill to control.
It's a 2v2, but a 2v1 and lower. Shuhei's over here on control side.
Yeah, slips down towards the double doors being held here up as he swings. Oh, that box.
Oh, alah, udah tahu musuhnya. Masih
Mao's maintain control of lower sight. Those 2 kills in control out of Jimmy. Set up these CTs to clean sweep what's left, and it's 3 match points for Mao's.
They didn't think about any possibility for someone to be in control, and they got punished for it. A chance to go for that 2-for-1 trade. This time it's blitz to make the key opportunity here for Mouse. Taking out exertion is worth its weight in gold every time that you can do it. But here you see Jimmy fighting without the double swing coming into his direction. No molly, obviously, because it goes to the stairs. And I think they thought they had zoned him out already.
yang lain meleduk,
On stage.
ngebucret.
5 rounds and 6 rounds in back-to-back maps.
Lightning fast starts for Mongols, cooled off twice.
And it's not versus tournament.
2K dari mana Bang Metal? 24005 itu.
Coming up if we get there, obviously. Because this playoff has, you know, there are just no weak teams in this playoff. The one team that you expect to be here, Na'Vi, that got eliminated in such an, like, I don't want to say predictable way, but with the quality of gameplay that Heroic showed, they earned their spot here. And I think that you could actually say that the better team is here, at least in terms of form at this major. Means this playoff bracket is stacked to the brim.
And Mouse's nightmare sits on the depths of the other half of the bracket. Begin day one on stage with a win. That is what eluded Mouse in their last major playoff run. Clamped down on by G2 out of the gate, left shattered in Copenhagen.
Udah gak bisa diganti lagi berikutnya, sial.
A season that showed them both highs and lows, but that ominous consistency of top 4s in Katowice, in Cologne, top 4, nearly always the end of their road. And the hype around the Mongols.
Senzu sih dari tadi ngapain sih, anjing? Di situ tuh udah jelas kalah sih ya.
Proves that the Mongols were always going to fight this uphill battle, and they needed Senzu to lead that charge. He was the consistency of this Mongols run. This unthinkable attempt to win in Shanghai has suddenly come crumbling down around them. Techno has put forth his best showing to begin this series on Ancient Nuke. Always felt like it was in Mouse's back pocket. Exceeding all expectations as the conversation about form now comes to a pinnacle, a peak at the end of the season where we now end with majors. The Mongols have had their moments, but that moment comes to the end by the hand of Mouse. In the battle of the young blood, Mouse show thicker nerve.
Blair said it earlier, we'll say it again, from mice to men, here they are. The team that we questioned right from the start, and rightfully so when you saw that first half on Ancients, about their ability to handle the big stage, and what they have just done is not only take down an Asian favorite, they took down the crowd favorite, and you can see when you take a look there how noisy that crowd is. They stood up, they handled those nerves, chokers no more.
Well done by Mouse. First time that Yimpat has won a playoff BO3 at a major. Many of the other teammates that he has have tasted some of that success before. Of course, Shuhei most famously for his run with Gamer Legion in Paris, but the other guys also doing well in Rio in the past, and so it was all about just settling down, calming the nerves. Hot starts for Mongols on map 1, map 2, but Mouse, they righted the ship, and Shuhei steered them to a victory.
Yeah, great, incredible stuff coming out from Mouse and Shuhei, and for me, Sam, there was never a doubt. Once we went into a very solid start that Mongols had, I think Mouse had a great playbook. Even though it was Mongols going 6-0 up, they were able to bounce back, and clearly, once again, you could see the nerves coming in. Just 4v4s, 3v3s. You could see which team was the most tenured one, which team had more experience on a stage like this, and that team was obviously Mouse.
They took down the Mongols, a team that had no major playoff experience. The big question mark for Mouse is going to be how they handle the pressure against bigger opposition later in the playoffs. That's really what we now need to watch ahead for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got the job done over here, and despite the fact that this is probably the most even matchup coming into the quarterfinal stage, you'd be a little bit of a Mongols fanboy like me to say Mongols were the favorites. Mouse obviously have more reps in higher stake games, so the Mongols, again, every game so far in the major has been them just pushing further and further. So Mouse were the favorites coming in, at least in my book. So for them getting this one done, of course, going to instill quite a bit of confidence, especially the way they did it on map number 1. But the job's not done yet. And if they want to beat the allegations, Maui, it's going to be all the way on Sunday.
Yeah. I mean, for Maus, the quality of play that we saw here, if you get off to the bad start that you did against the Mongols, you do that against Spirit, you do that against Vitality, against G2 in the later stages of this, you're not coming back. I'm just going to say that. You need to start a little bit stronger, but for them to screw their heads back on and to dispatch of the Mongols.
Masalahnya nggak kelihatan. Masalahnya nggak kelihatan siapa yang. Kenapa udah di clear goblok satu
Slowly but steadily, they are shedding those allegations.
Let's talk about what they did right, Mouse, on these 2 maps. What did we like that we saw on the server?
Like Brolan, I think that's a name we were touching upon, and how he's going to be a nuisance. He was an absolute problem for them, especially both the side, CD side and the T side as well. I think everyone had a great time.
Everybody
Exertion was fantastic. Jimmy as well. You could literally pick any player and you could have a highlight moment from them.
The thing that Maus did in this game is that I hate to say this.
Masalahnya nggak bisa dilihat siapa yang milih siapa. Kalau bisa dilihat mah nggak masalah.
They really did just kind of play their own game. They had a
Oh bisa, bentar.
On T side, they still went for their patented ramp control with Brolin just dry entering first. Didn't always even work out in their favor necessarily, but the fact that come late round, mid round, they knew what Mongols were going to do before they did it. There was high fidelity gameplay between the Maus members and how they were able to work in synchronization to dispatch of the Mongols. When the Mongols needed some kind of reply in the round, it was Maus that were always ready to catch them.
And you can also see like how for the Mongols on the CT side, especially once a couple of rounds slipped out of their hands, you could see the aggression coming out from the pushing smokes, for example, and just kind of going for these lobby plays, but not in sync with each other. So it'd be like kind of discombobulated, and Maus were ready for it. We said it as well in the past as a prelude to this game that Mongols like going for individualistic info plays on the CD side, and yeah, Maus has punished them.
That was one thing. I mean, even if you go all the way back to the first half in Ancient, Maus looked prepared. They were losing a lot of the rounds, but they would go into the man advantage and look like they had set up really well. So the preparation is there. Now we just need the follow through, and you need what happened on Nuke, all your players to pop off.
And that's why we praise people like Cyclone too, though. The way that he was able to put this whole roster together with Maus, the fact that every single time that they're prepared and the nerves don't get to them, which we most abundantly see in studio environments, that's when Maus look world class. That's when they look like a real contender, one that's vying for the titles. And so for them to beat the Mongols in this fashion, even though many people may have thought that they were going to be shell-shocked, good on them.
Brolin is now ready to celebrate with Banks on the stage.
站在我旁边的是 Brolan，想先问一下你们这场比赛啊，我觉得你们对于 The Mongols 来说一定非常熟悉了，因为你们在淘汰赛呢对阵过他们，但是当时你们输掉了。今天你们做了哪些充分的准备呢？
Congratulations, Brolan. The first question I'm going to ask you about the Mongols. So they took you down during the elimination stage, 1 point, and then back to the
nih,
game,
dinyalain nih.
you made it to come back. What adjustment you made after that game to take them down?
I mean, we had a lot of preparation going to the game because we knew that we're gonna play the Mongols for like 4 days ago, I think. So, and in the group stage we didn't have much preparation because we played 2 games in 1 day. So it was not that easy to play against it because we don't really know what.
Kalau yang sekarang bener ada winningnya ini.
Before this game we did a really good preparation on them, and I think we handled really well. And I mean, I think.
Tanda seru bet itu pilihannya tuh yang Spirit, berarti Spirit 2-0. S2 L1 berarti Spiritual Liquid 1, Spirit 1 Liquid 2, S1 L2, Liquid ya berarti Liquid 2-0.
其实是因为我们在这一场比赛之前4天前我们就知道我们即将对战蒙古队，然后我们之前输给他们是因为我们那一天要打2场比赛，我们并不知道我们的对手是谁，一直到很接近比赛的时候才知道，我们没有充足的准备，所以我们是输掉了蒙古队。但是这一次因为我们有充足的时间准备，而且在这2张地图当中，虽然说我们前面丢分丢的比较多，但是我们因为准备的很充足，讨论了很多，所以也是针对他们做了一些战术，然后就后面可以把这个图打回来，我想这就是我们今天能够2比0他们的原因。
准备的很充足，但是你刚刚也提到了，你们前期是落后的，并且你们2张地图呢前期落后的比分都比较大。那你们当时调整是更多是在心态上面的调整，还是战术方面的调整呢？
We can see you prepared a lot, but during 2 maps you actually come back both game. Is that a part of your preparation, or you mentally adjust after you kind of like lose a little bit?
I mean, I think on the first map we lost man advantage, and I think if we get 1 more pistol on if we start with a pistol, I think we could grind the rounds in the end. But I mean, I think we just did not maybe were there in the first map versus on Ancient especially, but I think we know that we are a really good team. So I don't know.
Daripada gacha Bang Metal mending ngebet Bang Metal. Tim mana yang menang?
I mean, obviously, I think we did it really good, and we just know that if we just grinding basically in the runs, we will manage to come back on both maps. So.
我觉得我们在第一张图和第二张图，其实我们都秉持着一个统一的概念，就是我们要一直不停的坚持打下去。就不管我们前面丢分了也好，还是说我们前面比较顺利，比如说像是在 Nook 这张图，我们知道我们是有优势的，然后我们对蒙古队也做了一些战术上的准备，然后所以我们在后面的下半场当中就可以狠狠的把分追回来。其实更多的是一些其实更多是不是战术上面的调整，更多是我们自己在心理准备上面的调整。
接下来想问一下你关于之前比赛的回忆，因为你们在哥本哈根 Major 的时候呢，倒在了8强。那么在这段时间呢，你们做了多大的改变来准备这次赛事呢
When we look back the majors in Copenhagen Major, you got top 8, but it's very sad you didn't make it through. But this time you actually make progress. What difference you feel between this major and the last major?
I think just getting a lot of experience with each other because we in Copenhagen we only have 3 months for me at least we're in the team for only 3 months and now we're getting experience with each other for a long time and I mean it's just it's the last tournament of the year so we just want to give it all and try to win it and I think back in Copenhagen we didn't have much experience to play on stage maybe especially with each other but during the last season and this season we had a lot more stage matches that we could have handle the pressure more a lot.
Nice,
and,
Bang Sandy.
We are really there that we can actually win the whole thing.
我觉得主要原因是因为在哥本哈根 Major 的时候，我们整个队伍其实刚刚组建3个月左右，我们这套阵容，然后我们大家对于在舞台上面的这个经验好像也不是很足，但是这一次的 Major 因为是年末的，也是今年的最后一个 Major， 所以我们是做足了准备，然后我们彼此之间也更熟悉，我们在舞台上可以更好的去应对来自多方面的压力，所以我觉得我们这一次的 Major 比上一次的 Major 就可以打得更好一点。
说得好。那既然比赛结束了，我们就要往后看。往后看的话呢，你们下一场对阵的对手即将是 Spirit 和 Liquid 的胜者。你觉得从你个人的角度而言，你更想对阵到谁，或者说你们更可能对阵到谁呢？
We can definitely see the progress you made the whole team together, but since you're walking through the top 4 now, you're gonna against Team Spirit, the winner of Team Spirit and Team Liquid. Which team do you think you're gonna face next round?
I mean, I think Spirit look better on paper in the past.
Ada Bang Chris, ada hasilnya juga. Lihat di pin tuh. Ini kan Team Spirit lawan Team Liquid. Kalau tanda seru batch pasti Spirit berarti milih Spirit 2-0. Kalau S2 L1 berarti Spirit 2 Liquid 1. Kalau S1 L2 berarti Spirit 1 Liquid 2. Kalau yang Liquid itu berarti Liquid 2-0. Beneran ini, beneran nanti kalau menang dapat si chipsnya lagi.
好，接下来我们来看马少那边。
Ayo ikutan Bang Chris.
Dav over there obviously handling that interview, and what an incredible skill that is to be able to translate on the fly like that. We're actually quite blessed in Counter-Strike. I think Shox, Heku, they can all do that as well. And now Pala is with the Mongols. So let's find out obviously what they want to say before they leave the major.
What's going through your mind right now?
I think, to be honest, I'm just a little sad because
cuma bisa sekali ngebet mah tuh Bang Chris.
Reach our goal, make it to playoffs, and all time we want to go far as we can, but unfortunately we ended here now.
首先的话，想问一下这场比赛之后的一个心情呢 ？Techno 也是说到，其实我们还是有些沮丧的，因为来到这里打到8强是我们一直的目标，我们很高兴达成了这个目标，但是没有在这个目标下面更进一步。说实话，现在的心情确实有些难受。
Techno, what do you think went wrong in this match across Ancient and across Nuke?
I think on the Ancient we just maybe got some pressure. I think maybe it's the first time in our big event. At this stage, it's the major stage, I mean, yeah, and there's some lot of miscommunications and some communication problems. I mean, I think it's a little bit nervous, yeah. On the Nuke, we just our mentality just broke up, maybe, yeah.
然后想问一下，第二张图的 两场比赛有些自己这边哪些没有发挥好，那 Techno 说到就是可能这次的话，确实我们在 Asian 的遗迹上这张图的话，我们是第一次来到这么大的舞台去打比赛，我们没有处理好，我们有一些紧张，然后我们队内的交流没有做好。我相信然后之后在 Nuke 的话上面，我们可能受到了上一场失利的影响，所以整体的心态都没有处理好。
Techno, you wanted to win, of course, but what are your thoughts on you and the team placing top 8 at a major?
I think it's, of course, it was our first goal. It's reached now, but I said before that we wanted to go far as we can. Yeah, that's, I think, not happy ending, I mean, yeah.
那这次的话，遗憾出局。目前来说的话，有什么想法吗？那 Techno 也说到，其实我们也说过了，很高兴能够在第一阶段拿到8强的这个成绩，但是很遗憾没有能够继续走下去。
Techno, commiserations once again. We'll leave the final words with you. Is there anything that you'd like to say to all of these wonderful fans in the arena and everybody at home?
Can I say first in Mongolian? Okay. 자, бидний одоо манай Монгол багийн PJ Шанхай мейжрын аялал энэ төрөд өндөрлөө. Тэгээд юуны өмнө хэлэх юм бол биднийг дэмжижсэн бүх хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Бас манай баг хамт олон арын алба гэр бүлийнхэн найз нөхөд дэмжиж байгаа Монголоос дэмжиж байгаа бусдаа улс орноос дэмжиж байгаа бүх хүмүүст нь баярлалаа. Биднийг энэ хүртэл явхад та хэдэн дэмжлэг үнэхээр их байсан шүү. Тэгээд бид эргэж ирнэ. Эргэж хүчтэйгээр эргээ ирэх болно. Дараа ажлаас амралтаасаа. Тэгээд баярлалаа. Thanks for come to support us, for everyone who
Iya, reset. Begitu nanti ketahuan hasilnya si Liquid lawan si Spirit menang, nextnya ada lagi.
Come back stronger and
Nextnya itu G2 lawan Vitality. Udah jelas saya mau Vitality 2-0. G2 sudah terlalu tua mereka. Enggak, sorry. Nextnya G2 lawan Heroic kan, G2 menang. Setelah itu nextnya Vitality lawan Face Clan. Nah, ya nggak tahu lah. Cuman harusnya sih menang Vitality.
感谢所有来到现场支持我们的粉丝，感谢所有在屏幕前观赛的粉丝，感谢我们的俱乐部，感谢所有支持我们的人，我们一定会再回来的。一个人可以被打败，但是他不能被击倒。好的，那也是感谢Techno 来接受我们的采访，我们把剩下的时间回给分析。
Men can be defeated and not destroyed. They'll be sad today, but I feel like if the Mongols takes this 24 hours and then steps back and looks at what they've done this year, with the limited resources they have, holy hell, what a story. What an incredible achievement from this young team.
They walk away with their heads held high, really high. What they've done so far for Asian counters, and this cannot be overstated. What they've done is it's probably going to change the face of what we have, what we know is Asian Counter-Strike. If this run doesn't inspire you, you're a 13-year-old kid just watching the game and like, holy hell, they're from my country, they're from my part of the world. If they can make it, so can we. I think they should be very proud of what they've done. And for me, this is just the beginning. I think for the very first time in a long time, for the entire region as a whole, we have a team who can duke it out with the best in the world. And that's going to lead to an influx, hopefully, of newer talent coming into the scene. So for the Mongols, all I've got to say from the side of the Asians out there, thank you.
Best Asian team of the last 15 years, without a shred of doubt there. Techno's words were, to me, reflective, understanding that the nerves did get to them, of course. A lot of people pretend like the pressure doesn't, and then we see like it still doesn't exist. Well, it does, and it's good.
Tidak asik kalau nonton sambil main.
That means you can confront it. That means you can look forward to the next time you're on stage, realize that the jitters are there, and then be able to address it head on. So, shouts out to the Mongols for putting on a wonderful display.
Tidak, terima kasih.
Asian CS is
terima kasih sudah menawarkan.
And overall, though, just kind of looking at the team as a whole and kind of zooming out just for a second here, man. Like Senzu, man, like got to get a Senzu bean in that guy immediately. Guy got to recover because that. Unfortunately, that's just not how he wants to be remembered.
I looked it up. That is his worst, I believe, land rating ever in the Mongols jersey, which is such a rough time for him. But again, I want to zoom it out even further. I look at how far this team has come in a while, and as Techno said, you won't be destroyed. They will not be destroyed. So I'm expecting them to come back better. This is one of the few times when the team says we're going to come back stronger.
I believe it.
I believe them.
I believe it too.
There's no lineup changes going to happen. This 5-man unit's going to be together with Mara, and next year is going to be their year.
Not only that, I think despite how they perform today, next year they are going to change not just Asian CS, but global CS and how we look at those under-resourced regions.
Yeah,
because
respect underdog.
Respect underdog. They've shown us exactly what can be accomplished and what can be done. So we say goodbye to the Mongols as Mao's continues. But hell, what a story they've given us and what an incredible showing. There is still another quarterfinal underway. Spirit versus Liquid is coming up. Richard, Yanko, and Dust will be on the desk to keep you company throughout all of that. Don't go anywhere. It's the major. You don't want to miss a single thing.
What is going on, everybody? My name is Parla, and I'm very excited right now to be sat next to Brolin and Exertion of Mouse. Boys, how you doing?
Good, all good.
Congratulations once again on making playoffs. Have you had a chance since securing the spot to reflect on it at all? Have you been able to process it yet?
I think that we have processed it along the way. Obviously, with our losses, I think they were a bit of shortcomings for us. We didn't really expect that, so I think it was a good slap in the face, as you like to say, and I think we realized a lot what we needed to do. So I think we know where we are. I think the 2 wins gave us some confidence now, and I feel like we're ready for playoffs now.
Gordon, what about you?
I think the same. I mean, obviously, I think we did not have maybe the toughest opponent to win against. Our 2 losses versus facing the Mongols was pretty rough in some way, because they got a little bit slap in the face maybe. I think we could easily won both of these games, but yeah, and in a loss. I think we really deserve it, but as I said before, like we didn't maybe had the toughest opponent to play against. It feels really good, and we really revealed to be in playoffs.
Just quickly, what was it like dealing with those losses at the time that maybe you didn't expect, Exertion?
Well, I think that you can always expect some, I don't know how to say it, but like some backlash, yeah. I mean, like some hardship, as you said. I think that it's normal to lose in our sport. It's very competitive nowadays. I think Mongols, for example, are a great team, and I think versus FaZe, we just didn't play our game too well. So, yeah, I mean, especially in BO1s, it's a major, there's obviously added pressure. I think that you're going to lose sometimes, and I think that I'm just super proud of the way we came out of it, I would say.
Your past experiences overall, helping you push forward, helping you secure playoffs here?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think that, I mean, I've been playing in Tier 1 for 2 years and 4 months. Torji has been playing for like 1 month for 3 years or something like that. Obviously, we have Lude, which I think like Lude has been in Tier 1 for maybe around like 6 or 7 years now, probably. And I think despite maybe Lude not being like in a top 1 team, I mean he was, but maybe not for a long period of time. I think that you gain a lot of experience from playing at the Tier 1 tournaments, and I think that even Shui, which is our IGL, he doesn't have maybe that much experience in Tier 1, but he also went to a major grand final before he joined us. So I think that we are super established for our age already, I would say, and I think that we're showing it in games now. Like, I feel like we're pretty confident in those elimination games. I think that also stage games we have been playing much better now. So I think that overall we are taking it to the next step as a more experienced team, even though we are pretty young, I would say.
I think that's a good way to describe it. It's like you guys play beyond your age. And I think that is definitely the experience showing of all of you coming together.
I mean, probably I think it's getting better and better for each tournament. Basically, I think maybe in the beginning of the year in Katowice we did not have maybe the experience in the lineup that we could play on stage, for example, and we got destroyed by FaZe in that time. But I think just be more on stage and play these important games. For example, like the 1-2 games or the 2-2 games on stage, and just come with experience from the past, I would say. And I think we are feeling really comfortable to actually play on stage now to compare to like in the beginning of the year, for example. And yeah, it just comes with the time, I think.
What do you guys think are important factors at stages like this in tournaments beyond experience? Because a lot of factors have to come together, you know, for you to be playing as well as you are and to get to a spot like this against the best teams in the world. What are the other important factors beyond experience?
I think preparation is probably one of the biggest things. I think not only in terms of mentally to prepare yourself to play in front of people, but also in terms of the game. I think that if you overthink a stage game in terms of gameplay, you're also not going to play well. And I think that happened to us sometimes, that for me, our struggles were also in-game on those moments. Like, I feel like we just didn't play well. Preparation comes down to it. Enjoying the moment is super important, in my opinion. I think that it's not good to put pressure on yourself. And I think that everyone takes it a bit differently. I remember I talked with Luda about it recently, and he said, like, he really enjoys when there is pressure, you know. And I think that basically for every team, for every player is different what they need. But I think that at the end of the day, we need to enjoy what we do as well. So I think it's just super important not to put unnecessary pressure on yourself.
Do you think we can expect to see the best MOUZ CS yet when you get to playoffs?
I think I hope so, and all the team hopes so as well. I think we prepared all year for this moment. I think this season maybe has not been our best, but I think at the end of the day, we are really ready now, and I think that's the most important thing actually. So we're just gonna go out there, we're gonna throw away everything and just enjoy the moment. Play MOUZ CS, as I said, and just make sure that we're having fun, you know. And I think that if we do all of that, the sky is the limit for this team. We showed it many times before, so I'm just super confident going into playoffs as well about that.
Roland, any thoughts?
It's a major, and I mean, it's just very much hype around it, and I think I just need to just enjoy the moment and play my best as I can.
Looking forward to it, guys. Anything else that you'd like to say to the fans at home?
I mean, obviously, thank you for the support. Really appreciate it, especially to the MOUZ fans. Really look forward to play the quarter team major.
Yeah, we always feel your support. It's always lovely, so keep it up. And yeah, looking forward for a crazy arena with you guys.
Brolin and Exertion, it's a pleasure to watch you guys and your team play MOUZ CS, and I wish you the best of luck going into playoffs.
Thank you very much.
也有人上攻，没什么时间了，我且还有人吗？吃掉吧，我怎么有时间？在后面又打了一个，慢的是要，又好像有点激进，有道具解吗？把步枪一直按住，
就要领一个头几位时间拿出来就狙头，中肯是在最后一个面临到对方4个人在场 ，AK 先秒那儿再秒一个 ，PSS 还没血量，场上里面还剩15发子弹，绝地行动。
Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. We've already had one bombastic quarterfinal. We're hoping for another when Team Spirit take on Team Liquid. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, coming in for this one, and joining me on the desk, we've got Dust Murray, we've got Janko, and we've got two teams that have played each other in the not-too-distant past with perhaps a surprising result.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Team Liquid being the better team on that day at past fall finals, but I think for these two teams, sort of in a similar spot, although they might not like to admit it. Spirit will definitely tell you they have championship aspirations, but they're not playing like a team that realistically can make it that far. And Liquid will tell you, well, it's our first season with, you know, Ultimate, Twitz as the IGL, JKS on the team. Like, we'll take it as far as possible, but we'll be happy. We'll just take it one game at a time.
Yeah, I feel like the Liquid's kind of in this weird place where they've consistently been able to beat teams that are kind of at or below their level. They beat all the Americas teams on a regular basis. They'll beat a Virtus Pro. They'll beat a Gamer Legion. They've never played Mongols or Heroic, so we don't know where they stack up there. But when they play against elite level opposition, yes, they've beaten Spirit. Yes, they beat Navi those first two best of threes that they played with this 5-man lineup. But any other time they've gone up against like a FaZe or a Vitality or a G2, they haven't been able to get that big win to really catapult them into a top 5 conversation.
Yeah, well, let's start by talking about Team Liquid then. Obviously, technically the last hope for NA, although as we know these days, if you have an NA org, you're very unlikely to have an NA roster. You've got to get some Europeans in to help you out. That's just the way it is right now. But overall, I think they've exceeded my expectations by being here in this final 8. When I first looked at this roster, I looked at some of the pieces, like Ultimate being inexperienced, JKS having a long time out of the game, and Twists being a new IGL. You put all that together and I wasn't convinced, but they've defied my expectations at least.
Yeah, and I think there's two main talking points about Team Liquid or concerns that you have. One is the form of Yekindar. Will it keep, right?
Yes.
He's had a big slump, stepped it up at the major. Props to him. That's one of the reasons why they're in the playoffs. And the second one was Ultimate, who also hit the slump after an incredible sort of first showing for Team Liquid, and again has seemed to have found his groove again, right? And the reason for that is these are the two aggressive players on Team Liquid. And that's why you saw them not being able to find results as a team, right? Like, you're always playing in 4v5s. This is not, you know, a condemnation of Twitz's IGLing. It's just hard to do it, especially against the level of opposition that Dust referenced. And here you see the other side of that coin is when they are able to find openings, when they do have rounds with advantages, all of a sudden it's all looking a little bit more smooth.
Yeah, I mean, right now you have a Liquid that's looking in pretty fine form. Naf, for instance, is topping the charts in a multitude of categories and is back to kind of his star self. But I think the two players you mentioned are absolutely the ones that we need to target, and that is Ultimate as an aggressive opera, but also a hybrid who will AK on the T side. He has picked his form back up in a major way throughout the course of, you know, his time in Shanghai. And then you look at someone like Yekindar. I mean, this is a guy that was struggling to find any success in opening duels at Rio or the Blast World Finals. But if you look at this, look down there, his success rate, 46% in opening duels on the T side, and he's doing it 40% of the time, which is probably the highest I've ever seen an entry fragger have to go in first. So the fact that he's been able to maintain that success rate with that number of attempts is fantastic. And then, yeah, you just look at Ultimate's numbers. They look awesome. He has a 67% success rate on the T side with his opening duels, which is very high for an opera, by the way. And then, yeah, I mean, Nash is kind of getting it done in all kinds of categories.
Sure, we're obviously going to talk about Naf in just a moment, but carrying on that thought about Yekindar, Janko, this is a guy who was playing literally for his place on the team, if you ask me. We've already seen the start of the roster mania that's coming in, and, you know, look, all the memes aside about his performance and having the monitor on his forehead and all that stuff, I mean, he has actually performed at this major.
Yes, and it was even a little bit freakish, the amount of confidence that the team was putting in him, right? Like, at no point was there ever any rumors about him being on the chopping block. It was just sort of reiterating, you know, that they believe in him, that he'll get out of the slump. You can see the comparison in the last 3 months compared to this tournament, a big difference. And I think the thing about it is, and why it can be so frustrating for Team Liquid fans, is the fact that he will go for those openings no matter what. Like, that high opening kills attempt rate is going to maintain where he has 2 kills in a half or 22 kills in a half. And that's why sometimes, you know, you live by the sword, you die by it. With, in Yekindar's case, where probably you'd like it if things aren't rolling that well for you, you know, maybe there's a plan B, maybe there's something else in it, and that's why he's always the main talking point when we get to this Team Liquid roster.
I think people just need to know the giant leap that has taken place in that success in those opening duels that Yanko's talking about. I mean, at Rio in the Blast World Finals, this guy was like in the 28% success rate column. That's like worse than Kerrigan, by the way, if you just want a comparison point. So the fact that he's been able to catapult back up to a 45% success rate, that puts him up there with the entry fraggers that you know are successful. And with some of these other guys starting to make plays on the extremities, we've seen JKS and NAF be more willing to be aggressive, to make plays on the edges. That just gives them such more tools to work with to help open up rounds.
And a few thoughts about NAF. I mean, Yanko, you've made some comparisons in the past to him being like a Olaf Meister kind of character. He's had a fantastic tournament so far, and what I like about NAF overall, he has these stellar performances, but it's just so understated. It's not like a surprise when he has a pop-off. He just gets it done quietly in the background.
The silent killer,
Indeed,
right? And I think it's a player that everyone would love to have on their team. A guy that seems to be a great teammate, just does his own thing, doesn't complain, doesn't whine, whatever you call, he will execute it to the highest of his ability. Incredible game sense. I mean, the last time these two teams played, it ended on a incredible NAF 1v3 to win the series, right? To win the second map on Nuke. So I think he's even played better in this tournament compared to his usual level. So that's just been incredible for NAF, and you know, hopefully he can maintain that into the playoffs.
And aside from performance, it's also just about his versatility to me as a player. I mean, this is a guy that obviously plays a lot of extremity positions where he's just kind of holding, getting information, kind of letting the rest of the team kind of work. He's more of that mid to late round specialist, but you can see him help entry frag. You can see him go for plays when he has the intuition that he sees an opportunity to make something happen. And I think the biggest thing is he doesn't require a lot of resources to do this. Like, this is a self-made man on the server a lot of the time, and the fact that he can do so much for this team in so many different categories really just gives them such a big weapon at their disposal.
Now over to Team Spirit, their opponents. We've seen a Team Spirit that's very different here. Yes, they're in this top 8, but they haven't done it in as convincing a fashion as Team Spirit fans would like. And of course, we have to talk about the Batman and Robin combo of Shiro and Donk. The irony in this one, it's not really ironic, but the funny part in this one being that it's actually Robin that's doing the hard, heavy lifting, because Donk has just been phenomenal, lights out, as you would expect. The supporting cast is the term we keep using, not so much.
Yeah, really an absolute phenom, Richard, no doubt about it. Highest rated player in the tournament, 155 is a little bit ridiculous as well to maintain. And it has been a question towards this second season that we've had is, can they just keep up with him? Just do enough. Like, this kid can carry you to a tournament win, right? You just need to do sort of the bare minimum. Sure, Shiro is doing more than that. Zontek's a little bit better in this tournament too, but sometimes it just falls apart at the weakest links.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because we've seen kind of both sides of this that Yanko's describing throughout the course of this tournament. You know, throughout the RMR run, yeah, sure, they did make it, but they were one of the last teams to do so, despite being a favorite to go 3-0 or 3-1. They had to kind of grind their way through, and even though they 2-0'd the last two teams they played, the eye test just didn't pass for me. They looked timid, indecisive. They seemed like the pressure was really getting to them, but I will say they broke through in the end. Like, the fact that they were able to get clean wins over Na'Vi and over Heroic to make it to these playoffs really helped. And you are getting help out of supporting cast for one. Shiro's playing great. Zontek's has also been great. But I want you to look at this on the far right from Chopper. Chopper has changed the dynamic of this team in Shanghai. He is now taking a lot more of the first looks on the T side. And what they have done is they've put Donk in more of a trading position on executes, but also even when they kind of just take map control and default, they're leaving Donk in safer positions where he can play on his intuition. They can just leave him in a spot that they've captured, like mid, for example, and just let him work. You know, let him go for it when he feels like the time is right. And his performance has been fantastic, and I think the team flows a little bit better overall.
I'll tell you, Richard, I think Shiro needs to send Jame a check or something, because he's lucky Jame exists.
I know.
We don't talk, and I'm like, he's the most passive opper probably after Jame in the scene, right? And that's why Shiro, the way he'll impact your game is going to be clutches, right? Pulling some of those, and then just consistent fragging, right? Like, he's not an incredibly aggressive operator who's going to find you openings time and time again. The way he finds opening is he punishes the aggressive play from the opposing team, right? So his numbers are always going to be a little bit inflated because of that, and he needs sort of the aggressive guys on the team to do well, because he's the closer in a way for this team. And yeah, I think that's why you don't necessarily look towards him to get you. He'll get you over the finish line. He just won't get you really within striking distance.
Go Go on.
No, I just think that he makes a fair point, but I think it kind of balances out the team because now you're seeing Chopper more willing to go in first. Obviously, we know how aggressive Donk is as a player. Zontix, in his own right, despite being an extremity player, he goes for his own fair share of opening duels. And so far this tournament, I feel like he's performed up to standard, in my opinion. Like, look, I think sometimes the way that we judge Zontix is a little bit unfair because he is a rookie, just like Donk is. They came from the same academy system. They're in their first year of play. This is only their second major, haven't played many big events. And it just so happened that Donk was a freaking phenom. He just happened to be like a generational talent that can just do so much more than anyone else can in a role that is built to be inconsistent. He has found a way to be a constant. And Zontix, on the other hand, he just isn't the same, prodigy, I guess you could say. But I think all in all, he's still a very strong player, and he's had a hell of a tournament so far.
Well, I think the problem is also the role in which he plays in. It requires experience. I mean, it's more based off of game sense, feel, than just necessarily mechanics, right? And to do that on the biggest of stages, I mean, we can all remember Copenhagen and Vertigo and Zontix's performance on that map and looking lost in some of the clutches, and I could obviously tell the nerves got to him, and sure, he's a rookie, and that made sense at the time, right? But you want to see progress, you want to see players get better and sort of show that they can cope with that and play on the biggest of stages.
Yeah, well, look, we've been glowing in our praise for all of these players and in true Richard Lewis fashion. Let's get some negativity in this desk. Let's talk about Magic and what's been going on with him at Team Spirit. Obviously someone that hasn't necessarily had the best tournament. I think he's also got this weird kind of questionable swagger to his demeanor when he does the media work and the interviews,
Swagger is an interesting word to use.
Or an absence of it in a way, because, he kind of has an arrogance that doesn't feel deserved or earned within this team. And I kind of feel that that's the big question mark for me. When you're talking about, anchors and people that are going to play supportive roles on Team Liquid, they've got that experience and they've got players capable of stepping up and having big performances. We've yet to see that from Magic, honestly, at this tournament.
It's a fair point to make. I mean, he definitely is the weakest link if you're going to pick one on Spirit, and that's been pretty consistent throughout the course of the year. Even with some of Zontix shakiness, I feel like Magic's is the one that's been probably the most vulnerable. But I will say, even he has pivoted a bit throughout his course in Shanghai. On certain maps, they are kind of letting him lead in and letting Donk follow him up, so he's not having to go in first with no information. So they're almost kind of sacking Magic's in a way, which is kind of even more deflating his stats. But it's actually not exactly. It's not a bad idea when you have an extremity player like Magic playing, outside of a bomb site, and you let him kind of feed in first. Then that just allows Donk to be activated even more. So I feel like they're finding ways around his performance to still make him useful for how they want to approach the game.
You can't hide players. Like in the playoffs of a major, everyone needs to deliver, everyone needs to contribute. You can do some things here and there by letting them go in first in an execute, and then they will get traded. But even that sometimes, so that the guy can be set up to succeed if he's the first guy. And if you don't get that first kill, the whole execute can crumble. So it goes both ways in that sense. I don't know, it's just been too inconsistent. He's had a couple of, rounds out of nowhere here and there, but you don't plan your game, you don't rely on that to win you games. You want consistency. I don't need him to win me a 1v3 like he did, I think, against Heroic in the pistol. I need him to get one kill when he's set up to get that one kill, buy enough time for the rotate to come in, and we will outposition, outmaneuver the opponents. And you don't see that from him. No. Chopper, he's looking like Snacks did 3 months ago, like a guy who has no confidence. Like, he's just looking to, let me at least be a tradable death. I'm not looking to get a kill. I'm not looking to make a play. I don't have any confidence that I can do that. And it's very telling. And it's not playing to win. It's playing not to lose. And I think it's going to cost them their tournament life.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was certainly a period throughout the course of our time in Shanghai where Spirit did feel, again, a little bit indecisive, a little bit timid, not playing better. But I have seen them make strides, particularly on Mirage, where they've been able to kind of turn their default more methodical. They've been able to play through situations a little bit better. Their spacing and timings are just generally more optimal. And we are seeing Donk kind of thrive in a semi-new role. He's still entry fragging on some situations, but they've also kind of floated him into more of a mid-round scenario player. And we'll take a look at these numbers, and this just goes to show you the difference. He went from entering 30% of the time. Yeah, that's a pitch to Dinko, who actually called him that in a 1v5 clutch on Mirage against Heroic. So I just wanted to pay tribute to Dinko there with this one on Donk the Destroyer. But as you can see, he's not quite entering as hard, but still super successful when he does. But just to kind of compare this really quick, I know the numbers on the screen can sometimes get boring, but sometimes. Second place in ADR, by the way, is Zywoo at 94. Yeah. And then second in kills per round is also Zywoo at 0.88. That's just the giant gulf in between where Donk is up at the top compared to the rest of the competition.
Yeah, that's actually crazy.
Yes, Donk, very aggressive, very good player. Yes, you know, no one else as aggressive, as good. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, I don't know. I think, listen, here's the thing. Donk is the best player on the server, right? No doubt about that. But what about everyone else? Who's better when it comes to that? I trust Twist and Mither way more than I trust Chopper and Halley. I'll tell you that. And with the lead up of a couple of days to prepare, you know, not too big surprises, I don't imagine the veto, unless Liquid decides to throw one, which is again also possible. They've shown they're willing to do that in previous series that they played. It's like on all those levels, unless Yekindar completely disappears again and Liquid has to sort of play 4v5 all the time on their T side, which I think would be insurmountable against the likes of Team Spirit. I feel like they're actually a decent favorite in this one.
Do you agree with that?
That one's tough for me because I think, look, like we're not going to get too into the pick ban yet because that's coming later, but I do think Liquid's going to be the more favored team on Anubis. They should pick it. They should have an edge there. That should give them a guaranteed map in the series. But I think that Spirit are going to be able to exploit them on Dust 2. I think they're going to exploit them on Mirage. One of those maps is at least getting through. And then at that point, it just comes down to can Liquid repeat their performance on Nuke that they did at the Blast Fall Final and actually beat Spirit, despite the fact, generally speaking, Spirit is going to be stronger on that map. So it depends on exactly how it shakes down, but I see Liquid getting a map here for sure. I think Anubis they can cash in on, but there's no really other massive strength where I could be like Liquid's the clear favorite on this map.
We're about to get ready for the walkouts, but just from you, Janko, before we go there, Team Liquid, why do you have them as favorites?
I think they're the more well-rounded lineup, and I think, yes, they haven't played the toughest of opposition, that's fair to say, but, you know, they beat the teams that were in front of them, and I think the uptick in performance from Yekindar makes it much easier for Team Liquid to play. I think Donk will obviously best him on the server, but I think he's in a position where he can win enough times against him to put his team in a winning situation.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing for me in this match is going to be the difference in opping. You know, Ultimate, very aggressive opper. He's going to be going for picks. He's going to be helping entry with rifles on T side sometimes when you can't afford an AWP. Shiro, more of a backline player, more of a mid to late round specialist. And I think that dynamic is going to be really fun to watch play out because these teams have only played against each other one time. That's not, you know, a huge amount of data to work with. And when they did, it was a close game. And so I'm hoping for fireworks again here in the quarterfinal.
Just been told we got 1 more minute, so I just want to ask about the head-to-head between Chopper and Twists. Obviously, we've got an experienced IGL with no confidence versus a new IGL full of confidence.
Forget IGL. Which two players do we have? We have Twists on one side, one of the winningest players, definitely the most winningest players in NA history.
IGL's definitely affected his numbers.
And we have like Chopper on the other side, right? So who do you trust more as a player at this stage of a tournament? I don't care that he's been in game leading for 3 months. I trust Twist still to perform and to play.
Right. Well, let's go over to Shanghai for the team walkouts.
我来听一下你们的组成成分，你们支持谁？
Spirit fans! Liquid! Spirit! Liquid! I think they're ready for the teams.
呀，听起来他们非常的平均，似乎支持者是一样多的。接下来，让我把两支队伍请到舞台上，让我们有请 Team Spirit。 实力恐怖的步枪新人王 Donk 加入之后 ，Team Spirit 今年脱颖而出，已经斩获了3座 SG 赛事冠军。而他在本次淘汰赛上打出的神迹1v5更是震惊四座。上海 Major 的决胜赛上，期待他们能够带来更多的惊喜。
The dangerous dragons, and they say it depends on Donk. But this is a team game that will need a team performance, especially if they want to stand a chance of ending the year exactly how they started it. Can they all rise to the occasion this time around? It's Team Spirit!
圈大满贯拥有者 Twist 做指挥后渐入佳境，从未能打入哥本哈根 Major 到上海 Major 的决胜赛，他们是美中区唯一的希望，而他们也在谱写 Team Liquid 的新篇章。
The rebuild is complete. The team is looking more comfortable. Players are learning more about themselves and finding their form. Their new leader has shown what he's capable of and how hard he is willing to work for their goals. Will they still be a dark horse at the end of this? It's Team Liquid!
Fantastic walkouts there. You can see how effortless Donk makes being an international superstar look. Just there playing with the crowd, twists as well. So if there was any sign of nerves, you wouldn't know it. But anyway, guys, you know, quick temperature check. I'm just kind of watching just to see if we've got any interviews creeping up on us. But anyway, we can start talking about the potentials for a veto and where it might go.
Well, we know where it's not going to go, right? We know Inferno's the permaban of Spirit. We know that we're going to see a ban on Vertigo as well.
Actually, being told we are going to get some interviews here. So let's go back to Shanghai.
The team huddle is still taking place, but now Spirit take to the stage once again. Chopper, what is your feeling coming into this game? How confident are you?
I don't know, it's really good. Good crowd. Feeling good.
班克问他说 ：“Chopper 来到这个舞台上，你的感觉怎么样？有自信吗？”他说：“我不知道，我觉得还不错，感觉非常的好。”我们来问一下 Twist，Do you have enough confidence to take Team Spirit down?
I believe so. I think my whole team has enough confidence. We feel absolutely amazing today. I feel like we've prepared well, and we just can't wait to play in front of this amazing audience.
我刚刚问他说有没有足够的信心战胜 Team Spirit，他说当然了，我觉得是这样的，我整个队伍我的队友们都已经准备好了，我们今天感觉非常的棒，我们已经准备好了。
With that, the stage is set. But Shanghai, this is looking beautiful. Are you ready?
好的，让我们把舞台留给 Team Spirit 和 Team Liquid。
Yeah, there we go. So we got the interviews. Love that answer from Twists. You can see he's just full DX in it. You gotta love it.
Yeah,
so anyway, now we have to talk about the minutiae of where this veto might go to. So I'll start with you on this one, Dust. You said, just before we had to go back to the interviews, you know where it's not gonna go.
Yeah, no Inferno, no Vertigo. We know that's the two permabans, but I think what'll be interesting is the picks, because I think Spirit could exploit Liquid on either Dust 2 or Mirage. It'll be up to their choosing which target they want to go to first. If I am Liquid, I'm getting Anubis immediately. Last time they let it go to the decider map, I don't want to see that. I want them to go ahead and put their best foot forward now and guarantee themselves a map in the first two.
I don't know. I want to see if Liquid vetoes Dust, like, and lets Vertigo through. That's a gamble that they could take if they feel not confident. I wouldn't like them to do that because I think they had their opportunities on Dust 2 last time. I know the scoreline was dominant, but they were getting reset every time. A couple of unfortunate rounds for them, so they should feel like if they switch things up a little bit, they can have a good chance on the map. And that's what they do with the Vertigo ban. Like, Dust 2 is still in the pool for Team Spirit. They do go for that Anubis pick this time around. Spirit straight to Dust 2.
Yeah, ban Mirage Liquid. Ban Mirage Liquid.
I think Ancient here, probably something that we see as the decider. And for Liquid, Anubis and Ancient are two of their highest win percentage map, so I think they'll be happy with this one.
This is
You
the best
can't
veto
see it
Liquid
at
won.
home. Dust's literally punching the air right now, by the way, guys. So
Liquid
why?
played this veto perfectly. I did not want them to let Anubis go to a decider. I wanted them to pick it now. They're 13-2 on this map. It's their best map. They might be the best team in the world on it, in my opinion. Go ahead and get it out now. Give yourself a chance to go ahead and start with the big one, because Spirit's probably going to punish you on D2, but Ancient, that's a coin flip for me.
And we'll see a little bit. Spirit deciding to pick CT side on Anubis, right? On Liquid's pick, we see teams a lot pick T side actually because it is a T-sided map, and also you get to dictate the pace of the game at the very beginning, right? Obviously, it goes both ways. It might be tough on stage to get into the swing of things, right? And that way they can steal away a couple of extra rounds on CT, but yeah, for me, I have all the confidence in the world in Team Liquid to take this one home.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit more just about the matchup, Dust, on Anubis specifically.
Sure.
You said Team Liquid might be the best team in the world on this map. Tell me why.
I think it's just because, A, the success record is there, but also it's just I've seen them constantly innovate. Like, they already have a great foundation of, Twist and, Yekindar being your aggressors, and Canal and mid, having Naf and JKS playing the extremities. But now those two extremity players are willing to go for plays, willing to go for openings, and then we can see Yekindar be mobile and how he assists things. And they've also added some new mid-control
Mobile
protocols.
with his forehead to that monitor
The only thing
again,
that
mate.
Yekindar hasn't adjusted is a way to see more of the game, so maybe he could, pick out players a little bit better. But other than that, yeah, I've just seen them constantly evolve and Anubis across the year, and they've looked good on it.
Hey man, if I was going up against Donk, I'd try to get into the game as much as possible. Any advantage that I could get. And here is where, sometimes you talk about Spirit and Chopper plays mid, right, on a map like this. Donk is mostly towards connector, towards B. So it's sometimes Shiro, yes, he moves all over the place, but sometimes it's hard for these guys to get activated, right? I think that's where you sort of give the edge over to the side of Team Liquid. Their talent is more evenly spread around the map.
And that's why I think they should go for Chopper. Chopper is a weak point on this map for me defensively, and this is where you've actually seen Liquid evolve into pulling Naf off the extremity and helping Twist attack middle. And I think that combination can just open up so many options, whether they want to use that to split A, or they just want to use that to threaten CT rotations and then kind of fall back and then play a mid to late round play. I just think that Liquid's so dynamic on this map, both attack and defense, and I think that getting it first is going to give them their best chance at pulling this off.
I mean, is it a complete disaster if Liquid can't get this one over the line?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think they have their chances, right? I don't think their Dust 2 against Spirit was as grim as it maybe it was in other situations, and we'll get to that map altogether. But yeah, absolutely, their best chances are on Anubis and Ancient. I think Liquid will tell you that themselves before the game.
And for Spirit, is there a particular key to victory that doesn't involve Donk?
I think, again, it comes down to Zontix actually doing pretty well for my money. Like, he is an extremity player on this map, but he's been able to be pretty successful in that throughout the course of Shanghai and recent events, going for openings and finding him. When he's not, he's been a good trade fragger. I think that that's actually, for me, the X factor. Because, I know I'm going to get from Donk on an in-and-out basis. We all do. We all know we're going to get from Shiro as well. He's always been that trusty sidekick, but more on the passive front. You need Donk to have someone else that can kind of help him be the aggressor. And in some cases, it's just been Chopper going in first to sacrifice himself so Donk has a more favorable duel. But sometimes it has been Zontix, and so far I've been impressed with him in Shanghai.
The most important people on Team Spirit are Chopper and Halley, because you need to prepare well for this game. Liquid plays in a very dynamic way, especially on their CT side. So you need to prep your players to be reactive and to hit timings and not be scared of utility. If you get blocked by a smoke, you still need to hit the timing and go. Otherwise, Liquid is going to outposition you whole game long. They do a great job of disguising, sort of where they're weak or buying time to make aggressive plays with utility, right? And this is something for Spirit. You can't just be, once Liquid does something and then you react, it's too late. You need to be able to anticipate in this game. That's what their players need to be able to do on the server. That's the point that Halley and Chopper needed to nail home before the game started.
Yeah, and obviously we have seen them drop this map over the course of the RMRs and the Major, Dust. Perhaps to opponents are a little bit surprising, certainly worse than Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's no doubt that it's a map that at times has been good for them, but it has kind of failed them a little bit. And I do think that one thing that Spirit could do to try to be a little bit more dynamic is to try to move Shiro's op around a little bit more defensively, try to get some different looks to him. But it's also going to be about Donk. He's the one that's going to be guarding that B connector on the CT side. But he's also a guy who is very mobile in his own right. I think at some point this game they're going to have to shift his position to kind of help things out.
All right, guys. Well, thanks a lot for that. We are going to go straight over to the action now. So bring the hype.
bringing the hype for sure in this one. This could be a bare-knuckle brawl. The map pool as well, Chad, you said to me off air, you said this is a brawly set of maps. We've got brawlers in the server. Can I expect a little bit of early action just to kind of whet my appetite?
I think with the Nubers, definitely Dust 2 is going to follow up, and then if we make it to Third of Ancient, all of these can deliver in that capacity, but we are straight into game, straight underway. And Team Liquid, well, it's their map choice, Spirit, opting to start on the CT side. Yanko touched on it. This is the type of the map where the CTs have to set the tone. We'll see if they do so out the gates on the pistol. Over towards B. This is a bit of a variation for Liquid from their last few pistols on this map. Heavy mid for Spirit and an opening glance from Magix.
Yeah, he's going to take a little bit of info and throw out an incendiary that will foil your initial plans, but it doesn't look like Liquid are going to be phased.
Fortunately for Liquid, they hadn't let go of the utility just yet. Here it comes.
Wave of util, Donk to receive ahead of the smoke, and it's actually Magix that draws first blood. Ultimate puts Magix down, it's Donk they find in the smoke. JKS, a fan favorite, removes Donk empty-handed into the pistol.
Oh dear.
Those Jewel Berettas, they collect. Double kill in unison. It's actually Zontix that finds himself a double as well. And down goes Naflight. Triple kill to start off for Zontix.
Yeah, looks real good for a moment there, but the mid push with the window drop into the Jewel Berettas, wanting that con control Team Liquid, that's where they get slaughtered. Bomb going down, likely to see the Force follow through. You feel that was looking good for Liquid. Zontix, he is a big win condition for this team. Obviously, all the talk is about Donk, right? The carry performances that this guy can put in, pull his team across the... Yeah, well, you know, the flashes, the smoke, it doesn't make it easy. But it was that right there. There was a goosh, and then the two frags that came in. But Zontix is essentially the third star of this team. You've got your Donk, you've got your Shiro, and then it's Zontix with his contribution. So kicking it off from the pistol. Here's the Force for Liquid. Ultimate with an AK, no head armor. Galil for JKS, pistols for the rest.
No head armor AK, so gonna be the late piece. Doesn't want to be trying to take early jewels and excursions into the MP9s.
Looks like they're just gonna feel this one out. They've shown their hand with light utility. HE's not finding damage, pushing through and fight.
Ooh, cool setup. They flash for Donk from mid. And it catches your Kinder off guard, so Canal's control taken, or at least the fight taken.
But I like that, assertive nature against a Force spy. A lot of times you'll see teams go, all right, well, yeah, we still should have some advantages here. Let's keep it slow, let's keep it steady. Let's not give anything away, but they take the jewel. That's a great sign for Team Spirit early.
Yeah, as you can see, Ultimate's going to be the facilitator.
It's going to be tough to break. Rotation point of Chopper to assist that of Zontix, who with those kills has got himself an M4. Good weapon for the job.
Zontix, a lot of work to do. He's already started strong with his multi-kill. Worried about camera, but now he's got to deal with in brunt of the assault. Flattened by the Tech 9 of Naf. Chopper, empty-handed, it's Naf. A huge statement, double entry to make this Force Spy look like a reality for Liquid.
All through heaven here. Molly possible over towards Fountain.
Forced to acknowledge and respect the utility. Naf burns. Sound cue given away. They know he's occupying close to the side. They'll double swing him, and it's a clean headshot back from Magix. Twist the Tech 9. It has to be Ultimate to finish this. How much damage can Twist do? Absolutely nothing. And he's in trouble now. Oh! Ultimate hits every single shot! 3 headshots in rapid succession from Roland.
This is that kid's first major, second round on the stage, 10,000 people. And he just does that?
He's a natural.
That's how we're starting? Okay.
I questioned why the AK's in his hands, and he explains perfectly. How has he done that?
You think when the train felt like it should have definitely been there. That was so steady, so calm. All right.
Well, he's definitely reminded everyone what he's capable of.
Well, this could be better for Liquid. Sure, you lose the pistol, you win the Force, you win the follow-up. Well, you're going to be a 3-1 start. Spirit are going to have to take an eco.
Can't quite believe what we've just witnessed. So early.
Yeah, and the Des touched on it, right? They were talking about there's 2 keys. Yanko bringing up the fact that your Kinder and Ultimate necessary for this team, and both of them finding better form as of late. There's been a dip, right? This Liquid, it's their first season. They brought JKS in, they brought Ultimate, someone nobody had heard of. It started well, and then things started to fall off. So this is them looking for the resurgence. And they haven't been able to find that aha breakthrough moment. What better time than the major? Jostling for control, forcing out util. Smokes, plenty. Liquid have a good amount to finish with, but the CT setup currently, 3 players residing over towards B, and just 1 man, Chopper, left to his own devices on A. Smoke dotted in, and now Zontic's freed up to rotate. You can see him there glancing. They know that they've left this mid gap. Has it been exploited by Liquid? Well, not yet.
Again, the target's chopper, Dapet discussed. A vulnerability on their CT setups. And he's been left to his own devices. He needs one hit, just to slow them down, if anything. A headshot onto Yakinda was available.
Should save now, Spirit. You're out of position. Might still be on high alert because the A-Anchor Zontic's still alive. But right now, Spirit have absolutely no reason to go for this. I think Spirit might lay down arms as well, right? Let them hold on to their goodies. You didn't really get to see too much of what they were working with, but you knew they were going to be forcing. So well handled, just one problem to deal with. And of course, Spirit, in those moments, you have to gamble. That's the nature of this map. We've been talking about it time and time again throughout the course of the major cycle. The T side, you're looking for 7, 8+ rounds. If you're able to get past that 7 mark, great. For the CTs on a force, what are you going to do? You're going to push through window, you're going to push through smokes. You have to hope the fight comes your way if you want to play passive like that.
Well, genuine question then about this CT side of Anubis is, you know, is it something that you have to essentially gamble because of the vulnerabilities of B? Like getting crunch from Con and Main can feel so rough that if there's not 3 or 4 players there, you just give it up. Do you have to gamble even into the gun rounds as well?
That's one of your 2 options, right? And I guess as we see this game progress, secondary AWPing is also something that you could do, right? Because it's going to mean you could hold on to utility for longer. But I think that as the rounds whittle down, that's one approach. It's similar to Inferno is that way, right? You want to make sure that you're holding onto your util, but you also need to fight for control. So you're stuck between this horrible feeling.
Which is why there's that T bias.
Exactly. So for Team Spirit, this is a second bite of the cherry with those purchases. So problems as, well, this looks like a technical timeout. Just taking a look as it looks like it will be, yeah, Zontix. He's got his headset off. He's got the admin on his side. And they'll be sorting this one out.
It is a grandiose stage.
Yeah, center stage. We're right on the floor in all of the action here in Shanghai. 10,000 people. Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, and we were watching the first best of 3 from the stands, and have to say that like this whole crowd is like tapped in.
It's a high level appreciation, right? Like they note a save and they start clapping, and it's like, okay, that's nice. Like they're actually able to piece things together, which is.
And the loudest we heard them get was for something like, you know, an eco victory, something that they aren't expecting to happen when that expectation's subverted. They're not just cheering for, oh, red team, my team, go red team.
I got a couple of other storylines to get into here.
Twist is playing with the crowd.
Yeah, and he's one of the favorites, but surprisingly, and this is not my bias, this is theirs.
Yep.
JKS, the birthday boy, is apparently the talk of the town. He's one of the most favored players here in China, which is insane to me.
That is
but they had the biggest roar when he walked out on the stage from the Liquid bunch.
Yeah, and Team Spirit as well. Good fanfare for them. Just hearing, like, the pre-walkouts, just him arriving to set up his gear. Donk, understandably.
Well, it is the year of the dragon, Alex.
Yes, well, and he has been somewhat of a mythical beast in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, the year starting, obviously, with that jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring performance from Donk. Katowice trophy lift. It's like, oh, okay, we knew you were a prospect, now you're a prodigy. I think they called them over there in Romania a phenom.
Yeah, unlike anything we've ever seen, right? Like that Katowice run, his arrival.
The fact that he's a rifler, right? That's the thing that stands out. Now, it's not that your Zywus of the world or your Simples of the world can't rifle. They can rifle very well, but they are AWPers, right? That is where they find their influence within the game. So Donk is doing it in one of the hardest environments because he's also so aggressive.
And something I think that's also, you know, bears repeating is that Katowice performance we've just referenced also put a massive target on his back, to the point where those Donk demos of Katowice were the most downloaded demos across the entire professional scene. So what does that do to a player? Obviously, you've just burst onto the scene, you've got your tricks, you've got your approaches, you've got your, you know, maybe you're touching a crouch key a little bit more than other players, whatever it may be.
The Donk slide, I believe, Alex.
Slide. What, dude, I've been watching some Donk demos, believe it or not.
There you go.
He is, yeah, he's very rarely completely static. It's almost like he's found like a way to kind of dead zone.
But this shows you, right, the young generation, and when they get tapped in at such an age, especially when they don't have the residue of a 1.6, of a source, of a previous iteration, of a exactly, right? They just become fluid. It looks natural, second nature, but not to the degree of a Donk. So, yeah, we have found ourselves previously not being able to stop talking about him, and I think that might be the same again today.
But maybe it's nice we get it out of the way. You know, maybe,
true.
Get
We'll
it
do
out
our
of the way
Donk
now.
glazing, and then.
Oh, fantastic! Well, the glaze is complete.
we can focus our attention on round 4. And a quick recap of how we got here. Ultimate, second round force spy, no head armor, AK-47, 1 versus 3, 3 CTs swinging into the bomb site, 1 kill away from picking up a very much needed second round conversion, and Ultimate denied it with 3 headshots. Spirit now recoiling from that. And it's second bite of the cherry, as Chad put it. Just Chopper losing out on that A site for saved second round force buys. So it's what, pistol round? It's pistols, Kevlar, scout for Shiro.
Looks like they're going for the same approach. Zontix and Chopper over towards B again. Chopper without an upgrade this time round. So hoping that Team Liquid...
Chopper's walking out.
He has gone quite aggressive and undetected. So the biggest thing that he offers is information.
Or a double dink to the back of, maybe triple dink to the back of Yakinda's head. Twist has
I
actually
guess
had
it
his
is the
bell
Mac
rung.
10. It is the Mac 10.
Oh, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be static. Oh, he's dead. Donk finishes off the job, so Chopper draws attention. JKS does bring him down, but those Kevlar and the MP9s are still flowing. Spirit uncertain as to where these CT aggressions have come from and where they've gotten off to.
Yeah, Bomb is going to be the indicator here, as we do have Naf outside the B side. You'll see him there on the CT and the T sides. You could argue the best in the world at this, as he notes too. Good information now flowing.
Yeah, keeps you guessing. Twist, of course, took a heavy lick, has reformatted his approach and actually rejoined the force towards A. JKS sent searching.
Tuscan get a smoke in towards Heaven. Ooh, Zontic's playing forward. Donk, the unknown piece.
Zontic's all problems already. Galil finds his head through the wall. It's JKS that brings him down. Donk's Deegs not able to connect. You only get 1 chance against JKS, and this time he brings him down comfortably. For a third.
Yeah, handling business. And Dust pointing this out. He wanted to then pick this map, not let it be the third. Pointed out some stats. They're 14-2 on this map with this roster, and they've only come together on this half of the season. So this is home turf for Team Liquid. So far, so good. I think Dust 2 does really raise some alarm bells. Vito going as expected, I would say. Whereas this has been a bit more spotty for Spirit. They're on a 2 losses on the trot. One of those was to Passion.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough map as well as the desk, and as we have discussed, that on the CT side, you can't hide someone. Not that you should have to, but you can't.
Sure, the supporting cast of Spirit, I think Magix and Chopper definitely get put under the microscope a little bit, but it's crazy because some games you do, and Chopper looks like he's out of place and without that confidence that Yanko's talking about. In others, we were covered up a Mirage game.
He's like
I think that was in the Na'Vi match potentially.
Yeah.
And he was just rolling up through connector, sitting him on their ass. So
he can be like that brute force, you know. If he catches timings, if he's feeling the game, I think his cores also, take a step up, a level up. But yeah, Liquid, this is looking like kind of easy street to start.
Well, the guns come back out, right? It was pistol, then forced by loss. Now we find ourselves. Yeah, it's still not perfect, is it? MP9 and a Famus. The Shiro's ult will need to come into play. So early harass on middle. Also trying to go play and turtle up towards the B bomb site. 3-prong start again over towards B, but A's where all the action is. JKS will have the head-to-head against Zontix.
Fighting on this, forced forward by the Molotov. Does JKS anticipate? He doesn't. He did not consider Zontix taking an aggressive reposition off the back of that
Could have
volley.
been the HE that came in there from Chopper.
Yeah, master the stout sound of his aggressions. So that's a nice protocol response. Spirit handled business with JKS's early A probe. Now middle, under scrutiny. Yakinda returns to test Zontix. That was his chance. Smoke to block. Solid hold so far. 60 seconds on the clock for Liquid to try and find a finish.
Well, Liquid postured all the way forward in middle. They were at the window and doors. Now they're backed off around the world. Looking that they want to hit this A side again. B, awfully quiet. Donk starting to investigate and cheat over to help the defense. This is a good move for Spirit. Getting the information, but they've just left Zontix on his lonesome.
Yeah, he hasn't got anything to block now. Ultimate lining up that Heaven smoke. It is going to be that A finish. HE could be well timed. Ill shot. Bodies are here. Rotation required, especially now Chopper's gone down empty-handed. Yakinda low. Zontix trying to play for survival. Goes down to Yakinda, but there's Donk. That's Donk! Destructive as always.
Time.
Needs to get the bomb down. Ultimate in a 1 versus 2 situation. Has Donk done enough? It should be. Shiro and Magic just tasked with the finish. And Ultimate has a chance! Comes down to the Shiro USP. And that's a perfect embodiment of everything we've discussed. Chopper, nothing. Zontix, nothing. In comes Donk for the triple. And it's enough for the cleanup crew into a 1v1. Okay, A defended. And that started in a 4v5.
Yeah, just barely though, wasn't it? We'll check this one out again. There's the opener. Yakinda on the way in, and then Zontix misses his timing, but Donk arrives perfectly. A beautiful triple, a necessary triple, and it's the combination of the Donk and Shiro show.
I always find the like M4A1S, when you see the triple, it's like the last 6 bullets, and it's just that control. He taps those last ones to make sure there's precision in behind it.
You know, you're working with less bullets.
Oh, he made it work so well.
Hallie's going to get on the mic for an early tactical timeout. Team Spirit, even though they won that round, only keeping Shiro alive means that they're going to be pretty strapped. So in moments like this that are important, because you lose this one, then Liquid can go on another spree because of the finances.
Right.
So you want to make sure that the approach in this moment is set. Right? Do we want to try something more aggressive? What type of utility or weaponry do we need to prioritize? And if we choose this option, what are our weaknesses? That'll be the discussion that Hallie's having with them right now. So a really well-timed timeout, and you can just see those issues on screen. 2 M4s, 2 MP9s up against Liquid, who have 4 AKs, and Yakinda choosing to operate with the MAC-10.
Yeah, and less utility, so deliberately, not only the lesser
This is more mid abuse.
This could be trying to run down Chopper. Chopper just getting run at. Chopper's in trouble, isolated, holds his own for 1. Twins will trade, pressure on. Temple smoke already dropped. This is already breeding uncertainty.
Good move here from Zontix, though, trying to isolate the fight against JKS, so applies that pressure. He knew that he was just on an island. Shiro doesn't quite believe it. The game plan is so mid and A-centric right now for Liquid. It really does feel like they're trying to abuse Chopper in middle and then understand what that leaves for poor Zontix to deal with.
Well, yeah, because then once you adapt, then B site's weak and you can finally start walking in there.
Well, we'll see when that starts to come into play. Right now, 4v4. Still a decent amount of utility left for Spirit. It's Zontix. He has to get something on the way in.
He doesn't have a smoke, Chad. There is no way. He essentially has to just get this info safely, which...
Well, they just cleared Con. Good info right now for Spirit.
He has to stay active. He's so susceptible to a flashbang. Walking in. No flash. He's not ready.
Wow.
What was that? A quick switch. Now brings him down. There's Shiro's AWP. Necessary. Finds a response, but they are into the site. Shiro plays for the retake with his boys. That's aggressive. Too aggressive. Twist. Hits a shot through the wall. Molly finishes the job. It's Donk, though. He is arriving. They have mantled into heaven, so Naf a forward position upon the fade. It's Donk's awareness that will be tested. Now revealed by Naf.
That hit him. That actually hit Donk, so they know he's up there.
Now the question is, are we playing for this round? They are so distracted by Donk, though, that there are backs turned for Magics on this late A rival. This addressed it just in time. A necessary triple kill, his first 3 contributions, and it leads to a 4th.
All right. That's going to be Liquid up to 4. 2-round gap as Donk looking to hold on to this M4. Worried about the hunts, but again, yeah, just to address it, middle and A, looking like the weak point. Bomb goes off, round on the board, and lost bonus comes through. Right now, it might just have to be the save behind this A1S.
Like, that was the plan. Yakinda's MAC-10, he was there to die.
Yeah, and they even caught Chopper off guard, so Chopper did good to get 1, but they are really isolating his starts. So what this changes is exactly what you were highlighting. You will now either have to start 1-2-2 or 3-2, right? You're going to have to, or 2-1-2.
There's a gap somewhere.
Exactly, so the B side would become weaker with the rifle rounds. But this is Donk with the saved gun. So he loves to be in the front of the fight. So as the pistols, get him a bit of info and then put him in the right place, wind him up, let him go.
The dynamo of Donk. Chopper. Now lurking through that dark smoke. That is going to be problematic for him. Shiro trying to draw across there, so Donk could do damage. There it is. Team play available. AK found. First of this save rifle. We'll need a whole lot more from Donk if Spirit have a chance in this one.
Does he stay mobile? Oh, okay, well, Magics has been noted, and Naf isn't playing to punish the crawl back on his B lurk.
Looks like Naf is parking the bus here for a reason. Oh, that will clear you out. Information provided. Still occupation towards that B main side.
Not a lot they can do about it.
I don't know, Donk is going towards jail just to hold the crossfire with Magic.
Ultimate's coming to bail him out.
He's scared. Understandably, Donk's rifle was seen on this bomb site. Crossing back is actually into Magic's. Staying active on that.
Getting a bit late in the round. This can still go wrong for Liquid. 37 seconds.
They've gambled correctly here, Chad. Spirit, that is. Liquid with a man advantage. No Kev on Magic's M4, so really will fall to Donk to find the multi-kill once more. JKS going to be arriving through Con. Miss Smoke. Awkward now. They're in a charge, and there he is! Once again, just finds the perfect timing, destroys Liquid with 4, an ace from Donk, one save rifle, and he puts his skills on display. Stone-faced, as he pulls a magical round out for Spirit.
You could just see it. Just there working into action. Yukinda gets them too, but apparently that's not enough. This is such a tough position that Donk finds himself in as well because of the fights, but it works out perfectly. Just the timing into that fight. Is he really here this late? If you're Liquid and you're going for that option, you have assumed that they have rotated elsewhere. You don't think that you're going into the stack. So that, either read or gamble from Spirit, either way you want to split it, pays off.
In Liquid's mind, they know that we know where Donk was. They wouldn't just leave him there. But what a perfect timing as well. The fact that as he swings, Twist is pulling out the Molotov in the open, lined up for him.
Magic's taking aggro from the platform position is exactly where you want a molly, because it's such a hard fight that the T's have to sweep in and clear. So you can understand why Twist is getting ready to clear him out. But that one is a round that you need to, if you're Liquid, not get rattled by. Right? We'd say it in the past with the Zywa or Simple. Those rounds are going to happen. Well, so far 2 of them have happened. You can't let it get out of control.
In,
they've been able to buy. Mytha took the timeout just to settle them as again. Game plan.
Oh, Chopper's got help this time. If they continue to try and force the issue through the flames, doesn't matter unless Shiro can rack up a double. Pulls the trigger, does silence Yukinda, and forced away by the smoke towards Temple.
There's follow through this time. Normally they've gone mid and backed off. This time they're just going to go quickly into towards an A split.
Yeah, I mean, Zontic's A main. He's blocked JKS, so it's going to be through camera. Oh, missed shot from Shiro. That could come back to haunt him. Zontic's going to have a head-to-head here with Ultimate. Ultimate does win it out just about. Look at Naf surfing through the flames. Not a care in the world.
How do you two now for this post plant? 3v3, this is looking
fragile.
better for Spirit.
They are fragile. Naf needs to hit something here. Donk crouching in, looking to find him, maybe overlook. Can Naf catch the timing? Backwards turn, and Naf adjusts! A beautiful transfer into the head of Magic's. Puts it onto Shiro. Sure, he's got 3, but he's got 15 points of health for the 1v2. As an AWPer, you want this into the next, but simultaneously, no, you can do it. This utility, Ultimate Stairs, this setup is perfectly designed to ensure he cannot get isolated duels. He cannot pull the trigger onto one without response from the other. And so bides his time for an overextension. Waits for Ultimate to touch his keyboard a little too much and realizes that it's not being given, and so he concedes. Despite his best efforts, even a missed shot in there, he finds 3 kills, but it's not enough, insufficient as Liquid sees a 5th.
Yeah, hanging around, looking for a mistake, not getting one, so back and forth we go. It's 4 consecutive rounds now of back and forth action between these two teams. But still, we set the bar of 4 to 5 rounds for the CT side of Team Spirit, sitting at 3, not too shabby.
You can attribute 1 to Zontix and 2 to Donk.
That's right, Zontix with a triple kill on the pistol, and then Donk coming up big with an A1S and an AK-47. Yukinda again strapping in with this MAC-10, and JKS is doing the same. Have they read the economy wrong, or is this just going to be an A rush? Because, hey, there is another buy from Team Spirit.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
Only 1 set of head armor, however, that's on Donk. Just launching into A. It's Zontix on his lonesome. We'll have to block them the best he can.
Zontix, that helmet, or absence thereof, is going to be a problem!
God.
Just like that, the drive-by connects! Not ready for a MAC-10, expecting the rifle. Headshot from Yukinda, and Yukinda could do more. 3 players here running through, he guns them all down! Lovely work from the Space Taker, the Space Maker. Liquid gifted a 6 off the back of Yukinda. Charge into the A site.
The game plan is clear. Abuse mid, abuse A. They are having absolutely no issues with Zontix or Chopper so far.
Like, there are limited options for an A anchor there, but Zontix, he's not ready for a MAC-10 instant headshot through a smoke.
That is what Yukinda will deliver you, right? Space, the fact he gets the entry and then the follow-ups, that's beautiful work. It's the type of form that they need if they want to be able to take down Spirit. Coming into today, I think I looked at 60-40, maybe even teams have been hedging higher, you know, speaking to different players around the lobby. People are, yeah, Spirit's in good form, we've been pracking him. Okay. Yanko, he believes Liquid have what it takes to get this one done today. Dust2 up next, Ancient is the third and Decider if we need to get there.
Speaking of Yanko, you know, he described Liquid, I think it was their CT side he was referring to when he described it as dynamic. We're seeing dynamicism, whatever that word may be, on their T side as well.
Yeah, well, wait till we get over to the CT side. Yakinda is the tell of aggression for this team. They move him around the map. He's that loose piece, right? Kind of what you would expect from an AWPer. But
Sure.
Yakinda is pushing out B main, pushing connector, going middle, pushing out A. Wherever we see him starting the round is where you expect Liquid to take a fight. Taking a fight, that's on Spirit's docket. They bought into the previous. Looks like they're doing the same right now. They know that they just need 1 or 2 more rounds, so gonna shove. Sure, couple of saves, but it's messy again. MP9s too, Famous, AWP, and Donk with the A1S. And I didn't want to have the framing of, yeah, it is just Donk. Well, obviously, he's had a contribution of Zontix and Shiro, but maybe it is just Donk.
So far, it has been. A full belt of utility and the kit, he's got everything he needs.
Here's the change, 2-1-2.
What's the Liquid approach? Naf starts off slow B. Ultimate and Twist tasked with taking some mid to start.
Bit slower this time around. More of a default approach, just feeling things out. Seeing what they can find. JK's going through his standard protocol utility. You can see the way that that little game has evolved. Players have started pushing forward on the smoke because they know that that player has a molly in his hands. JK throws the smoke, waits a second for the push, then throws the molly.
Well, that smoke will certainly keep Shiro interested. Chopper, next test for him. He's got no utility here, so upon the fade, he is just going to be taking a heads-up duel. AKV FAMAS. Block on main. 50 seconds for Liquid to find the finish.
Shiro's not going to search A main with the AWP. He's just going to stay planted. So they want to fight in towards Con.
Trade potentials available in JKS. Or rather, Yakinda, depending on who takes that first.
Oh, back and forth.
Oh, they're not sure.
Chopper's starting
Uncertainty grows.
to rotate away.
Yeah, they are.
They're playing a retake B setup now. 28 seconds.
Donk realizes he needs to get back into the site ASAP. Playing close to the pillar, ready to swing out on the first friction. They're into jail though, it's getting sketchy. Chopper, good find. Removes Yakinda. Magix makes it work with the MP9. Still stubborn into the side of Liquid.
2v2.
Naf makes it interesting with a couple of seconds to spare. The code is punched, the bomb is planted. Shiro approaching, AWP on his back. Forced into the USP, he made it work in the 1v1 before. Naf ready for this duel, stays active on the angle. An important duel. Zontix waiting for Shiro. Down he goes though. Zontix tasked with a 1 versus 2. They are low. Softened up for him. He's done it. Pulls it off. Another round we can credit to Zontix. Impact being felt here on Anubis.
That was all the MP9s. Magix in the chaos over towards Jail, and then Zontix looking absolutely robotic there. Isolates JK, snaps into Naf. Whoa. Another clutch for Team Spirit on this CT side. We'll get this one again. So there's Magix thriving in the chaos, knowing that time's going to be an issue. They turn this on its head to Liquid, but that second kill is a thing of beauty from Zontix.
He knows where you were. He knows that trade is coming. Just perfectly positions the crosshair. Instant headshot. Wow.
This can still slip for Liquid, right?
Good.
Think about the type of rounds that they've lost. Team Spirit are doing exactly what you need to do to post the CT side of rounds. They can still walk away 6-6, split them at the half.
Ooh, little touch of aggression, or at least the flash implies as such. Rug's position noted. And the HE trajectory.
Important round for both teams. The back and forth nature that we've had means that the loss bonus going into the final round of play. 1900 for Liquid, 1400 for Spirit. Be working with very, very little for whoever loses this one.
Smokes have landed. CT side on high alert. Spirit anticipating a B finish behind this util, but it's not coming. Oh, spam can be little. Magic's chipped down to 74. Retooling though. Liquid, they have to find their finish, and it does seem like a late B return from Twist with that bomb on his back. Ooh, Chopper, he's bitten.
Yeah, B pressure, mid pressure. Zontic's still towards B with Shiro. That setup is strong, but Chopper's in the wrong place.
Yeah, they're worried about that mid gap, so Donk's looking at Temple. He really has no idea that they're all coming in through B main. It's going to be hard to fight these fights now. Donk versus Naf, spamming smokes. He's got no bullets. He's got no health, but he has got help. Magic, MP9, nearly 2. Kinder brings him down. Nade, good work from Zontic.
So much
damage indeed. JKS's ears are ringing. Now a 4 versus 3 advantage. Despite Donk's low HP, they have the numbers. Break on the smoke, and Chopper profits. Twist goes down, long range MP9 to the dome. Now Ultimate's up, has to rack up a multi. JKS needs to live, swings into an MP9. Too many targets here for Ultimate. Surely there's no way he can come up clutch once more. He has his signature weapon, misses it, can't hold on with the Tech 9, can't draw it out in time. Again, the Shiro USP to close. And Spirit CT side starting to get a little bit comfortable. 5 rounds to 6.
Take inventory for this final round. Naf and JKS in the position to get at the AKs. Ultimate the same. Twist and Yukin are going to have to operate with something lighter. Galil's, maybe Mac 10s, depending on the importance of the Yuto. And that is such a huge nade. That cluster of Ts swarming the site. Very well placed, softened up. A good attempt from Ultimate. Very good damage done. So they've gone for the Tech 9s, Yukinder and Twist. Yuto a preference. I think Liquid will look at this half as a bit of a failure if they only walk away with 6.
Almost certainly. Late nade towards Ruggs. They're trying to isolate some damage onto JKS, but he's not there.
This is more direct, so a bit of a different timing from Liquid this time round.
But Donk is the one that's going to be the first man on the scene. Flash turned by Donk. Does he have the first headshot? No, he actually can't track him. Yukinda does open up the sight. It's Chopper that stands up. Huge double kill will fall to JKS, but a 2v2 all the same.
Bomb needs to get scooped up.
JKS on that task. Zontix and Shiro challenge.
This nade could do it.
Looks good. Looks great. JKS catches another dunk from Zontix.
Ultimate has plenty of time to play out this clutch.
Just on the fade. Spots out Zontix. It's impact upon impact round. 6 to 6. That is a CT side Spirit can be proud of.
A slew of 3 there to close out the half. They did a very good job. There was a lot of clutches necessary, sure. Doesn't matter how you get the rounds, just as long as you get them.
Wow, and you know, you asked about supporting cast. The Death certainly did. Zontix is present. Chopper's had every contribution he's had has been an important one. That FAMAS 1 kill onto Yukinda. He got good damage into this one, defending B.
And it also felt like Liquid got what they wanted, right? They were able to harass mid and A, and then you would hope that it would change the setups, which it did. However, Spirit is still able to fight back in and get themselves all tied up. They're in a very strong position now to take this map. Move over to their T side even.
Just thinking about Zontix's HEs. That's like repeated damage. He knows their plant preferences, reads it well. Back-to-back rounds. Zontix, without even needing to pull a trigger, finding a good kill with a well-placed HE grenade.
Tadi ngomong.
Well, this is far from over. Remind everybody again, 14-2 with this roster, Liquid on this map. So only having lost it 2 times, and well, it was coming through in both of their progression series. Once again, I think it was against FlyQuest, and once against MIBR,
right,
to get them from opening stage to elimination to where we find ourselves today. Here comes the pistol round. Heavy lean towards middle/A from Team Liquid. It's just one man of NAF flight over towards that B defense. Mid-centric attack from Team Spirit.
Twist anti-flash. Here's the steps, gets ready before. Oh, he eats the flashbang and a sitting dunk for Dong. A second available for him, trying to track the head. And finds it onto Yukinda. Setting him up for success, and Ultimate just spamming in the smoke, reveals his position. Shiro unloads a full clip.
Oh, they faked as if they were going to go temple towards B. They're actually just waiting. It looks like they want to finish A.
JKS is considering supporting Ultimate, and of course he's got the smoke in the kit, so Ultimate is a valuable asset to the team. Can't track. Magic draws the cross set and sets up more from Donk on the Glock. Clear this corner as well. Oh, this is revolting! Another one! Another one from Donk! The dude is just stamping his time card. He is just putting in work. Working Liquid like it's his full-time job.
Just had the crowd chanting, is Liquid, I don't think you're going to be winning this one. This is not a force buy.
And on the T side pistol of Anubis at a 6-6 scoreline, you couldn't.
Both pistols.
Yeah. Well, they had an idea. Of the flash.
Stacks in the right place.
Not blind as Magic, should be fine to farm on the Galil. Actually, Yakinda punishes a messy spray. In comes the cleanup crew. Job done. Round 1.
Liquid are going to have to work very hard to get themselves back in this game. I know it's only a 2-round differential right now. They're going for the Fury up.
Okay.
So instead of going the full invest, Twist has just gone for the half buy. MP9s, 5 of which armor and very light utility. I was about to say, to work back in, your first rifle round is always lacking. It's either lacking weaponry or utility. So Liquid are allowing the loss bonus to build up 2,900 into the next, but they still get a pretty good chance to contend in a round like this.
Especially you can be unpredictable. 3 MP9. Strike on Sontics, and he does get overwhelmed. Still finds the head twist, and Dom should be fine. Commits to the spray. Handles business once more on a main.
GG dari tadi dong.
If Sontics is alone there, it's a different story. Donk's in the right place again. Not ready for that was Naf, completely caught off Chopper.
If you're Spirit there, you're not expecting that to be the type of purchase. You're definitely thinking they're going to go into a gun round, but that goes back to something I touched on in the first half. Yakinda being the tell of aggression, right? They like
Udah tutup Bang PG.
Yakinda is the connector player over towards B, but if they want someone to go aggressive, they're going to use him as the point man. So we'll need to keep our eyes on where he's starting out a lot of these rounds.
Ini harus yang
Felt like
berikutnya.
Spirit had a pretty good understanding that that could be the scenario. Some round Yakinda just starting over towards B in his traditional position alongside of Naf. Twist an ultimate over towards middle as ultimate posts up for a pick.
Ooh, that's a geeky lineup to try and the con player flashed off for Donk to take some early lines towards it.
I think what they were looking for, just want to apply that pressure to start getting the CT to siphon through utility. So burning a smoke over towards B. So now they work on the A main control, but with 2.
Just want to highlight how passive JKS is playing his A site here.
Yeah, he might get surprised real quick. This is so much pressure that he is unaware of. This isn't a commit, they're just searching still. Look at the bomb, it's down towards T-spawn. So right now this is just pressure.
Pressure definitely amplified with the miss of the main smoke. They're going to feel like it's a vulnerability, and Zontix is going to try and punish. Gap on that. Buys his time, tries to swing out. Zontix wise to reposition. Yakinda spots his toes, Chopper exposed. Nice.
That's the bomb over towards Rugs.
Okay, info flows. Magic's trying to get in towards A main. They are committing to this, but JKS still working that heaven smoke. Twist as well. Liquid, multiple kills through the smoke wall. Magic's Shiro forced into an uncomfortable 2 versus 5. They're in the site, but they still can't find a fight. A favorable one at that. Does win out onto Twists. Shiro hoping for an overextension. Does jump mantle up, but JKS finds the headshot. Magix is in trouble. He's boxed in. Yakinda's got his exit covered. Gets it done eventually.
A little bit skittish there for a second from Yakinda, but does confirm the kill. And I think Twist leering forward like that could be questioned if things started to go a little bit more wrong, but they didn't have all the information because of the smokes. Most of those kills were coming in through the smokes. They didn't have the full puzzle piece together, even with the Yakinda aggression, because there could have been answers necessary over towards B main. They did a good job being able to chip away, but a freebie for Yakinda there as he walked through Con, that one really starts to soften things up.
Can't help but feel as well like that gap in the smoke, it kind of lulled them into A. It wasn't necessarily the game plan. You highlighted the bomb's positioning.
I think they definitely want to try and search and harass JKS based off of timings and prep, but the finish, it was like, oh, okay, hold up, it's a little bit easier than we expected. Let's go.
Well,
and here's that Yakinda aggression I was talking about. Starting over towards A main, they set him up for a fight. Doesn't see anything. Now he's going to rotate back. Actually, JKS has gone towards B. They've left Yakinda at A. Different flavor.
Yeah, nothing to report from Ultimate on his mid-break. Kent deploys a rather shallow A main smoke, so you'd be placed to walk through that one. Starting to Prepare for a test of Naf on B. He's got a lot of responsibilities here, Jad. Passive stance here from Liquid. Naf anticipating this.
They're quicker than they expect.
Already up. Naf, back turn. Donk should have it. Does. Quick reactions. His 21st contribution, and it's enough to get the bomb down on B. Ultimate, this is a ballsy move for an AWPer to make if you're really brave enough. Second guesses himself.
They'd risk too much by going for this. As much as he probably wants to drop in and go crazy, I think he was called off before that.
Yeah,
and
more than capable, but
they just put that together a little bit too late, Liquid. The idea was to smoke off B main and then be able to focus fire from a little bit more of an uncleared angle, right? We see some teams starting to opt for B main smokes late when they're coming in through that comp position, isolate them in that choke point. But they were 1 or 2 steps ahead of what Liquid were ready for. So Naf getting caught off guard. And to point this out, because it is a feature of the new Team Liquid, Twist's having some struggles individually. 4 and 12. This is his first major as an in-game leader. His first time calling the shots. And we know having to do the extra calculations is going to have a bit of an impact on your game. But the idea was, hey, have a player hungry, driven, and tenured.
Yeah.
Take over this role. He wants to get involved in that and be able to deliver impact performances. He plays key positions on this map, taking mid control on the T side, holding mid on the CT side.
But you can attest, Chad, as someone who has competed at majors, as an in-game leader, that when it becomes the trying times of a big game, your eyes aren't on your crosshair as much as they used to be.
There's a lot on the macro, and this has felt more like a chess game, especially when we go back to the details of the pressure they wanted to apply to mid, and then the rotations or setups they wanted to force late. On the CT side, however, is where he can start doing his best, right? Because he gets to focus on his crosshair more, as opposed to the bigger picture macro.
People know what they have to do.
Yes,
the rip.
And the reactions should be a little bit quicker, whereas kills, openings, etc., he has to call the mid-rounds on the T side. Right now, everybody should know the protocols of how to react. Liquid have to bounce back with this round, or Team Spirit are going to run away with this map.
Yeah, this is a very big round for Liquid and their major campaign. After not even making Copenhagen, making it to the playoffs here in Shanghai. Certainly a feather in Twist's cap, but they want more.
Oh, definitely. One of the things in question for Team Liquid is their run. You can only play who's in front of you, but they haven't beaten the biggest names to get to this stage. Spirit would be the largest scalp.
Need a big knife to skin a dragon. Could be walking into the crosshairs shortly as they look to join him. Donk and Shiro partner up as they look to test Twist on his mid-hold. This is his opportunity. Oh, shy. Crosshair, slow. Chopper, the in-game leader, head-to-head. He wins it out. JKS to be tested once more. Good angle for it. Can't transfer. It's Donk.
Needs to be a save. They needed more there.
That's the punish. Beautifully structured round. It's simple from Spirit.
Exactly the same scenarios as what we saw taking place within the first half. Right, your mid defender or your A defender getting isolated. They were hedging 3 players towards B Liquid. If I'm Team Spirit, I'd probably send out a few feelers to hunt right now. You could give away 1 or 2 guns looking for this. If you take away the AWP or any rifles, you're removing threats going into future rounds. Loss bonus going into the next will keep Liquid in buy potential.
See JKS's apprehension as well. He knows that there's a donk behind a chopper.
Right, and you've got some big issues because at that point you're pinched, right? You can fight for as long. They can just wait. You're not in a great position. You're going to get your support is literally miles away. You don't have any support.
Yeah, it's get a multi-kill or bust. The latter, as an 11th comes through, we highlighted the importance. Liquid, this is their map pick on this quarterfinal stage.
Ini Liquid harus nabung sampai map berikutnya kayaknya.
Times in their head at night, thinking and anticipating of this head-to-head, of this clash in pursuit of a semi-final. Perhaps not visualizing this kind of scoreline.
And this is where Team Spirit get to do things more as a team, right? On this T half with how they maneuver the same. Can't be said for the first. It was individuals popping off in massive moments. That's what Liquid need to find now. That same explosive nature from this CT hold.
Ultimate is a playmaker. We learned that in the second round of this game. Shiro ready to posture for a big player. Yakinda goes looking, and all he finds is trouble and strife. Shiro Zorp opens up Spirit for 12.
Liquid have to fight for this round, even if they're outmaneuvered. I feel that they have to go in and give it an attempt. We don't even have a finish yet, but I'm already thinking about the end.
Ooh, now Shiro, after being flashed into the line, can post up. Ultimate has to acknowledge that possibility. In Shiro's round, Shiro's time to shine.
And
Double
the next
swing.
aggression.
Oh, perfect! Perfect timing from Naf.
But they go in for one too. Just go away.
The Molotov, you're right, it's wide open. Oh god, you can't even retake this. You might have to give it a look in.
I feel you have to.
You're not just going to roll over and give them 12.
The loss bonus is there for them, but if you don't contend for any rounds, that's what Spirit did in the first half. They fought for rounds. Maybe they felt like they had a bigger buffer because they knew the second half was coming, so they could take a few more chances. But if Liquid save, that's 12 for Team Spirit, just one round away from snatching this map. And it's been a blowout in the second half. Only one round for the CCs to boast, and they are going for the save option. Max loss bonus into the next. Ultimate's going to have more than enough for an AWP. Naf can drop Yakinda. Maybe they're thinking bigger picture. Hey, if we do win the next round and hold on, maybe only one of us stays alive. So the long game, now the consideration for Team Liquid, because Team Spirit have secured overtime as a minimum. Desk also pointing out the way that Shiro finds his openings on the T side. You make them feel squirmish, they have to play for information, and he gets 2 kills where they step out into the AWP, holding the angle. He's not forcing those fights. Those fights are being forced by the ambiguity in Team Liquid's mind. Last tactical timeout. Last opportunity for Mytha to give hopefully a bit of a rousing speech. Naf brings out the second AWP.
And a round like that from Shiro is only going to kind of sow seeds of doubt when you want to go. You need to go for that sort of information play. Is he really still there? Can force you into a bit of a box.
Right now, I feel you could call absolutely anything if you were Team Spirit. Right? You could just say more direct. You could just go for a bit of a set piece out the gates. So they know, due to the loss bonus and saves, that Liquid will be full bought. They know that they're going to have everything that they would desire. The double or potentially the only thing that they could be overlooking. But this one, really gotten away from Liquid. That first half, huge impact moments from Spirit, setting themselves up nicely to close this one down and then move on to their home turf of Dust 2 coming up next.
Double off the change-up. Yakinda trying to keep his eyes in the sky for any early util. Warning signs of something pacey. Holding on to his util here, Twist. Restrained. Times it well. Chopper was starting his advance.
Oh, ouch. Well-placed nade, but it'll be completely unconfirmed damage. Onto the AWPer. You could argue the one that matters the absolute least for. Right now, Liquid battening down the hatches for an A finish, having 3 players locked down this side of the map. But playing for info, Twist and JKS pushing towards baskets alongside of the AWP of Ultimate.
Mid is the gap, and mid is where Chopper is patrolling.
This is a tough fight for JKS. Zontix is very good at this.
Yeah, he's active on this. JKS and Twist. About to clash with Zontix on his sweep, and there's the barrel. Cleanly converted. Zontix removes JKS, and Ultimate's AWP now spotted. That might change the game plan. Bomb is not committed. And they flash, they actually get him across. Now temple flank is a scary possibility. Naf's AWP is going to be here just in time. Not ready for that is Dom. Important find from Naflight. Now Magic's given the green light to go looking. Shiro is flanking. Naf, he may not be ready. The back of the head, he still pulls the trigger onto one. Yakinda, he's about to be Molotov. Peeking over the flames, impossible. Force back, smoke on top.
They're all locked out because of the aggression. Look, Liquid are all going to play through either B main or connector. No, all connector.
You're smoked.
Yakinda can break this, but they should wait it out. Running through this would be crazy, and the communication. Look, Twist is going all the way around the world. This is going to be so late.
This is going to be the latest retake. And with so much at stake, this is your map pick in this quarterfinal. And Spirit, that clock is ticking to their conversion. Despite the man advantage, Shiro and Zontix are set for success. Twist, very late on this. Shiro, not ready for it, not ready for it, and they do connect. A ballsy call from Twist, but it
nggak jadi menang cuy.
All right, well, time to spare on that defuse, no doubt about it, but it felt like it was going to get sweaty. Shiro not hearing those footsteps could be an issue of the stage environment.
Comms as well.
Yep.
You know, I'm going to do this, you do that, be ready for this. Okay, well now everyone's burned their timeouts. It's Spirit's turn. It's Hallie on the mic trying to wrestle back for a quick and easy finish. I think Naf's frag onto Donk is so important.
No, it's the one onto Magix.
Yeah, true.
Magix has no reason to be playing first. Unless he was mollied in that position and we didn't catch it.
Shiro's saying, I've got one,
Yeah,
I've got
so
one.
he could have been mollied out of that position. Not sure, right? I don't want to be throwing him under the bus right there, but that death is the one that you feel, okay, if the flank's coming, let the flank play. Mahali does not want to allow any opportunity of a comeback. Knows this will be a full buy. Into the next, we'll have a discussion about the money. You've got some players on a high end of 6.3 Shiro, Zontic's 5.4, so they can get buys out, drops, saves. That's a conversation for if we go another round. But Liquid, they like the way that double AWP felt. Naf's impact and ultimate, both of them finding kills. But now, that is noted. Team Spirit know what they're up against. How do they adjust?
Well, already you can see a deviation from the norm. Bomb leans A side on the back of Shiro and Zontix. He's already considering some A util. Look at this. Okay, so there is going to be mid util thrown by Shiro, but it will all be smoke and mirrors, or rather, flames and mirrors. Some deception all the same.
Oh, that's a missed smoke right there. They're not going to be able to get the space that they're looking for.
How does JKS react to this? Oh, a well-placed nade by Zontix on half health. Seems like the game plan's been scrapped. At least for a moment. Twist confirms mid's quiet.
Yeah, and those steps, potentially audible to Shiro's position, so making no secret of their mid aggression as now they set up to hit this A site once again. Ultimate rotating in. It's going to be how out of position is he when the util lands. Here it comes.
JKS, Ultimate, this is their test. They need to find a frag each. Good flash at the aggression from JKS. Down off the one is Donk. Zontix is the one to put the cherry on top.
Spotted.
There's overlooking it. No scope provided.
3v3.
Combat AWPing from Ultimate. Now Shiro into the site task with the plant. They're in the smoke and he pulls the trigger. Finding Magix is crazy. Two no scopes now.
Gitu, no scope AWP-nya dapat 3.
Orbs filling the feed. Scope and no scope, but it's all the orbs. Masterful from Ultimate. When his team called upon him to frag, he has done so. We will see another round of play.
Just holding on there, aren't they?
By
Twist
the
and JKS.
by their fingernails.
They get knocked down on the way in, fell out of position on that execute. This is beautiful work, yeah. Just he's trying to walk through the smoke. I'm stopping on Sunland. Magix goes down. It's these two AWPs, a real nuisance. Now the bomb got planted. There was residual cash on 2 players, so AKs have been dropped across. A MAC-10 in the hands of Magix. Gonna need this one as well, Team Liquid, to break the finances, and then overtime seems like a possibility.
Yeah, all it takes is one slip up though. That is a well-placed nade. 50 damage once more, and onto Donk.
That's 3 consecutive rounds. One towards T-stairs, over towards baskets, and here comes another one.
Zontix is a little further forward though. No one home. Gifted that double HE, and he's put it to good use onto Donk.
But again, they're just slipping in to harass JKS. He looks out of position as they want to go for this mid control again. There's a lot of comms there, so are they playing retake? That's the question.
Seems they're going to realize very quickly.
They're already in.
Sails through. They've given up the A side. This is going to be a retake for Liquid. JKS fighting to throw out his smoke, at least sow some seeds of doubt, gives them a way to get out of
Chưa được đâu. Utility nó.
Ultimate low, on notice. JKS around the edge of this smoke. Ultimate getting tagged up by the spam. Zon's clear, and he's a dead AWP. Quick trade. Twist provides. Liquid trying to fight back in. Shiro peppers through the smoke, and that's a big find. Naf still on B, catches Chopper's lurk. It's still all going down, but a late retake required once more from Liquid. Donk with only 25 points of health. It will fall to Magix. He wants a rifle to do this. He knows how important it is to have that instant headshot. Equips it now. Time sensitive. Liquid taking their sweet time. Look at the bomb. They have to hit these shots in unison. It has to happen now. Liquid, it's slipping through their fingers. Anubis is spirits. Liquid's pick.
McDonald's đâu, đồ người ta.
Convert. Shanghai 1-0 Spirit.
In my pro career, the person who truly inspired me to pursue the dream of becoming a professional player is my dad.
I guess Zipnix, like when he was clutching and everything, I used to look up to him a lot.
JT and I have been playing for like 5 years now, so we're kind of learning together for the majority of our careers. I'd say Johnny for sure.
One was Dayz, because I felt like he's playing really smart and he has a good mixture between like playing aggressive, playing passive, and playing with equipment. And then for sure like Simple to get like in touch with the more aggressive, more loose style. So I always wanted to have like a style of both.
I think everyone's idol was Coldzera.
And since I started playing CSGO and I started watching the tournaments, it was like when Luminosity were at their best, how Fallen plays, and I watched all his videos. So I think he's a big inspiration for me. I think like since then I've been a big fan of him.
I always liked clutching, and I was like often in those positions. So I try to get inspired from like his play style and how he was thinking the game.
So of course I watched the best hoppers like Simple, Zaiwu, and Dayz, but I think one that taught me a lot was Shiro.
I mean, first of all, I started playing in his kind of PC club. I was a kid, I was a teenager, I was going out having fun, and then he was always pushing me into playing. They were driving me to events and everything. Once I got the good offer, I declined, and he was like, now you have to commit to it, and that's how it all started.
Well, basically, we've spent the last 5 years of our lives just grinding this game out. We lived in gaming houses in Texas and in California, and just traveling the world together, just living the game. So, just between him and I, it's like we've been grinding this game for basically our whole careers.
When I sometimes lose a tournament, even a big one, he's always like, I mean, it's fine, we know where we came from, we know how it is and everything. So, I mean, the parents are always going to be proud of you no matter what you do in your life, unless you do bad things, of course. But they're always going to try to be there for you.
Yes, so you saw in the break there, professional players talking about the importance of teammates. Turns out Team Liquid could use one or two of those right now. Losing their map pick of Anubis, we did say it wouldn't be a total disaster, but kind of feels like one at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, it felt like they had their opportunities. Plenty of them on Anubis just couldn't really finish Spirit off. I mean, they couldn't deliver the kill shot, and props to Spirit for showing some resilience. Really, and being able to sort of close it out themselves in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because obviously Liquid came in the heavy favorite. They've had such a strong Anubis. It has been the one map they have been able to rely upon throughout the course of the year. Meanwhile, Spirit had a hot start to the year on this map, but have been kind of shaky lately. And things kind of played out at the start the way we expected. Liquid was able to kind of exploit mid and A, some of the weak points of the Spirit defense. They were able to use that to roll into a 6-3 lead. So very good start to the T side, exactly what they were wanting. But then they tried to pivot, hoping that they had conditioned their opponent to watch out for mid and A. They started going for some like mid to late round B execs. They could just never get those off the ground.
Yeah, it was the stubbornness of Team Spirit that I think surprised Liquid in the end, right? Like you felt, okay, surely now they'll focus more on mid, they'll focus more on A, right? In some of these mid-round situations, and they didn't for the most part, right? Like, I mean, they were sort of trying to play 4D chess, expecting Liquid, to do exactly that, and it worked out, coupled with a couple of great individual rounds from Donk and Zontix as well. That just gave enough of a buffer for Team Spirit moving on into the second half, where they could, after an ace from Donk in the pistol round, really just keep riding with that momentum.
Yeah, and I suppose, look, We're just going to have to do it again, guys. We're going to have to talk about Dunk. I know it's like probably boring at this point, but I mean, what an
really
incredible
crazy.
game.
It's crazy, Richard, because Liquid did an incredible job of minimizing his impact.
Yes.
But the one or two times they went, you know, to his side, he had an ace in one round and a round-winning 3K in the other round. Like, that's it. That's just how good he is. Like, all these other rounds, he didn't do anything. He had 0 impact. He had 10 out of the 12 rounds. He wasn't really required to do much of anything, but he did deliver 2 rounds to Team Spirit, and those were at a sort of a crucial crossroads in the half, but it seemed like Liquid could run away with the game.
And that's just the power of MR12, right? It really does reward those back-breaking rounds in a way that MR15 doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where things were close going in the second half, and again, they slotted Donk into more of a trade fragging position as opposed to he has to go in first. And there were times where he was able to trade off of that. Or hell, there were times that Chopper got clean entries at middle, like just things you wouldn't have expected to happen. They've been able to accomplish, and it was just kind of crazy to see a team like Liquid, who normally has such a dynamic and successful defense, not really be able to have any answers for what Spirit were throwing at them. What they were throwing at them was nothing special. I mean, it was a similar game plan to what they have played on Anubis the entire year long, but for whatever reason, Liquid couldn't win the key duels that needed to happen. They couldn't adjust properly.
And as I alluded to in the intro, obviously kind of one to forget for Twist. I'm sure he's going to be feeling not too great about his personal level of performance. Obviously does get insulated from a little bit of that now as an IGL. He is taking on, you know, these extra responsibilities, but I think the problem you've got is when you know that Twist is one of the best riflers in NA, usually pre-IGL, to see him like this, it's always a bad feeling.
I think there was definitely a couple of rounds in which he could have done more. You know, the one on middle in the second half sort of comes to mind, right? But I don't think it was the main reason why Liquid faltered. I mean, this is the one that's a little bit more damning for him. They're in a 4v3. Look how much time has passed on the clock, and they just go back to B. This is what we're talking about. Spirit is going for a 3B stack. Like, this is not the problem. It's like, with this much time, send a scout towards A. Have someone flank middle. Like, try to get some more information. You're sort of just blindly going into this B bomb site. You can see how the time is ticking away, and this is where Dong steps up. He already has 1 kill. Here's 2 more, and this is going to be the ace for Donk on 1 saved gun and an eco for Team Spirit, right? Like, this is one of those rounds where Liquid has control of the half, like they are in the driver's seat and they let it slip, but by what was really not a great way to handle a 4v3 with how much time was left on the clock.
We had another round we wanted to take a look at, which is round 10. Who wants to take this?
Yeah, I'll do it as well, because this is the second opportunity for Liquid to take control of the half. Up 6-3 after that, you know, 5v5 late in the round. They go towards B. Again, Spirit is there in numbers, so it's a 2v2, right? And it's Naf and JKS. 2 guys you sort of want to be in this position, and now Zotics in a 1v2. I mean, first kill, this second round, Liquid sort of expects it. They play in contact off of each other. But that's why, like, for me, it's a little bit more JKS than Twist. I mean, he had a couple of opportunities like this in some of these late round clutches, right, to maybe deliver a round for his team. This is Spirit tapped out with their economy, right? You win this, you're 7-3 up, anti-eco 8-3 up, maybe, you know, worst case 8-4, 9-3 half. Instead, Spirit goes on a roll, wins all the remaining rounds, and it's 6-6. It's completely night and day because of this one clutch from Zontix.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of what is being illustrated here is that Liquid had firm control of that T side, and they were doing some great actions toward middle and A. They were diversifying and spreading the map, but then it's just like all of a sudden, for whatever reason, they thought in their heads, okay, Spirit will surely adjust. Let's go ahead and coordinate these B attacks. And while at times they were able to get the bomb down, they also got shut down multiple times. And then in a 2v1 clutch like that, those are just ones you got to close, right? To try to give yourself even more buffer going in the second half.
And I think we talked a little bit about the players from Spirit. You know, obviously Dong, the best player on the server. And we saw that. We saw Zontix do a little bit of what you expect from him, also struggled in some moments. But who did we single out? Halley and Chopper. What did we talk about? Timings. Look how Spirit wins this reset round in the second half. They're just walking in. They're trusting sort of the preparation. They're trusting the call. They're not using much utility. They just walk in, caught Nav, who's moving, sort of being in transition on the bomb site. The rest of Liquid has to save. And you can see this was round 17, right? They were up 6-1 at the start of the second half. And the more brutal thing was, like, Liquid has to save. but it was just so many rounds where no one was dying on Spirit. So even as Liquid is winning a couple of rounds, Spirit can buy basically until the end of the game, right?
Yeah.
And for Liquid, it was having to win 5 gun rounds in a row just to take it into OT. That's too tall of a task on a map like Anubis.
Yeah, especially where they're kind of relying on retake A setups, and Ultimate, fished them out one with some heroics with the AWP, but after that, they couldn't handle it.
So look, Spirit obviously in the driving seat now. We move over to their map, pick a dust too. I know you got some thoughts on this one. We've seen Team Spirit historically. This was a map that you would just lock in for fun, a little playground for Shiro and Donk. Really plays into that passive AWPing style you highlighted. So, I mean, this is a 2-0, right?
I really do think so. I mean, Spirit has been one of the best D2 teams throughout the course of the year. Obviously, Donk, a guy very dynamic on the defense. But again, this is another one of those maps where Chopper and Hallie, the Brain Trust, have now slotted Donk into more of a trade fragging role. And they've been a lot more successful because of it, in my opinion, because they get Donk more involved throughout the course of a round. They also have some beautiful B executes that are so hard to defend. And look, Liquid, they have lost their last 6 games in a row on Dust 2. They've not gotten more than 7 rounds on any of those losses, including a 13-3 loss to Spirit at the Blast Fall Finals. And you can see they're scared because they've changed up all their positions. Like defensively, they've swapped Yakindar and Twist around. On the attacking side, they've swapped Naf and JKS around. Like they're trying to figure something out, but nothing has gone comfortably for them. Like even still at this tournament when they lost to Furia, they just didn't look comfortable on the map.
Yeah, it's the same Brain Trust from Spirit that puts Zontix and Donk on B, and then the great defense of Chopper and Magisk on the A bomb site with Shiro moving around with Yop. We'll see, I think last time around the problem from Liquid was they kept getting reset all the time. They had a good economy on their T side, maybe 2 rounds out of 12, right? So obviously they'll try to handle it a little bit differently this time around. I mean, it is looking grim for them, but if the individuals step up just a little bit, right? Like if they can finish some of those rounds in those clutches, just play it a little bit better, I still think they have the opportunity. They didn't look terrible by any stretch of the imagination, but you also do wonder, are they going to be able on their own T side to sort of minimize Donk's impact as much as they did on Anubis? That seems unlikely. So yeah, it will have to be probably Liquid's A game on this one if they want to take it into a third.
And I'll hit you up, Dust, as well. Let's talk about Liquid's A game. I mean, you've painted a very grim picture. Is there anything individually that might stand out that can pull them back from the brink?
Yeah, just kind of tagging off of what Yanko said, the individuals of Liquid do have to step up. So, for example, Naf is now that B attacker on defaults and on mid-B splits. He's going to have to find a way to be able to have impact against Donk, who is such a good B rotator. Zontix a pretty good B anchor. You have to find a way to win that matchup. And then defensively, you get Kindar. He has now moved to that B rotator mid position. He has to be able to defend against Donk's aggression at middle, defend the mid to B splits that, are going to be thrown his way. The point I'm trying to make is all the adjustments that Liquid have tried to make from the Blast World Finals to today to try to improve their Dust 2 must bear fruit or they are going home.
I mean, Yanko, is there a way that they can maybe play like just a different style, a looser style maybe, and just try and, hit your shots one round at a time, all the cliches?
I think it was fine. I think it comes to the endings of rounds. Like their openings were fine. They were in good positions on Anubis, right? Players had their opportunities. They just couldn't really seize them, right? And sure, we talked about the one round where it was a little bit miscalled, and that can happen. Your opponent sometimes will just make the correct guess. You need to be resilient and push through it. But for Twist, it's important not to dwell on it too much, or his individual performance for that matter. Back in the FaZe days, this was a map where he could as well wreak havoc in some of those positions.
And Dust, it's definitely possible that, we highlighted Naf. I think if you can get up in the face of Team Spirit, it's like you said, that whole issue with Chopper lacking confidence, you can definitely, cause him to second guess himself, and maybe, he might overthink things rather than just go through the motions here.
Yeah, I mean, again, Naf is going to be, I think, the biggest piece of the puzzle for me as a rifler goes, just being so responsible for a very important side of the map, B, both on attack and defense. But look, here's another thing. Go ahead and get Ultimate activated as quickly as possible with the AWP. That's another ticket for Liquid to maybe have a shot at this.
Yeah, I think it is going to be tough, more so because, Donk is going to be able to do pretty much whatever he wants on this map, a more aim, duel heavy one, which, he's going to feast on that. But yeah, I think for Team Liquid, even though the Dust hasn't looked great, it's a little bit different. You go into the playoffs, you had, 4 days to prepare for one opponent on one map. Like, you can add a couple of things and switch things around a bit, which might catch Team Spirit off guard, and you can have confidence in your preparation to know that we don't need to be a great Dust 2 team. We just need to be good enough to win today.
Well, also as well, locking down the CT side, right? I mean, they've got players that can do that who've historically been very solid anchors in the form of NAF and JKS. And, you know, if they can get a, you know, significant number of rounds, you know, it's doable. It's
doable. But the scary thing to me is going to be Twist, because he's been moved to the A rotation position on the CT side. He's going to have to be responsible for defending those cat crosses that Donk and Chopper are going to be throwing at him. He had a weaker first game, let's be honest with you, not up to the standard that we would hope for from Twist, who's touted as this fragging IGL. We didn't see a whole lot of fragging on that last map. It needs to be able to come together this time, because he just has a lot of responsibilities, again, defending that A, being one of their trade fraggers on the T side with Yakindar, and something's got to give for them to turn this Dust 2 around.
And it's a lot of it comes down to just doing the basics better, handling the fundamentals better. And Liquid is the worst team at the major in winning pistol rounds. That has to turn around. They lost both on Anubis too. They lost a 4v3 post plant in the B bomb site in the first half, right? They were lucky that Ultimate delivered them a 1v3 in the force buy to sort of get them going. Who knows what would have happened if they didn't have that early sort of economy reset against Team Spirit. So you just need to really, if you have another round where you have an advantage in the pistol round, like just discipline, right? Like laser focus, don't let it slip away, because especially against a team like Spirit, that's going to give you such a big boost.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. We are ready to get back into the action in Shanghai.
The action indeed, but is it just going to be one-way action? Liquid, they've painted a bleak picture, Chad.
Yeah, having to snap a 6-map losing streak on this very map is going to be tough, to say the very least. There's a few other conditions, pistol, which we're about to get into, the finishers of rounds, and the individuals. It's like that meme from Reddit at this point. Hope the comms are good, as we are going to have Team Spirit late mid-smoke. Twist is going to look to block this. Bomb down T-spawn, 3 in upper tunnels, Yakinda. Aggressive piece. I think notes the position of Zontix, but he's going to get swept back, and that's a big shot from Shiro.
That's why you give him that P250. He's got that
clinical on this map.
Best.
There's 3 still available to defend B, but the bomb, a long rotation back. Util being juggled. Just hitting the brakes. Team Spirit in absolutely no rush. The smoke for the doors, a molly for the back plat, and a flash.
But first, some steps heard by Ultimate towards the door side.
Maybe it isn't the B finish. Yep.
Oh, what a shot from Donk. That's long range. Still finds the headshot onto Ultimate. JKS has to activate to find some answers, but now Naf and Twist are about to have 5 members of Spirit crunch them. An opportunity nonetheless. Can Twist find his individual form? Now he can! The rubber on his boots is melting, but he charges in to ensure that one.
That's a problem, because that's a sign of confidence right now that Team Spirit are looking to run with, the momentum.
The spray on the wall to like let you know I'm here, and then the push through the flame.
JKS left in a 1v3. He knows Donk likely out mid doors. He's noisy, noted, gets toyed with. There's a molly left over. There's no way you get back into that round. So another pistol falls into the hands of Team Spirit.
Oh, they are dialed in.
Oh, Dust wanted to see them get out the AWP early. Now, they force sport. Now, they wouldn't have been able to get it next round anyway.
Sure.
Might be a late onset AWP for Ultimate as Team Spirit flash their way out long. Full control to be taken by Donk and Magix. And they're even boosting Donk up for a potential reaggress. Multiple forms of elevation to deal with. Yakinda forward and mid has information, but I feel that was already given over with all the util that Spirit dumped to get out.
A new CT response, a smoke.
That one's not perfect though, there's a gap.
Yeah, this looked like they were investigating it. Woof. JKS.
He saw bomb?
White screen, I'm not sure. They will have seen it on the map.
Radar, yep. That smoke's not perfect either.
Good positioning from Spirit. They're getting themselves across. Unscathed. 5v5 as they already take to the ramp. Bomb on the back of Magix. Now, perhaps some friction fell. The 5-7 from Twist and Ultimate are finding headshots, and JKS has found another. Zontix and Donk partner up. A 2 versus 4 quickly becomes a 2 versus 2. But just with pistols, Desert Eagle for Nav. A re-smoke. Donk has to be tasked with that plant and will get it down, albeit after a fake. Buys time for a bit of a reposition here.
He just wants to be diligent, but the chaos is dealt with for now. This is tough because there's no kit available for this Liquid retake. Now for the Deagle at range.
It's a good weapon for this fight. Oh, he can't track him. Zontix static for a moment with the Mac 10, but still best Snaf.
Feels impossible for Twists.
It definitely does. 2 versus 4 for Spirit and their second round conversion. Crossfire is perfect. 180 degrees to clear, and your back is exposed. Zontix with Donk as well. That second round looked comfortable, despite the number discrepancy.
Yeah, well handled. I think the moment where it got a little bit out of control, they had the 4v2 number advantage, and then 2 players just kind of got picked apart quickly. So Liquid, you fought hard to give yourself a fighting chance. But when you got Zontix and Donk alive, look, this is their rookie year. Last year, Art Frost was in the roster. They were starting to, all the conversation about, oh, this guy is owning the Pugs. He's on Spirit's main team. It's really in 2024, and obviously Katowice, Shiro comes into the roster, Donk happens. Looks like he's back in that form to get the bookends of the year.
Started the year in incredible and impeccable form, and looking to end it the same, just on the warpath up short.
And in the conversation for best player of the world alongside Amonisi and Zaiwu.
I'm sure a major performance matching his output. Put him in a strong contender position to take it.
This is his second major ever.
How crazy.
And that's the same for Zontix. 2 of them getting the call up from the academy.
And ultimate for Liquid, his first. Then, just like that to Donk.
Yeah, this one should just be putting it in for Team Spirit. Easy cross, rifles at range, nice little short execute, just the pistols. Apparently 5.7s are the weapons of choice as JKS will be dealt with by Zontix.
Nice little gap for Zontix, like a little peeky hole. Pistols getting nothing done for Liquid. Mac 10 farms up 1 there, Shiro. Removing Twists.
They made it to the quarterfinals last time around, Spirit. That was over in Copenhagen. Looking to take it a step further, and we know who their opponent will be. Mao's dealing with Mongols earlier today. I might be getting ahead of myself, but this is, a lot of would argue, their map to lose. Their map choice, the lost streak from Liquid. Yanko highlighting, there's plenty of time for these guys to prep for this pick, right? We had 4 days off.
But as you highlighted, what was it, 6?
He's going to knife him. Do you knife in an arena? No.
No, you do not, says Chopper.
Not going to take any chances against Naf. A decorated year.
more?
He's good. A decorated year for Spirit as well. Obviously the Kato victory. Oh, okay. Well, got it in the end. Spring finals in London. And Dacha season 2. So they've got trophies in the cabinet. AWP in the hands of Ultimate. Same to be said for Shiro on the other side of the server. Liquid need to strike, and early. Spirit, the more rounds that they just slather on, especially after how they finished the last half, the last map, feel like they'll just get powered up and run with that momentum. Worried about a lower tunnels push is Magic's. Play in the hand to clear that out. Flashes are plenty, and Ultimate could be in trouble. Barrel will be spotted.
Oh, we've seen ya. Donk knows. Donk misses his first one tap, and Ultimate allowed to get away. Reposition that AWP.
Look how light the util is. Sure, there's smokes left, but no flashes for repeaks or clears from Liquid. A couple of incendiaries. Still a minute 20 left on the clock. It's going to have to come down to the bullets, and that was one of the things missing from some of the Liquid individuals in the previous map.
The pressure's been felt by the A defense. Liquid pivot to anticipate something more mid-centric.
It's kind of what they did on Anubis as well. They really wanted to fight Chopper on his mid-leers, and that took a lot of players away from the A bomb site, catching them off guard. So right now, they are playing full retake on the A side of the map, just going for this mid-fight. They have 4 players to deal with this. They really want to try and catch a straggler.
Yeah, Chopper's going to be dropping util on A. They think they know what's up. It seems they do. Catches Magic. Shiro spotted. Damage inflicted. Twists. Good find. Just incendiary, and Chopper's actually dropped out of short to find Ultimate, so removing the AWP is massive. Albeit very low HP for 2 of the 3.
JKS is in the key position to win the round. He needs to just chill.
He's got their rotation back. If they try and get up short, their back will be turned, and JKS can strike. Removes Zontix.
15.
Potency fades from Spirit despite Chopper's best efforts. Shots are being hit. Regardless, though, it is a Liquid round. and they'll take it by any means necessary. Double AWP as well preserved.
Yeah, okay, one's going to be in the hands of Ultimate for sure. I think Naf, we saw him wielding it on Anubis. We'll see if he wants to operate with it over towards B as well. That could have been in the late chaos of the round. So is double AWP actually part of the game plan, or has this just come together late because of how close this got? Took a lot of casualties, did Team Liquid. Great little maneuver there from Chopper. Understanding the gap, Twist and Ultimate both showing up on the scoreboard, knowing he could deal with that space. JKS only with one, but it was the winning kill.
Yeah, important.
Yakinda secondary AWPing, not Naf.
Yeah, okay, a hyper-aggressive stance, and they want to just punish.
Coming in.
But takes down Chopper. Naf's not looking. Naf's not ready. Goes down to Shiro. Back of the bomb site. It's open. Yakinda, he's delayed them with the flashbang, but that's just so they can get their util down. Window, molly, door, smoked, breaker of it. No one's exposed. And now you're either, oh my God, double Molotov.
They still have 2 more smokes as well. They can replenish doors.
How do you get back in?
I don't know if you do.
Oh my goodness! A ridiculous wallbang headshot. Yakinda's got the lineups. How's he done that? That might incite them to go for this. But strafing in, Donk on the AWP now, removes Ultimate.
They're backing off.
Despite all of that, it's such a nasty bomb site to retake the replenishment of the util as you highlighted. It's just not worth it for them.
Was that a flash from Naf to try and mantle up? Or was it a smoke? I'm sure we'll catch it in the replay, but yeah, just getting caught. Trying to get a more forward stance on that platform. And then his death essentially gives over the bomb site. So Naf getting caught in transition. Donk won't get to stay alive, but they win the round. They save the AWP. And it'll be all good in the hood. There could be 2 drops going into the next. Maybe, just maybe, we see a MAC-10 or a Galil.
This one again. Madness. And did have them looking.
The only highlight of the round, really, for Liquid. 4-1, 3-round difference. Hey. This is going to get away from you real quick.
But this is when you know Spirit's Dust 2 is working perfectly, when they can get away with these B calls.
And that's even after they give away the opening death in middle.
Yeah, Naf was just so unprepared for that, and understandably so. 5 players all of a sudden just go. Right, it's his time. He will try and get catwalk info. Break. Spots one, progressing, and has to try and track and time with the smoke. Doesn't pull the trigger successfully, at least not the first time.
Gila, itu sniper dari tadi.
That's a big scout posted. Ultimate delivers with the AWP. Now it's up to his teammates to deal with Chopper, just waltzing into the A site with a MAC-10. More of a warning shot than anything, but he gets away with his life.
So mid to B seems scary.
Audible. Yakinda knows. Yakinda spams away. Got to be careful.
He doesn't know. They wouldn't be reloading like that if they were that close.
Twist acknowledges the gap, so they have that 2-man B defense and Twist in support. Smoke will arrive. Twist has to choose a reaction to this. JKS getting pushy on the long door side.
This is twice now we've seen him just be liberated in this position. Normally it's one of the toughest places to push on this whole map, so JKS taking space.
They know what's up. It's a question of if they can handle it, though. Is the exec perfect? Wow, that's a well-placed nade. Chopper softened up. Takes the fire. Yakinda trying to draw them into the site, trying to have them commit. He does well, but he's burning, burning. Nades arrive, as do the bullets of Magics. Now Naf drawing attention. Twist unable to provide support. The util's too good. Spirit breakthrough B once more. Helpless. You knew what was coming.
Another B post plant. Kits available. Util being donated.
Yeah, he's got one.
Kind of want Ultimate sending the rifles in, but here they go.
Sontix has vision, doesn't even choose to engage. Now he does. Ultimate will punish. Quick one on the scope. Behind the smoke is Shiro. Need Magics to do something. Shiro gives it up.
Might just save.
Waves the white flag, says you can have this one, Liquid. You've earned it. Retake util, high pressure situation. They get it done. That's important.
I think that's a good sign to see Liquid go for that retake. And I know a lot of people are probably going to sit there and go, well, it's a 3v3. Why wouldn't they? But this is the B-bomb side. This is Dust 2. And if you look at Anubis on their CT side, when they were in situations, they would just save.
Yeah.
So to battle back into that, you have to turn to Naf. He got isolated. He couldn't get any support. There was no chaos. They couldn't rain in flashes, have Twist push through window. So they were fortunate to pick that one up, Team Liquid. Hallie gets on the mic. First tactical timeout called. Finances is the conversation. We saved an AWP. Shiro can drop an AK. It means everybody else will be operating with a little bit less. Maybe Galil's in the mix. It still could justify buy territory. Yeah, it's coming together. So, AK, oh, maybe it's not all in. Donk's left with residual, Shiro as well. So they've gone, hey, these are the tip of our spear. Let's enable these two. Let's get them to get us a kill, and we can pick up a rifle. There's still a way into this round.
Perhaps more threatening than Liquid anticipate. Now, boosting the AWP for this sight line. Can't spot yet.
Well, they know it's going to be cleared. Look.
Oh, the break's coming. And here it comes. Ultimate just revealed and destroyed by Shiro. What a setup. Facilitating an opening kill. There's an enemy AWP. A jump scare for Ultimate.
So much pressure on this A defense now because the AWP is over towards B. Normally you just have the mid-long or car. Well, now Yukinda's marooned on the other side of the map, and if you give up A site, Liquid, Shiro's going to be able to post up.
This is so well called, so well structured. There is absolutely no one here to resist. They've read them like a book.
I think,
what do you do?
I think you save. I think you look. No, they haven't left B. Yukinda's still back a platform. They're saving. That is insane. Just one kill, the break of the smoke. That's the prep work right there. They knew exactly what Liquid were going to run with to try and enable Ultimate for a fight.
Ya mau
He gets sat on his
save
ass,
sampai
and
game
now Liquid are
berikutnya.
saving.
So smart.
Just one kill. The hero AK didn't even need to be necessary on Donk whatsoever.
Okay, it doesn't work. He's not there. No worries. We got to buy next round. But you've managed to make that one threatening.
Oh, they were hunting.
I mean, with your pistols, why not?
Two Glocks, some dual Berettas, and now we're picked up. Look at the smile on Chopper's face there.
He's going to be happy with that one. Even leaves with the M4 like, oh, I'll take that.
And Halley just took the timeout. So you have to accredit him, right? We don't know what's going on in the communication whatsoever, but the coach took a timeout. You had a saved AWP. You got an AK dropped over towards Donk. You go immediately into that boost. They clear the smoke. You get the kill. You win the round. Thank you very much, Halley.
Absolutely poetry in motion. What a brilliant way to manufacture a fifth T round. Their haul is growing. Liquid hope waning.
It's not just the hammer, right? There's actually some nuance to it. That's what you like to see. Four-man A start, Liquid throwing in aggression.
Early long flashes, just a barrage of them for JKS to stomach, but he still stands vigilant. Oh, eats that one, eats that one! And Donk puts some hot lead on top. JKS down, a 4v5, but this time Liquid will fight for it.
Yeah, it feels like this one's going one way and one way fast.
Spirits does too. Sure, there's brute force.
Liquid's does too.
Yeah.
Looking for a
Two sides of that
seventh
coin.
loss in a row.
And for their major hopes and dreams, Magic's. Just contact, walks up the ramp. Ultimate not looking like those ready for this whatsoever. Lovely from Magic's. Finds the double into the site. There is nothing here for Liquid.
And the late lurk. Zontix is being a real nuisance. You will not be saving anything. We have both of the bomb sites.
Chopper gets information for Zontix on that lurk.
They lose everything.
Yep. It's coming. Zontix delivers. Twists, can't quite believe it. He's still on B.
It's a thing of beauty to watch right now. This is the Spirit you want to see. Spirit have been wavering a little bit. It's looked a little bit wobbly. Some of their T sides, especially when they kicked off in the elimination stage. They lost to Furia on this very map. Sitting there going, hold up a second. What happened to Spirit?
That was a very bizarre game. We had the opportunity to provide the commentary for that one. Felt like it was a masterclass from Furia and Spirit looking very readable. Not for Liquid, not right now.
And JK's getting caught late there by the second barrage of flashes just in no man's land. See how wide his screen was. Then Magic's. He deals the knockout blow. Zontix makes sure that you won't be carrying anything into the next. And you're just being thrown around the server. Sure, it's only a 4-round gap, but it feels like much more.
Oh, it feels insurmountable. And attack pause signifies Liquid feeling the same. Chance for Mytha to get on the microphone. Now elapsed. Those 30 seconds, I bet they fly by.
Especially when it feels helpless.
Yeah, that's the word.
You've done the hard work to break Spirit with that 3v3B retake. You knew exactly what Shiro held on to. You were just playing, quote-unquote, your game, breaking the smoke, looking for fights, and you were the ones who got punished for it. Enough with the M4, aggressive out cap. Has a bit of runway.
Spotted. Yeah, there is a little bit of an opportunity, but Chopper will address this. Chopper not ready for it, swapped out to his Molotov, wrong timing. Oh, and good flash as well. Magic's noted Shiro's position as well as he brings down Twist, so they have a good idea as where 2 of the 4 are.
The bomb is the issue right now, but Liquid have given it up. So they've taken the B bomb site.
Interesting round, very interesting state of play. Yakinda, Donk. Donk made a step, Yakinda's aware, but Donk, ooh, he takes a lot of damage. Yakinda did manage to put his crosshair in the right place.
But now you assume it's going to be B. They can just leave B.
Oh, Donk got the low HP, so he is going to be the probe. And more than that, more death and destruction in the wake of Donk finds ultimate. No one else home, he says. Magic's even catching the search, and JKS has done well to get his crosshair onto the head of Magic's. The B site is lost, the bomb makes its way through.
I'm not taking any chances, Bogdan's Law. As we can see, the round is pretty much done. JKS and Naf on the wrong side of the map. They're going to be noisy and trundle through T-spawn. Zontix, however, always present.
He walked at the perfect time. They have a very good idea that he's going to be lingering around here somewhere.
Oh.
In Shanghai.
Yeah, look, exit kills, sure. Discuss damage to finances, but you need to win some. Right now, residual cash, not through the roof, but getting there. Yeah, don't worry about the bomb going off.
He lives with 12 HP, safe. He preserves the AWP.
And 8-2 for him right now. It's not just the Donk show right now, where Liquid are struggling all across the map.
Yakinda trying to be proactive. He talked about his aggressions and can be the linchpin to some of Liquid's successes. High risk and high reward, but not too much of the latter so far for Liquid. Protocols for lower control. Donk seizes that. Awaits the flashbang from Chopper up mid.
Such a default round right now from Liquid. 2-3 split, all playing ramp.
Oh, he's gonna molly it.
It's always risky going for this type of a jiggle when they could have crossed right side.
The incendiary. Zontix, I'm sure, is going to back his aim on this one if he does get forced out, but Donk's taking a heavy lick. Good HE from Twist. Recovers another one from CT Spawn, left by a teammate. Incendiary, not deep enough, and Chopper can work around the crisscross smokes. Oh, missed shot, ultimate. He's under a lot of trouble very quickly. Jump starting the round though. Oh, Chopper, whoa, a flood of frags. Chopper gets one, but immediately put in his place by Yakinda. The round does go Liquid's way, and in quite a stunning fashion.
Zontix still has 30 seconds to work with. Right now, if I'm him, I would be trying to get stuck in. I would try and take away rifles. Like the save, yeah, go for frags. You can do damage, you've got 6k to your name. Sure, your loss bonus is bottom of the barrel, but try and take some of this away from Team Liquid. Kill's nice, those drops will be available. Naf can get gifted a rifle, should be able to buy one of his own. Actually, it's Twist who's the one who's going to be in dire need of a drop. That's probably the most convincing round for Team Liquid just yet.
And for JKS, as someone that's often listening to the round transpire for long, it's going to feel nice that he actually gets a chance to really influence the result. He takes the friction, takes the fight. Spray connects onto Magic's, and he finds Donk as well. So 2 high-priority targets removed by Justin Savage.
Double AWP out again, and this time it's in the hands of Naf. But this feels like it is a bit more premeditated. I feel like the one that came in earlier in the piece, it could have even just been an accident like we talked about at the time. But let's see, how do you apply your trade with this, Liquid? Feels like you definitely need 5. So 2 more, it'll have to be 3 consecutive to close the half. Another timeout, however, as Hallie, the motor mouth.
I mean, they would feel like they'd really slipped up if this ended at 7-5 half after the control they've had.
Yeah, same as Liquid on map number 1.
Yeah.
It should have easily been an 8-4. Ended up being 6-6. Just the impact of the individuals for Spirit. Donk with 2 aces across that map. Clutches, multi-kills. Zontix coming up big.
Was the win condition outlined as well by the panel. Individuals from Liquid could perhaps buck the trend of their faltering Does too. There'd be no better time for them to remedy their shortcomings on this map. After failing to convert Anubis.
Really don't want to allow them into B to Liquid, so they drop their own door smoke, trying to channel them up short. That's where Twist can put them in perfect position to harass them with these HEs. Keep scooping those up. How well timed can they be?
That one not so good. Here comes the mid util. Does Twist buckle? Does he get nervous? Does he overreact?
All
Actually,
five
Drake
through
get the
short.
answer, so there's no concern here. Ultimate, he's got his sights set on the correct.
Flash is coming his way.
He will be blinded off, but has vision. Trying to track and break of the smoke. Good team play. JKS sets up his Orpa, and his Orpa starts to rack him up. Good util. Zontix deadly with the HE grenades, but Twist good with the M4. Finds two in defensive A. Magic's left alone in the clutch, and Twist, he's playing this one for the round, playing it safe. Not giving Magic's that individual jewel he so desperately needs. Two in CT, Yakinda alongside with his captain. Magic's repositions to catch their regress, and oh, he's isolated one. The back of the head, Yakinda was anticipating him to be on the site already, but now Magic's using every second he's got. There is a chance on that short flank though. Naf, oh, he had to hit that one. Had to. Could have gotten very awkward otherwise.
Retaining the double orbs. A lot to unpack there. Ultimate with some key frags. JKS just burnt down literally on the ramp, had nowhere to stand. He was just a free kill in that situation. And you could make an argument that's one of Twist's most impactful rounds yet. Important double kill for the new in-game leader in his first season, first major call on the shots. And this is for 5. Final round, money somewhat broken, and Ultimate will get the opening pick. Nice shot onto Shiro. Magic's turn by the look of things. Still, when you look at all 3 pistols going in the favor of Spirit, does the 4th feel like a certainty? Is 7-5 even enough? And that's if Liquid can get their number advantage. Is the best start, but turning their attention towards this B finish.
It hasn't steered them wrong once. Sure, a successful retake from Liquid, but will they successfully defend this B bomb site? Will that bomb go down once more in this final round of Spirit's attack? Here they come, flashes connect, Yakinda's vision restored, but now fades to black, Donk down after 1. Ultimate's AWP noted at the back of the site, Zontix swings through and removes him. Quick execution of the Polish AWP. 3 versus 3 though. And now util ready to go. Twist wants to get ahead of this. Flash, push, tries to deny, finds onto Zontix, but Magic's with the trade. Magic's that Molotov could be well suited to the window, does throw it out. A decision forced by Liquid. Respecting the flames. Naf recovers a bit of util to sow seeds of doubt in the middle of the site. Still vision though upon the fade. Chopper has the angle. Channeling through that window. Magic's not holding. Now options available for Liquid. Time is of the essence. They have to hit some shots, and they have through the smoke. Behind the bricks is Chopper. Naf, not ready. Executed. JKS comes up clutch. And Liquid will recover a 7-5 half.
Touch and go yet again for Team Liquid, but they pull off another B retake, and this one matters an awful lot. 7-5 on the half, and the birthday boy finally gets some impact in the clutch.
Left it late. Surprise. As 5 is found.
Well, better late than never, but again, just waltzing into that site right there. Spirit, such a good understanding of the pathing necessary, hitting some really critical shots. Good trade work.
I think it was admirable the way they used every piece of util they had for that retake. Even the smoke, forcing Magic's to kind of play behind it, opened up that avenue through window upon the fade of the flames. They made it work. Chopper probably thinking he could have won that as well.
Yeah, I thought that smoke that Naf had thrown through the doors was actually going to be used against them there. You saw them like lurking behind it, using it to their advantage, but no. They find the 2 kills, make it 7-5 on the half, and again, pistol round feels like a necessity for Team Liquid. They need to snap a 6-map losing streak on Dust 2. That's to keep themselves here at the quarterfinals. That's just to push us to Ancient as the 3rd and potential decider. All started with the ultimate opener, but it all felt like it got under control with this kill.
Yeah, Twist really proactive on that one. You've got limited flash, you're not waiting for your teammates, he just says, get me going, set me up. Tries to deny the plant, but regardless of 7-5 half, and as you've discussed, this pistol
likely for Liquid's chances and major life.
Bit of util in this. Twist has a P250. Oh,
Imagine.
the dual Berettas at range ago. Here's Donk. Still on the jump spot. Chopper looking to harass, not making it easy for them to lob out this utility, but quite a spread pistol right now from Liquid to feel out if there's any CT aggressions.
Interesting double decoy. Wonder if that's going to be baity.
Important to do. Bait out that B smoke. Means that you could now pivot and return to B for an execute. Unlikely they have a second.
Oh.
Well, the decoy landed, the flash didn't.
There was a plan.
This is not the time to be cumbersome, Liquid.
Zontix is investigating with support. Oh, what a shot! He must have just had the tiny fraction of NAF on his screen.
They mid to B, it's into the stack. It's into 3 players.
Yeah, Zontix and Donk with their crosshairs trained on this exact fight. And dual Beretta's the perfect weapon. Yakinda swings, gets the info, draws the crosshairs, but Donk once again finds the double. Chopper on the B bomb site. Will they expect him hiding out behind the big box? They are being diligent. Will they clear him out though? Positions wisely. Back is turned. JKS survives with just 1 point of health. And another one. Another for JKS.
Oh.
He got the shot. Giro 2 HP. Twist has to come up clutch right here, right now. Trying to isolate them. Does finish off what JKS started and now spots the git, spots the player. The mind game begins. Twist spotting again. Zontix closing that gap, has recovered the kit. Now Zontix, or rather Magix, excuse me, has the edge. Twist, 7 bullets to play with and a fake. Will Twist try and call the bluff, spots the head, gets him off the bomb. He's playing it so well!
Oh.
RVD! Secures Liquid's first pistol, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
Back-to-back 1v2s necessary there.
Bloody hell, Liquid, they're making this one incredibly intense. Donk's double, you think it's good, but then Twist manages to whittle away at him with the P2. JKS.
Well, couldn't finish his meal when I tell a lie. That clutch for JKS was a 1v1 at the tail end of that half. This is a 1v2 for sure.
Oh, wow. Makes it work.
All right, well, they're going to hold on, don't they? They need to make sure that they get this conversion. It's a force buy from Team Spirit. An opportunity to make a case for Dust 2. Definitely not in the driver's seat, Liquid, but they're starting to draw level.
Okay, gotta respect that smoke. They'll do so, despite Zontix being on an island right now. Door smoke, you know he's absolutely terrified of the prospect of being hit by a full frontal aggression. It's not come his way.
Well, something that Spirit didn't do was fall for Liquid's hijinks on Anubis. They just kept those heavy B lanes behind the desk isolated and highlighted as to some of their keys to success on the CT side as well as those individual performances. So tunnels control, cat space, nobody highlighted over towards long right now for Liquid to deal with leaks.
Silent assembly of this boost for Zontix.
There you go, they've bought the respect over towards A, so that smoke drops towards short. They're going mid to B into a stack again. This is going to get tough.
Perfectly. Stabilizing.
There's no one from upper tunnels. It's all mid to B.
Exactly what's coming. Playing with tunnels, playing with that Khalil. Chopper, perfect placement. More damage, more problems for Liquid. They're running out of players. They're running out of health. And with the pistol, they seal the deal. 2 USP. Liquid in the dirt. Second round. In lieu of the pistol, Spirit find a way to once again maintain control.
Any excitement that there may have been for this map, for the second half, for the idea of the loss streak for Liquid being snapped on Dust 2, I feel that that has just gone down the drain. When you go back and you look at the types of rounds that they have lost in this series, they are unforgivable. Right, sure, Donk with a saved M4, turning it into an AK, getting an ace. That sucks. Those rounds are going to happen. But then Shiro with a saved AWP, clear of the smoke, 1 death, you save. Now, in the second half, you do the hard work, you win a clutch on the pistol round, and you can't stick the landing. You were just buying respect of you two. You baited out B, you baited out short. You just finished B blindly into a stack, and the key kill that mattered the most was Yakinda's death. You no longer had any pressure from upper tunnels. All of your B defenders could turn their attention to window and doors, 2 of the smallest choke points on the entire map.
Chopper gets his flowers for that one.
Feels like put a bow on this one. It's done. Pack it up.
Anti-flash positioning from Magic's, anticipating something out long. No flashbangs to be thrown this way. It is just nothing more than pistols, Glocks. And Shiro can start racking him up. Farms himself up 3. Magic's a pair. Smiles on the faces of Spirit. They know some of the hard work, the heavy lifting has been done by that second round conversion, just as Chad does.
And the thing is, Liquid are going to go for one of these conservative approaches again with the finances. The same thing we saw on the CT side of Anubis. They took an eco after you got 1,400 loss bonus. Traditionally, you're going to force. They've taken the eco into now a partial into what will be a full buy next round. So sure, it means, yes, you're hoping right now that it's a pocket strap. It's something you've been working on, but you need to stick the landing. It's going to be double digits for Spirit again. And Liquid have been in this game for what, 2 halves of Counter-Strike then? And both of them being the first halves of these 2 maps.
Okay, ahead of the HE. Magic's, though, still ready for this. Backing away. Donk. Oh, he brings the fight to JKS.
Got to go now.
Well, they are immediately responding to this. Shiro ahead of the smoke, ready for the fight. Naf exposed, down to Shiro. Comfortable for Spirit. Double with the Galils. Helpless with this half buy. Just the 1 kill to boast. Spirit flying high in Shanghai, 10-6.
Feels hard to not start looking ahead to their next opponent, Mouse, in the semi-finals. They'll have a day off tomorrow as we see Heroic take on G2, Vitality take on FaZe. Those are your fixtures for your Friday. Semi-finals on Saturday, grand final. Final match of 2024.
Shiro. Well drilled with the AWP, one of the most dedicated to that weapon. He's an AWP purist. He's got it in his hands once more for round 17. Chopper maneuvers across to provide support to the potential for B. This comes knocking towards short side.
I like the fact we got Donk at A.
Feels like he's in the right place.
Well, this is where I think he should hold.
Yeah, understandably. Long headshot angles with an AK-47 on the T side.
It's made for him.
Dear.
Well, let's see if they decide to go for the short executor, if they want to try the mid to B. 4 players at the moment congregating over towards middle. Ultimate holding onto the short space. JKS with the mid to B smoke in his hands. Naf to be the late piece. Sorry, Yikinda to be the late piece through long. Crisscross smokes out mid, so trying to draw this rotation. Donk's not going to move. He's in Goose. He's just going to stay there. So you're just going to batten down the hatches if you're Spirit. Hope that you can get the defense.
Will Liquid once again second guess this B side?
They might just go in blind, right? Because they're not being able to feel this out. There's no contact. There's no fights.
Twist is across. Maybe he will investigate.
You're going to have to call them back through tunnels. It'll be tough. Still no rotation. Still no rotation. You're going into 3 players on A.
He's going to have to hit some shots, and Yikinda has done so. Shiro pulled away by Yikinda's find on lock. Donk to be tested simultaneously. Gonna have to flash himself out. The Molly Goose is great. Can he still hit shots? Oh, Donk! Just the one! Naf, an important trade, an integral trade, but Shiro is alive and kicking. That bomb will go down. Zontic's mantles up. Just playing for this. Oh, reverse his gaze at the worst possible moment. He goes down to Chopper. Zontic's the jump scare for ultimate, and it's an 11th. Sailing towards the closer, Spirit.
See how
chances there, Chad.
Oh, for sure.
All through their fingers.
For sure. Yikinda getting the kill at long is huge. That actually made that seem possible there. And Chopper knowing how big that retake was. Again, you don't want to give Liquid a chance to get back in the game. Let it a big roar, a big fist pump from him. That was the kill from Yikinda. Great work, Shaw. Thought Donk was going to set himself up for success there, but a good trade. But this is what happens. You bang on. Twist just looks away. He's investigating short. They're out of sorts. They're out of place. They're trying to do too much. They don't have a good understanding of what's coming next. And Spirit is sitting them on their ass. This is Chopper letting out that roar. Just 2 more rounds to move forward. Looking to do better than Copenhagen. Spirit looking for a semi-final. Spirit looking for a grand final. Spirit looking for that major trophy.
Those greener pastures that Shiro was seeking. When he lifted the trophy in Katowice, he likely felt like this was it. It was already it. He found the golden goose.
Yeah, look at Cloud9 now.
But then trouble, then strife, then people all turned their attention to Spirit. A year of ups and downs. Coming into Shanghai with a point to prove. Donk, he's going to try and prove it with some CT aggressions. Gets himself into lower tons. AKS swings through, aware of Chopper's potential occupation. What a shot! Chopper just body bags him. So much work for Twist here. He's got his hands as he falls to the AWP of Spirit. Magic sees 2 kills in the feed. He doesn't need to take any extra fights.
Problem is, Liquid aren't even seeing the punches coming. They're so quick in a way, right? Obviously, they're not really talking about the speed to them, but their expectations aren't being met in the way that they're approaching these rounds. Spirit have their number.
I'm sure your mental as well is shaken when this is your 7th consecutive Dust 2 and feels like it's going to be your 7th consecutive loss.
They came in today as the underdog against Team Spirit. Felt like they had more of a fight in them than this.
Chopper, he is feeling himself. He is delivering! Is this Chopper or is this Donk? Multi-kills from Chop.
Must feel nice having Donk set you up with a flash.
Bit of a role reversal.
Let the boss off the leash.
We know, especially when your IGL's feeling it, the game feels oh so smooth.
And well, put these horses in the stable. Dragons like to eat them.
A tasty snack in the quarterfinals.
And they're going to chase him. He might go down after time, Alex. 6,
No.
5,
Souring
4.
The mood further in the Liquid camp. They're coming in from
They're not letting go a W.
They're coming for ya. Naf to have absolutely nothing. 400 bucks is all he has to try and defend his major life. Team Liquid battered, bruised on the ropes.
Nggak dikasih hidup satupun.
The corner wants to throw in the towel. They get a 30-second breather.
I probably feel like they shouldn't have entered the ring. There's the opener. And there's potentially the closer. That's 3-on-5 with no territory. You don't really have any options, and they just mop them up. A great showing from Team Spirit. Strong CS on display today. And just one more round, 5 more kills. That's all that's necessary. This is the Team Spirit that everybody was hoping we would find. And this is the Team Spirit that we have got.
And is this the Team Spirit that can just continue to keep their foot on the throat? Keep it clean. A 13-6 scoreline available for them here and now. In just the 19th round of play of Spirit's map pick. Escort Liquid out of Shanghai in the quarterfinal. In dominant fashion, no less. Naf, a P250 and a smoke grenade is all he has for this battle. Your hands start to get a little sweaty. You realize this could be your last round at the major. Weeks of dedication. Spirit have pipped you at the post here. Direct approach from Liquid. Zontic still stays stalwart with Donk in support. It is light on HAT.
Yeah, sure, there's an avenue, but it's Shiro's AWP that you have to get past, and you only have flashes. So this is a sniper's dream.
Shiro. Balls, it's crossed their away with the leg break. Yukinda profits as well.
Oh.
Magic still occupies long.
It's a little consolation round. If I'm Spirit, I just go for damage here. I try and take away all their rifles, make sure that their buy into the next is only with the win bonus. And they got stacks of cash on a few of their members, actually more than a few, so they can just be a nuisance, just hang around, try and do some damage.
Like, that's a circumstance you can't replicate.
Yeah, and I just said it's a sniper's dream. They only had flashes while it was perfect, and he got killed immediately, so
I mean,
sure.
Perfectly aiming for the majority of the assault. Yukinda's aggressive move pulls his crosshair down.
Here's the damage. Ultimate. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. More than damage. That is destruction. You get nothing more than an M4 into the next. And I'll be taking the AWP.
Yeah, that means plenty more Galils to come out for Team Liquid.
Keep doing it on hard mode.
Yeah, well, seem to be the weapons for success. That was where the 2 entry kills towards A came from, but Donk, this is him just playing some deathmatch. Keep throwing bodies my way. I'll keep adding him to the stat lines. Came into the playoffs as the highest rated player of the major. 18 and 8, but he's not the only one. Shiro 17 and 10. Oh, Twister's found some form. Maybe not form. Maybe we'll call it bit of luster.
Yakinda's in a lot of trouble. Spot of bother. Magic takes the dual head.
Wah, spiritnya ini.
Yakinda. How's he done that? Shiro dips away, acknowledges the potential. Yakinda quicker than he was ready for, but he's missed his shots. How much closer to the screen do you need to be to take a composed one tap to the back of the head? Shiro gets to live on.
Well, the bomb will go down. Look at Naf's position. Spirit might just have to hold over towards this site, highlighted here by the obs team. You can see the bodies lying on the other side. And they are playing Save the Guns. You've got Zontix to lock down tunnels with utility. This is Team Spirit giving another round over to Liquid, sure. But this is a fake comeback like we had on Anubis.
I mean, for Naf, he's been so frequently hunted. I'm sure he desperately wants to try and give them a taste of their medicine, but their money is so bleak thanks to Donk. They just can't afford to.
So Yakinda, in back-to-back rounds, has been able to find them ways in. It was JKS who got the kill coming out short onto the AWPer, but Yakinda entered and dropped into spawn. So he actually opened up the angle a little bit with his maneuver. This is a double on the AK, playing between the bottles of flames. So great work from him.
That was such a rough spot to be in. The only way out was headshots, and he delivered. So great, you can give that one to Yakinda a double thumbs up.
Well, this is the problem. It's going to feel hopeless just because the amount of rifle rounds that Team Spirit need to get to. This comeback, it's like climbing a mountain right now. And for Liquid, I don't know if they have what it takes. This team hasn't been able to find their breakthrough. Now, they've only been together coming out of the player break in the middle of the year, sure. You got big names within this roster, and you thought you had something special in Ultimate. Still, it's his rookie season. Started with a bang, simmered out, and then has been trying to find that form yet again. Now this is Dust 2. You'd love to see him with an AWP in his hands, but that's not the case. And Twist could drop him one. And it looks like they're just going to do it with the rifles. Spirit with the saves, a full buy for them. Have money for residual buys on Donk, Shiro, and Zontix if they do wipe the board. And still have 4 chances available to get this map done. So you aren't worried just yet.
6-round comeback demand for Liquid, and Yakinda has once again provided an opening. Spam not far off the mark, will escape the potential for the break of the smoke, and now aggression from Zontix and Donk. Being considered by Naf and JKS as it stands. Information aplenty for Team Spirit.
All the util, but they're just completely contacted. So much space for Spirit. There's no way you expect them this deep in the tunnels.
Now from Donk, he wants to try and get some answers. Smoke on the doors, but they will be in ahead of that. It's JKS that delivers the head-to-head. Remove Donk. There's Naf. Onto Chopper. Zontic position. Oh! It could have been all 3. An important and a necessary kill from Twist has given Liquid the edge. Shiro, 3 bullets, 3 targets, and that AWP, he does not want to fall into Ultimate's hands.
Try that one again. Crowd seems to like that one. I may as well. I wouldn't mind seeing him go for the 1v3. Why not?
Shiro ngelempar AWP pun masih remel dia.
Well, that's the thing. If he's getting rid of the AWP, it means he's not saving it. So, do you go have a look?
Go. Gets cautious about losing it late on the hunt, but there is a hunt on the way. It's Yakinda who's got the search party out.
You're not going to humble them here. I discussed the finances.
Yeah.
Chopper and Magix are the 2 who are a little bit worse for wear. So if Shiro does save this, that's dropped across. It's all good in the hood. Another very tidy looking buy. So we found ourselves at 12-6. We're going to need a big old run from Liquid.
Yeah.
GG overtime ini mah.
again. Cheeky from Shiro brings out the M4 for his boy.
Yeah, and then buys his AWP. Donk can drop one. It's all good. There's no dramas. Everybody's fully purchased here. So another full rifle round that Liquid have to deal with. And can it be Yakinda to find an opening again? Ultimate's into his AWP, so there's something a little bit different for the attack of Liquid.
3 back-to-back openings in one way, shape, or form. His leg break bait. Interesting approach. Chopper gets that information. Will he get away with his life? It seems as though Twist thinks twice about committing to the spam. Just contact walking into Chopper. This could really go horribly wrong, but important trade. JKS delivers.
If you go mid to B, you know there's likely still 2 defenders.
Yeah, Donk wants to investigate further. Get some answers. Are they waiting? Are they committing? Tucked in, Zontix to take first contact. Break draws attention. Liquid are reformatting. Ultimate trying to catch the spam through the doors is revolting. Still finds the AWP. He's supposed to be the one vulnerable there. Instead, he takes down an important scalp. Spirit 3 cracks away from eliminating Team Liquid.
Belum tentu ini OT ini.
Removing Donk, removing Magics, and now it's just Zontix on that B bomb site. Yakinda tries to trifle with him, trying to run him down. They know he's alone. Looking to trade.
Oh,
he can't even get one. And
Oh.
WP as well. Are Liquid really continuing this run?
Oh dear, Spirit. They have enough money to go for another buy. It's Zontic's the only one who won't have a rifle, but do you want to just partially invest? No, never mind. They've just gone straight in. They've just gone all in with the buy. This run from Liquid has been against rifle round. Like that. It's just all against guns. This is such a crazy, tough comeback. That's why it feels insurmountable. That's why it feels impossible. 2 more, sure. That's what's necessary. But it's against the guns again. Okay, you're seeing some signs of worry there from Spirit. Just use 2 smokes for the mid to B cross. Going out long, this is all in.
Yakinda goes down empty-handed. Are they ready for more? Mist is made on the door. JKS, NAF, they're all about to swing through to test Chopper on the smoke. It might be the go.
They gotta go.
Here they come, they're swinging through. Magic's in support. Only one. Chopper another. And 2 versus 3 for their major life.
The Canadians paired up. These two know what it feels like to find success in that Liquid jersey. Can they pull off a miracle round to keep Liquid in it? To go the distance, to go all 24 rounds.
NAF and Twists. Talk it through.
They get a moment to settle, a moment to discuss the finish. They know they can't go back. You can't risk a 1-for-1 trade trying to leave those long doors. You know that Shiro's still alive, the AWP's still in play. Donk, he's made sure there is absolutely no question if there's a way back, but that removes him from the play. The question is, when does Liquid go? There's a smoke replenish available, that's down now. A molly for quad, that's perfect. Another one for short. He's going to be in limbo.
Yeah, wait, Shiro though, that's scope. It's trained on them. Forced back by the flames. Zontix and MP9 revealed. They have an idea as to where 2 of the 3 may remain. 40 seconds, spams away, connects onto Zontix. Twists, guarding Naflight. 9 bullets, just stands to deliver, but here comes Donk. The round the world, on long, exposed. Nice shots, Twist stubborn, holding on. Trying to fight back the captain. Into
Blok, Shironya nggak maju kenapa? Anjing.
Quad kill from Van Dolken. Stands and delivers. We will see the final round of regulation.
That's the one to fire up your team. That's what you want to see from an in-game leader. And this comeback, just 1 more round. Overtime waits. Liquid, they are not done yet. They are showing resilience. They could have easily faltered. And those rifle rounds, no more. This is MP9s. 1 M4 in the hands of the hero, Donk. Can he stop them? Can he break the hearts of Team Liquid before they make that overtime play?
That's what's scary about this round though, Chad. This is the round where it all starts to feel a bit too real. That this impossible comeback that you were joking about is actually just 1 round away and the easiest of the bunch. Is this when you overthink? Is this when you capitulate? Naf and Twist side by side fight you into round 24 and now up against just MP9s and that Donk M4.
Look at the restraint right now on Team Spirit's utility. Still holding on to a bunch. This is going to be key. These MP9s, they need to fight around the chaos of the smoke and the utility. If this runs down late and they're blocked, Liquid are in trouble.
They are maneuvering towards Yakinda to test him. Just as he looks away, Yakinda tested. MP9 brings down the rifle. A first blood
Ayo.
and a rifle falls into enemy hands. Magic can use that. He will use that.
He's going to keep pushing. This is crazy from Magic. This could be a round-winning maneuver.
There's no way you're considering him sticking around. Never mind pushing. The whole trying to format this. The three backs turned on you.
Crowd surges.
Does consider it. The crowd surges and Twist reacts to it, but down he goes at the hand of Magic's. Liquid.
30 seconds. There's no time. If they go in towards B, there's 3 players stacked.
They're in so much trouble, Chad.
There's no way through this. They're going to go into the stack.
Donk ready to receive. Shiro to disrupt. It's falling through their fingertips. So close, yet so
Oh, GG Spirit. GG.
Let's roll. Let's roll. Laying down slowly.
Lalu ada yang DC. Ya, DC aja terus.
Smoking. Counter-terrorists win. Stuff.
Halo Bang Bima, selamat malam, selamat datang, selamat ngegacha. Yang lain Eko kah? Eko. Pintar juga ini si Ungu. Gila, dapet 3 dong. Modal negev doang, asu.
Be safe. Let's go, my friends. Throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing smoke.
Belakang gua nggak? Yes. Oh iya, dia shotgun ya.
Get ready. I'm throwing smoke. Throwing a flashbang.
Tiga dong. Ya elah. Tapi malah dapet. Ya udah. Boleh komplain. Oke. Harusnya sih musuhnya miskin ya. Masih bisa beli famas ya. Hah, masih bisa M4? Ini jaga midnya kemana sih? Kenapa? Oke Bang Kris. Tanya mau bet. Tapi ya nggak apa-apa, sok Otsu dulu. Terima kasih sudah menemani. Udah nggak jelas timnya. Tai lagi. Kan jelas. Pisan ada yang sempet AFK, ada yang apalah. Penting pisan. Besok itu. Walah, besok 2 lagi.
roll. Counter-terrorists win. That's the way. Let's go. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary out. Counter-terrorists win. In you go. These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire. Grenade. Throwing fire.
Malas berkata-kata.
Flashbang. Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win. Move it, son. Smoke. Flashbang. Grenade out. Incendiary. Let's roll. Let's roll. We must win. Now is the time.
Harus ada, udah aksen AFK. Kenapa sih orang yang AFK harus di game gua sih ya? Dan harus di tim gua. Udah malesin pisan anjing. Nggak jelas pisan sih ya. Sih. Kirim apa? Bang Fuse? Kirim apa, Bang Fuse? Oh, udah di jalan. Ayo. Nggak mending F6 saja. Tuh pas 10 bisa custom kalian. Yo, gas. PMR aja langsung Bang Fuse. Bentar, ayo sini ke atas aja kita tarik. Sini main di server saya aja. Sini sini sini. Halo. Halo, nggak ada suaranya.
Halo, selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi. Kemon, Bang Fuse yang start.
Bentar.
Sok santai.
Ada temanku mau ikut kayaknya.
Oh ya udah.
Boleh.
Boleh banget.
Aku invite Discord boleh ya?
Boleh banget. Di sini mah tempat umum, siapapun boleh.
Oi, yo.
Ya bentar mas,
Oke.
lagi ganti jaringan dia. Jelek banget back Indonesia, sumpah.
Nonton bola lu, Jo.
Iyalah, lawan Laos doang kan mikirnya menang. Ternyata 2-2.
Gas, udah.
Bisa kita berempat ya?
Belum bisa kalau 4 kalau CS.
Ya udah, ya udah.
Gas. CS bukan game pelit.
Mas, main mas.
Lagi di DC 11 sih. Tanya. Oh ya udah lu. Oh.
Kita gas aja.
Ini aku udah gas kok. Band Dayz 2.
Boleh, so.
Aku bosan main di sini. Katanya,
Back Indonesia.
di mana nih?
Bebas.
Dayz doang kita band nih.
Kita band 1.
Kita band 3.
3.
Heeh.
2.
Inferno nih, Inferno. Ancient dong. Jeda tuh Tero.
Tuh, bebas, nggak tahu sama aja semua. Saya bingung.
Kalau yang jago emang gitu.
Amin. Kan saja. Kita nonton dulu. Nonton lewat HP aja. Masa kalau Indonesia tim utama udah diacak-acak ini. Cukup banget Indonesia, cok.
Bu. Ada juga kill 1 udah DP aja. Wih, minus 300 kalau kalah.
It's okay, my brother. Kita nyari case aja. Sorry ya, saya nyari case doang.
Oh, cari petik.
Iya
Aman aja. Ke base.
Diem doang lu, Jul.
Sabar. Ngelek kali.
Ada.
Wih, rame. Satu lagi. JB.
Banyak sih 2.
Planting, B.
Mantap itu.
Udah low sih.
Maju
Itu ada, ya ada kit. Dapat kit ya teman. Siapa sih?
Ini siapa ini? Oh ini
Kiri dia.
Random.
Wah.
Walala.
Gimana nih, mau Eco atau Force?
Bebas. Di start 3 aja deh gua. Kalau mau ikut. Gua main ke B lagi ya. Aja loh. Biru aja loh. Gua yang biru. Ayo aja.
Waduh, mid.
Ya mid semua. Udah pada di dalam anjing.
Udah planting. Malah mutak-mutak di sini.
Oh kena hit dia.
Planting lagi.
Gua mati.
Nggak maju.
Anjing.
Clutch make video kill.
Kuku banget. Gak ada yang kena.
Masih kill 0.
kita bye.
Mereka udah apa aja.
Udah lama banget nggak main PES. Kangen. Masih Valari seru mas.
Seru. Lu udah beli? Tahu seru dari mana?
Gue nanya lu.
Gue nge-lag.
Gak tahu, belum main.
Anjir, ping gue 400. Sial.
Mana Jul yang bunuh lu Jul? Oh udah mati. Mos gua. Nah. Astagfirullah. Heal lagi low.
Tembak Jo, tembak.
Dia.
Oh, kok Mac jadinya? Tadi apa dia?
One HP and clutch.
Aduh, lagi lempar di dalam guanya.
Masuk aja coy. God damn boy. Sabar gak sih Dek?
Lah, temen lu deh Jo.
Gak tau. Ganti jaringan lagi kali.
Let's go.
Udah let's go nih.
Kayaknya.
Ping lu sudah 50 sih aman sih.
Masih main pakai meja kecil itu Jo?
Enggak. Cuman mejanya agak sama aja sih, agak lebih besar cuman sama agak nggak sebesar.
Nggak sebesar yang sebelumnya.
B kayaknya.
B-nya ada yang nembak. B-nya dibom. B-nya dimasukin.
Kita dapat bom ya.
Oh.
Pas dari mid.
Waduh. Tadi dari markas kita ya. B-nya tadi udah dikuasain.
Aku main dulu dah. Indonesia menang itu. Ini satu lagi.
Di mid ya? Oh ya di mid. Nice. Mahal yang tadi Jo.
Who needs skin brother? Come on, wake up Jul, wake up.
Satu match gue baru panas.
Kok ping gue gede banget ya? Server mana coy?
Di A ada bom.
Mantap ulang.
Di A rame. Di belakangku ya,
Di belakang Jo.
Wah, aim gua jelek banget, cuy.
Midnya juga ada.
Bagus skin lu.
Ini dari B ini.
Iya, yang tadi bunuh gua berdua. Lo kalau ada
Loh, di mana dia? Oh,
Kanan.
Anjir, dia
Dari B, dari ujung B ke ujung A dia anjir.
minta dulu. No money, bitch. Nah.
Remember, this isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life.
Gua pakai famas juga menang gua.
Smoke. Incendiary.
Nggak beli. Bom.
Incendiary out.
di B di blind.
Smoke. Throwing smoke. Flashbang. Throwing a grenade.
Wow.
Deploying flashbang.
Oh kena yang ku tembakin. Deagle ya tadi.
Oh, mouse gua kadang nggak ngedeteksi sensor. Ada berarti ya.
Grenade out.
Dia yang megang bom ya. Wah.
Kaget bangsat.
Udah lama nggak main.
Nah, gue baru nyampe anjir. Ada kemungkinan dia balik ke B sih.
Ke B sih.
B sih, A nggak lewat.
No
Ngeset
time.
kayaknya. Anjir,
Lapar gua. Emang nge-save. Got it. She is somebody, buddy.
Let's have at it, mates.
That's how
Laying down smoke.
Wih, patah-patah.
Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire.
lu smoke ya? Buset rame.
Flow.
Bomnya di B.
Juga lagi jelek. Anjir pas ada musuh ya begitu.
Naik mas. Semuanya udah. Belakang.
Planting. Ya mantul. Dia ngapain berdiam tuh?
Nge-save dia.
Waduh.
Kanan.
Teman kita kabur, nggak maju.
Tunggu deh.
Terrorists win.
She is somebody. Come on, baby. Lihatlah diriku. Oke, kasih senjata, Cok. Thank you.
Throwing smoke. Laying down smoke.
Thank you. Next.
B kayaknya di flash.
Throwing fire.
Di mid sini belakangku ada masih suara step.
Aduh. Low di
Anjir. Beda orang.
satu low
Bantep
yang
nih.
low banget deh sumpah. Udah kena kemana nggak mati.
Ya Allah, lu. Kuping aku oke sih.
Anjir yang gua lowin gak mati coy. 11 lagi dah orang.
Di saat yang lain Eko dia AWP.
Ini dari tadi saving.
Low banget itu. Aduh. Stepnya lagi ya. Yakin.
Wah.
Low. Go. Low.
Gimana tadi?
Go, low. What the fuck? Never mind, just go, brother.
No time.
Saving lagi dia. Lah. Oh, kalau di situ masih kena. Dia jadi paling kismin.
Wah. Keplong satu takut aneh. Let's go.
Smoke. Deploying decoy.
Ngelak anjir.
Ngelak tuh.
Ngelak gua.
Aduh. Dibantai dulu.
Masa cuma decoy dari tadi yang berisik di sini?
Iya, di
dong.
di B. Bang.
Incendiary out.
3 lawan 2 sih.
Anjir, tahu-tahu mati aja.
Waduh. Bener tunnel terakhir.
Dia tuh jago. Bisa nembak, cuman cupu aja.
Ngapain dia ngambil senjata ini?
Gak ada awal.
Ada AK.
Oh iya dia. Oh dia nggak tahu deh.
Dia ngambil MP7 tuh, kulihat tuh.
I don't know.
Entah.
Aman Jul. Masih nge-lag 60 sih.
DC.
Lah.
Gatem.
Oh, DC.
Yo.
Ya, udah mulai.
Udah.
B.
ngebait temennya.
Wah, kalah.
Banyak dulu. Salah jalan.
OP, AWP ya. Enggak dong.
B-flash.
Bomnya di A.
Bom dia, tidak masuk. Wah, di atas. Nice. Aku ada kit gimana?
Smoke-nya baru nyala.
Gue pencet apa? Defuse gue pencet 4.
Jo.
Pencet E gue akhirnya. Yang bawa bomnya sendirian ke sana coy.
Kenapa kita ke A juga?
Lo.
Planting.
Di dalam.
Planting aja. Aduh, buta. Oh. Titi ya? Tanah sini.
Gue kira ada berhenti ternyata.
Gue mau lempar di gue.
Mana itu smoke? Nggak tahu.
Kan.
Masuk.
Aku dibunuh shotgun. Di belakangnya
di dalam.
Dalam smoke-nya nih. Ya, gitu Jo.
Kanan bisa.
Oh, udah pindah ya. Udah pindah.
Backside-nya. Kita sendiri.
Nice.
Tas. Tas. Ping gue gua gede banget loh. Nggak tahu kita main di server mana ini. Kacau loh ini.
Ada senjata anjir.
Wah.
Waduh. Kata gua
Titi.
sih udah, kata gua sih udah.
Anjir. Kata gua sih udah juga sih. Jazz.
Dilanjut sih.
Kenapa nggak maju aja?
Udah dong.
Oh,
Enak.
meledak.
Harusnya sih mereka Christmas ya.
Nggak tahu duit di CS mah bingung.
Nggak dikasih tahu.
Come to Anna, me. Just go your fucking ass, man.
Nembak apa?
Tembak aja semua.
Waduh, dimajuin.
Lah. Di back. Ya itu.
Belakang lagi. Mouse gua tuh mati tuh.
Nice.
Wow, lala. Malan punya gua. Apa lihat-lihat?
Banyak juga duit tuh.
Banyak lah kaya.
Mobil aja satu.
Cukup $7.000 cukup.
Cukup lah, kali aja 15.000.
Nggak tahu berapa.
Ya. Masuk.
Mana sih?
Dari City.
Di City berdua.
Waduh,
Ingat.
Di mid.
Bakar nggak sini? Aman masukin.
Enggak kayaknya.
2 lawan 2 bro.
Waduh. Apaan itu?
Long range shotgun.
Tank lifestyle aja.
Mending lu lempar gua aja.
Lempar apa tuh?
Apa gitu?
Apa cok?
Senjata kali.
Oi, senjata lu sini.
Itu ada AK di bawah, nggak diambil.
Emang iya?
Nih AK nih tuh.
Oh, ribet sama lu Jul, ribet.
Let's go. Set shotgun. AK drop tuh.
Oh, waktu lu mati.
Tunnel.
Waduh,
Backside sama tunnel.
nggak masuk.
Segala acara monster. Dong 2000 dong, poin gue dong. Gue komit.
Shotgun ngeras. Oh bukan Diko ya?
Wah.
Oh iya. Shotgun tunnel.
Oh, lu lihat tuh.
Gitu nggak kena, aku langsung kena.
Bomnya kurang jauh anjir.
Kanan ya tadi itu.
Ya ke kanan.
Dia ngebait temen ini tau.
Terlempar sih katanya. AWP.
Jadwal satu.
Wah, ente.
AWP pake. Dia main ngebait temennya juga. Aneh banget. Temennya mati, dia masih di situ. Coy. Hidup ngebait doang. Aduh, gua lupa.
Sis.
Ya kan.
Iya, kena shotgun tadi.
Lawan
Nggak
gak sih?
metal.
Lawan gak sih?
Walah.
Anjir.
Sebelahku.
Sini las lagi.
Di kiri.
Anjir, kiri lu dulu.
Camping A.
Dua-dua di
Nggak langsung tembak kiri patah gitu dong. Intip dulu dong.
Shotgun depan ya.
Oh Allah.
Wow.
Kiri kanan shotgun ya.
Congratulations, tidak hilang chips Bang Metal. Pakai 5 dapat 5.
Gerbongnya mana?
Oh. Buat nonton bola, gua megang HP.
We cannot be killed.
Ini mana?
Ya, oh. Yang 10 kali lipat kan banyak yang lain. Si yang aksara Cina kan berapa? 100 nih.
Panel. Poster kanan.
Oh, gua nggak apa-apain kan.
Gua nembak bayangan gue sendiri.
Mati lu. Main shotgun doang. Habis. HP gua apa aja? Oh ini gelap banget.
Dimajuin.
Hapus mereka. Mereka Eko.
Maju aja lewat jalannya.
Remote gimana?
Kita mau mana?
Kak Ata udah masuk kayaknya tuh.
Mereka udah mati. Mereka udah mati.
Aimbot gimana? Bang Metal, hoki itu mah.
Jesus, so me.
Bye-bye.
Full lah coy. Last round gini nggak di full ini. Ada yang kurang nggak duitnya nggak?
Lumayan tadi, nice banget memang.
Mau lu samperin dulu ya.
Mau ku mantul.
Maju, kalau lu.
Mid satu.
Belakang.
Dari belakang.
Dan apa yang bisa tahu soalnya? Tadi pas udah mau execute kan langsung lempar aja, ternyata salah.
Waduh.
Dewa kan, cok. Alhamdulillah.
OT.
Gue harus ngasih company profile dulu, bro. Jam segini.
Di base itu memang banyak pisan sudut shotgun sih. Gila emang.
Tentuin satu ya.
Emang gue nggak bisa nge-scope anjir.
Dia kosong.
Masih di A dong, satu lagi sisa. Di A ya, udah.
Habis.
Gue nggak bisa nyekop bangsat, aneh. Oh, udah.
Wow, EP di tengah.
Salah line up. Atas.
Gaigan, oh enggak. Wah. Wah. City las. Semuanya kayaknya.
Gak ada City.
Anjir keluar duanya. Dua.
Lu pada misahnya main lambat aja.
Abis ini ganti tempat.
Cepet nih roket. Sabar aja, sabar.
Ini udah kena dua tuh.
Ini cabut nih. Cabut, bro. Main sabar aja nih, kita menang kalau main sabar. Mereka main cepet banget rotate. Karena mereka shotgun mau nggak mau harus rotate cepet nih.
Waduh.
Wah, cepet banget coy shotgunnya.
Maju yuk.
Singap.
Nice.
Pas dia.
Keren.
We are out of here.
Oh iya, kita butuh defuse kit.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it. Incendiary out. Decoys out. Incendiary.
B flash.
Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire.
Below. Nice.
Gue bisa ngeliat sebelah sana.
Masih ada lagi kayaknya di B. Oh bukan di coil.
Perlu kotet nggak?
Nggak usah.
Dia ke
Masih aman.
Bom. Masih di B di belakang.
sampai gua nggak kena tadi, kacau banget gitu gua.
Awas tunnel.
Ini tunnel ya?
Kayaknya. Gue tadi nembak bayangan gue anjir pas masuk situ.
Ah, lu kacau udah sekarang, Jor. Mana bayangan? Lu jangan di-hide makanya, coy.
Oh iya.
Biar nggak ada bayangan.
Gak ada suara di A.
Ya, bagus banget.
Bener di A. Nice.
Kapan sih menangnya? Menang. Kecilan ping lu, Jol, dari ping.
Ya, gimana ya? Belum panas, guys.
Gua buang apa gua? My bad. Pingnya. Kalau kill mah lu nggak bakal pernah
Ada yang di kick.
gua,
Ada
bro.
yang di kick. Oh gitu.
Oh yang tadi yang di kick atau DC?
Di kick dia. B flash. B masuk.
OTW.
Kok dibakar. Kok di...
Bakar balik.
Kapan mereka?
Kiri, aduh.
Mereka masuk. Jadi backside. Backside satu lagi. Tunnel. Last tunnel.
Awas bang.
Dia juga.
Nice.
Baru setengah XP-nya.
Sekali lagi dapat sih. Mau menang mau kalah.
Jadi mau menang mau kalah bang.
Nah maksudnya mau menang kalau mau kalah tetap sekali lagi dapat. Udahan.
Halo?
Halo, halo.
Telepon bos.
Oh. Lagi?
Jol.
Itu siapa yang masuk?
Gas.
Bikin website mahal banget, Jul.
Emang.
45 juta dia minta.
Berapa?
45.
Gas ya?
Ya, mending kayak gua.
Udah sama CMS, bro. Lu sama CMS ya?
Menarik tawarannya.
Kalau gua ke lu, gua bisa lebih suka-suka lagi. Tadi dia bilang gini.
Tapi gua nggak tidur sih kalau nerima itu.
Iya. Gua tadi dia bilang gini. Gue bayarnya 45 juta aja. Jadi lu harus suka-suka lu ya. Nggak. Maksudnya lu kalau ada kendala apa segala macam ke dia aja bilang. Itu udah bayar mahal. Oke.
Tapi dia nggak ngerespon.
Iya, maksudnya nggak ngerespon, Cok. Nentuin server mana sih? Kita main di server apa sampai 89? Singapura 68 nih gue ya. Anjir,
Tapi
biasa
yang naik 100 aja diem-diem gitu.
yang ngeluh gue mah. Wifi mahal. Coy, ping gue. Band Ancientnya udah bosan. Ya Mirage di band mulu.
Ngira siapa nge-ban Mirage, anjir.
Orang udah pasti menang di situ juga.
Dari musuhnya jago di Mirage gila jauh banget perbandingannya.
Ya elah sama gua bedanya apa sih Jul? Gua setara
Oh iya
Dandi
betul,
tau gak Dandi?
bener loh.
Aduh, main di Inferno aja deh yang biasa. Map cuman 2 di otak gua. Bebas. Oh mereka yang mau milih ya?